Oh little mother we love Celeste Byrd and shampoo at underlog.com right parenthesis word wrap so this sentence fits one line for optimum viewing pleasure equals greater than Ranma 1/2 is copyrighted 1997 by Rumiko Takahashi / Shogakukan Incorporated and anyone else who rightfully owns the copyrights. This fanfic is solely for entertainment purposes and not for monetary benefit. Please don't sue me. Any similarities with other fanfics are purely coincidental unless stated otherwise. This fanfic was inspired by Wade Trichler's Altered Destinies series, and he has given me permission to use the title. Questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, and constructive criticism are always welcome. This is my first written fanfic, so please be lenient with the criticism. Left parenthesis depicts character actions, emotions, sounds, denotes changes in the voice. Left square bracket translates thoughts less than greater than Chinese dialogue. Prologue left parenthesis 07/11/97 last revised right parenthesis scene, Nerima, afternoon. Ranma is running through the streets being chased by the usual gang. He jumps from rooftop to rooftop trying to avoid them, but they seem to keep gaining. Can come back here and eat your lunch! Ryuga, prepare to die. Ranma! Yukayu, Ranshin, I made you lunch! Kunu, coward. I shall smite thee and remove the curse from the beauty whose Akan! Kodakai. Shampoo, Ranma, why you run from shampoo? Mousse, Ranma, give me back my bride! Ranma, man! Scene, Ranma jumps down onto the street and starts leaping over passers-by. The mob behind him plows into the people, but at least they're slowing down. Ranma turns a corner and runs into a nearby shop. Noises can be heard outside the shop, then gradually fade away. Ranma peeks outside, expecting to be clobbered. Nothing. Drawing back in and breathing a sigh of relief, Ranma takes in his surroundings. Necklaces, amulets and other pieces of jewelry line the brazen shelves. Ranma holds his breath for a moment, then examines the various trinkets. Voice, may I help you, sir? Ranma, how? Scene, Ranma turns around to see a middle-aged woman walk up from behind him. Woman, is there anything particular in which you are interested in? Ranma, confused, well? Woman, patiently, is there anything you like? Ranma, realization, dawning. Oh. Looking around, they're all very nice, but I don't think I have that much money. Woman, don't worry. If there's anything for anybody, the price will never matter. Scene, Ranma spends a few more minutes examining pieces of jewelry until a particular one catches his eyes. He hesitantly pulls a pendant out from its hiding place. The lady peers at it from behind. Woman, 2,000 yen. Ranma, whirling on the lady with a surprised expression. What the? I thought it'd cost more than that! Woman, you do have 2,000 yen? Ranma, yeah, let me check. muttering, "Nebiki will have a fit if I spend her compensation money, but I guess she'll have to wait." Hands money to the lady right parenthesis woman, "Thank you. Now, let me tell you a little secret about that pendant Ranma, question mark woman. If you were to make a wish while wearing that before you go to bed, and you believe hard enough, the wish will come true Ranma. Disbelieving, yes, well yar, thank you scene." Ranma bows to the lady before hastily exiting the shop. The woman nods before slowly fading away, the wares in her store disappearing as well. Woman, sweet dreams. Sodom Ranma equals scene. It is night time at the Tendu Dojo. Ranma slowly walks out of the bathroom, a large bump on his head from a certain fiancé. Ranma, stupid tomboy, rubs his head. Why doesn't she try her own cooking for a change? Scene. Ranma opens the door to his room. Genma Panda is already asleep on his futon. Ranma rolls Genma off the futon onto the floor. Genma still continues to sleep soundly. Ranma, we're always arguing over the stupidest things. Sometimes it's my fault, I know, but when I try to explain things to her, she always either takes it the wrong way and calls me a pervert, or she doesn't listen. I've tried to make the stupid engagement work, but things keep turning worse! Right square bracket scene. Ranma lays down on his futon, staring at the ceiling. Ranma, I hate this engagement. Pop always says it's for the family honor, but according to that I'd have to marry every single girl he's engaged me to. He's always engaging me for food, and thanks to him everything keeps getting worse. Mom should have stopped him from taking me on that stupid training trip. Right square bracket scene. Ranma thinks for a moment, then pulls his pendant out from his pocket. Ranma, worth a try. Now, gotta think of the right way to say it. The last time I wished not to be cursed ended up with me being all female. Let's see. I wish I wasn't engaged. No, I'd probably be roped into it somehow. Think of the cause. Right square bracket scene. A grunt directs Ranma's head to look at Genma Panda, sleeping soundly. Ranma, plot. It's all his fault. And this stupid curse is his fault too. If he didn't take me on the trip, I wouldn't have this stupid curse. Concentrating. I wish Mom took me on that training trip instead of Plop. That's it. I'm sure Mom wouldn't do something like that. Right square bracket scene. Ranma puts on the pendant, and stares out the window for a few minutes before sleep engulfs him. Later that night, to the lull of Ranma's breathing, the pendant starts to glow brightly, filling the entire room with a pale greenish hue. RNMA 1/2LITTLEMOTHERLYLOVE an Altered Destiny Chapter 1 left parenthesis 05/11/97 last revised right parenthesis scene, Tendu Dojo, morning. Soon is checking the mail when a colorful postcard catches his eyes. It has a panda eating bamboo on the front. Reading the inscription on the back, Soon bursts into tears. Soon, crying, Ranma, coming here. How I've waited for this day. Runs inside, Kasumi. Nabiki. Akan! Kasumi. Walking out of the kitchen, yes, father? Nabiki. On the staircase, soon. Looking around, where's Akan? Scene. Akan comes home from jogging. She runs into the dojo and puts on a karate gi. Setting up a stack of blocks, Akan concentrates, then yells and smashes the blocks into little pieces. Akan, wiping brow. That felt so good. Nebiki, there you go again. No wonder boys think you're so weird. Akan, turning to see her sister in the doorway. Why would I care? Not everyone thinks the world revolves around boys. Nebiki. Nebiki, walking out. Oh, then I guess this wouldn't interest you at all. Akan. Scene. The Tendu sisters Kasumi, Nebiki and Akan are sitting in the living room. Sun is trying to explain everything at once. The sisters manage to catch some pieces of the speech. Akan, fiancé ? Soon, calming down. Yes. A very good friend of mine's wife will be bringing her son here today. His name is Sodom Ranma. If one of you were to marry him, then the Tendu legacy would continue. Akan, angry. Wait a minute. Don't we get to decide who we marry? Kasumi, more calmly. Akan's right. We haven't even met this Ranma. Soon, smiling. That's easily fixed. Scene. It has finished raining elsewhere in Tokyo. Two figures are walking down the busy street. The one neatly avoiding the puddles is a handsome boy, early teens, long black hair tied back in a tight pigtail, and wearing exotic Chinese clothing. The other is a middle-aged woman, brown hair tied in a bun, wearing a blue kimono and holding a sheathed katana in her arms. Both are carrying enormous backpacks. Ranma, turning to the woman, where are we going again? Nodoka, to a place called the Tendu Dojo. Your father said to drop by there sometime. Apparently your father was a good friend of the owner. Ranma, how good? Nodoka, they trained under the same master, if that's any help. Ranma, whistling, pretty long, I guess. 'Cause what was Dad like? Nodoka, Ranma, apologetic. Sorry Mom. Nodoka, no, it's alright. You had a right to be curious. Your father was a kind and righteous man. Although he did have his bad points, his last wish was for you to grow up as a man amongst men, and for me to teach you all about the Sodom style of anything goes martial arts. Ranma, man amongst men, Nodoka, yes. Ranma, well, there goes that. Changing the subject. So, how's the owner? Nodoka, of the Tendu Dojo? He's very nice, but he's kind of emotional. Scene. We are back at the Tendu Dojo. Sun is talking about Ranma and his mother's exploits. Nebiki is hanging on to every word. Kasumi is Kasumi, and Akan looks very bored. Soon, just recently, they had crossed into China. Nebiki, excited. Ooh, China! Akan, looking out into the pond. Who cares? What's so hot about going to China? Kasumi, how old is he? Nebiki, is he cute? Kasumi, younger men bore me. Nebiki, surprised. That's weird coming from you. Kasumi. Akan, just what kind of a man is Ranma? Soon, nervously laughing. No idea. Nebiki, no idea. Soon, I've never met him. Scene. The sisters look at their father and shut up, Nebiki. You expect us to marry a guy not only we've never met before, but you've never met before? Soon. Well, equals scene. Ranma and Nodoka round the corner to the dojo. Ranma is looking at all the houses, taking in what he missed in 10 years. Nodoka is humming a mindless tune, oblivious to her surroundings. Ranma, so how long are we going to stay at this Tendu place? Nodoka turns to Ranma. Not very long. A week, at the most. Ranma, you're sure about this? Remember the last time you said that? Nodoka, amused, you said you enjoyed it, dear. Ranma, remembering with a far-off smile on his face. Well, yeah. Turning serious again. Do I have to tell them about the curse? Nodoka, can you stay away from water for that long? Ranma, I guess not. Scene. Ranma turns his attention to the sidewalk. Suddenly, a motorist whizzes by and splashes Ranma, turning him into a girl. Ranma-chan. Damn driver! Nodoka, sternly. Ranma, your language! Ranma-chan, deflating. Sorry, mom. Nodoka, remember what I taught you? Ranma-chan, using the tone of the truly memorized, never use your anger as a force. It weakens the spirit and the mind. Nodoka, good boy. Sighing, well, here's some hot water. Pulls out a thermos from her bag and pours the contents over Ranma, turning him male again. Honestly, sometimes I think you're a water magnet. We need some more water. 'Cause, now that I think about it, we also need some groceries. You go on ahead to the Tendus. Gently pushes Ranma through the gates. Ranma, oh, alright. Scene. The gate opening outside can be heard in the living room. Everyone turns to the sound. Kasumi, we have guests. Nebiki, running to the door followed by the others. It must be Ranma. Let's see what he looks like! Kasumi, I do hope he's older. Akan, how depressing. Boys. Scene. Nebiki opens the door to reveal Ranma-chan, stopping what? Ranma-chan, muttering, why don't they watch where they're throwing the water? Soon. You wouldn't be. Ranma-chan, Sodom. Ranma, tugging at her collar. Sorry about this. Soon. Tugging Ranma, at last. You're here. Nebiki, he's cute! Scene. Soon stops hugging as soon as he feels something that shouldn't be there. He pulls Ranma out. Nebiki takes a better look at him. Nebiki, poking Ranma in the breast, he's a girl. Scene. Soon is laying on his futon, staring at the ceiling. The Tendu sisters are seated beside him, Ranma-chan among them. Kasumi, poor father, he must be so disappointed. Ranma, confused, about what? Nebiki, he's disappointed. Some fancy this is! Ranma, well? Nebiki, it's all your fault, Dad. You should have made sure! Ranma, hey? Soon. Still staring at the ceiling. Genma told me he was blessed with a son! I can. Stop it. She is our guest! Ranma. Hello! Nebiki. Ignoring Ranma but squeezing her breast again. Do you see a son here? Do you? Ranma. I single quote me really wish you'd stop that. I can. I gotta get her away from them. To Ranma. Hey, come and join me in the practice hall. Smiling, I'm can. Do you want to be friends? Ranma. What was that all about? I can. What do you mean? Ranma. All that talk about a fiancé I can. Surprised you don't know? Ranma. Know what? I can. Sighing, apparently my dad and your dad arranged the marriage between you and one of us. Ranma. Oh, great. That single quote is just what I need right now. Right square bracket scene. The two walk into the dojo with an uneasy silence. I can. You do study Kenpao, don't you? Ranma. Shrugging a little. I can. Too modest. Okay then, let's have a little match. Ranma. Startled. Okay. I can. Maybe not. Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Ranma. If you say so. Scene. I can adopts a karate stance. Ranma at the other end seems to just stand there. A whole minute goes by before Akan runs up to punch Ranma. However, the punch never connects as Ranma jumps over it. Akan switches to a roundhouse kick which Ranma also neatly avoids. 5 more minutes of Akan attacking and Ranma dodging go by. Akan. What's wrong? Swing at me. Is she reading my moves? Right square bracket scene. 10 more minutes of the pointless fight continues. Akan is very winded while Ranma doesn't look at all affected. Akan. Okay. This time's for real! Right square bracket scene. Akan lashes at Ranma with a full strength punch. Ranma leaps over the punch which destroys the wall behind her. Akan looks up to see Ranma tapping her on the shoulder. Ranma. Akan. Caught in Ranma's infectile news laugh. Ahem, you're pretty good. Cause well, I'm glad you're a girl. Ranma. Akan. Now there won't be an engagement. Besides, I'd really hate to lose to a boy! Scene. Ranma-chan is sitting on a cement ornament in the yard. She is looking at the koi pond, lost in thought. Ranma. Mom ain't going to like this. Better leave really soon before she comes and finds out. She'll throw a fit! Right square bracket Kasumi. Ranma! Ranma. Turning to look at Kasumi. Kasumi. Walking up to her. There you are. Hands Ranma-chan a towel. Wouldn't you like to take a bath? Ranma. No thanks. I mean, it's okay. Kasumi. Sternly. No it's not. You must be sweaty after your workout. Ranma. Picking up the towel. Alright. Guess I'll have to leave after the bath. Right square bracket == scene. In the living room, Nebiki is reading the financial section of the newspaper when Akan walks in, still in her GI. Nebiki, looking up, baths ready. Akan, thanks! Scene, the Tendu bathroom. Ranma-chan is filling a bucket of water. When the bucket is full, she sits on a stool, soaps herself up and pours the contents of the bucket on her head. Ranma, shivering, cold, noticing the hot bath. Now what am I going to do? Scene. Akan has stepped into the room separating the bathroom and the hallway. She takes off her ribbon and throws it into the hamper where she notices Ranma's clothes. Akan, Ranma must be in here. Well, at least I'll have company. Ranma, in the bath. What to do? Scene. Akan is about to enter the bathroom when she hears a male voice. Narrowing her eyes, she puts back on her GI and slowly opens the door. Kasumi, at the door. Hello. May I help you? Nodoka. Hi. I'm Ranma's mother, Sodom Nodoka. Kasumi. Oh, hello, Mrs. Sodom! Nodoka. I trust my son arrived safely? Kasumi. Son? Nodoka. Yes, Ranma. Kasumi. I'm afraid she's a girl. Nodoka. Sighing, I guess my son hasn't told you about the curse yet. Akan, from upstairs. Nodoka. I thought so. Scene. Nodoka is the only one without a surprised expression as Akan runs downstairs and into the yard. Akan, hefting one of the boulders in the garden. I'll kill him. Drown him in the bathtub! Nebiki. Akan, what is it? What's the rut for? Akan, there's a pervert in the bathroom! Nebiki, didn't think there'd be anybody brave enough to peek on Akane. Why didn't you just kill him with your bare hands? Akan, because I was afraid! Kasumi, that's odd. Ranma was in the bath just now. Nodoka, please put the rock down. Akan, is it? That won't be necessary. Akan, whirling on Nodoka, I think it's very necessary! Scene. Everyone including Soon, who came to see what all the fuss is about, turns to see the bathroom pervert. He has a sheepish grin on his face, hand behind his head. Kasumi. Who are you? Ranma. Sodom Ranma. Sorry about this. Soon. I guess I should start with the introductions again. Gesturing to the Sodoms, this is my departed friend's wife. Nodoka. Sodom Nodoka, and my son. Ranma. Scene. Silence ensues the Tendu living room. Akan continues to give Ranma dirty looks. Ranma's face is expressionless. Nodoka, it is time I demonstrate my son's curse. Kasumi. Curse? Nodoka. Yes. pulls out a bucket of water and empties the contents on Ranma's head. Right parenthesis Ranma-Chan. Slightly pissed. What was that for? Exclamation point question mark scene. The Tendus are staring at Ranma in astonishment. Ranma is staring at the ground sullenly. Kasumi. Now he's a girl! Exclamation point. Can. You have a real knack of stating the obvious. Kasumi. Nebiki. Daddy. Why are you friends with them? Question mark soon. They weren't like this before. Not before they went to China and undertook that terrifying training exercise! Exclamation point equals scene. Mount Quanjing, Bayankalar Range, Qinghai Province, China. We see three figures. What the hell? We all know that the three figures are Ranma, Nodoka, and the infamous tour guide. Anyone not know that? The editor timidly puts up a hand. Shut up. Whack. The author clubs the editor into submission. Anyone else? Thank you. Now on with the story. Guide. Here's first. His legendary training ground Juzenkaiju. More than 100 spring here, with each own tragic legend. Ranma, yawning. This place isn't so impressive. Nodoka, jumping onto a bamboo pole. You're the one who wanted to train here. Ranma, jumping onto an opposite pole. Yeah. Well, the guidebook said this place is where all the hot martial artists train. You even pointed out to me! Exclamation point. Guide. As first, what you doing? Question mark. Exclamation point. Nodoka, taking a stance. You should apply yourself a little more into your studies than your martial arts. I wouldn't have to point it out to you if you studied your Chinese. Ranma, taking a similar stance. Hey, martial arts is my life! Exclamation point. Scene. Both combatants leap at each other, exchange blows and land on different poles, only to do the same thing over again. This happens for 10 minutes. Neither gaining any advantage, while the guide frantically tries to catch up with them. Having enough, Nodoka whips out the katana. Guide. Tough. Pulsers! Exclamation point. Nodoka, that's enough of the Sodom style of an armed combat. I won't hold back now. Ranma, I know. But that's the way I like it. Right square bracket scene. Nodoka jumps into the air, twirling her sword. She then dives down at Ranma, who leaps up to block her attack. There is the sound of metal against wood. Ranma sets down again, revealing his wooden version of Nodoka's katana. Nodoka, you're getting better. You almost had me fooled. Guide. Sirs! Exclamation point. Ranma, right. 'Cause Mom, why do we have to fight with weapons? I'm a lot better without them, and besides, they're such a pain! Exclamation point. Nodoka, if you're fighting against an unhonorable opponent or an opponent who uses a weapon as their natural style, you'll be defenseless against sharp pointy bits. Also, weapons give you an added reach. Guide. Sirs! Exclamation point. Ranma, but if you remove the pointy bit, the opponent's crippled! Exclamation point. Nodoka, there are times when I wonder about your confidence. Now, try to stop this! Exclamation point. Guide. As first, very bad if fallen spring! Exclamation point. Scene. Nodoka seems to dash in the air at Ranma, sword drawn and pointed at him. Ranma braces for Nodoka's attack, expecting her to collide into his weapon. However, Nodoka alters her direction and slices Ranma's bamboo pole. Ranma tumbles into the spring below, a shocked expression on his face. Guide. Hiya. Not spring of drowned girl exclamation point scene. The surface of the water comes for a moment, then erupts as a figure rockets out. The figure, now determined as a girl, lands upon an undamaged pole. Nodoka looks at the girl with a dumbfounded expression. Guide. Their tragic story of girl who drowned in spring 1500 year ago. Now whoever fall in spring Ranma-chan, are we done already Nodoka, in shock L low Ranma, Nodoka, Lolo look at yourself exclamation point guide. Take body of girl exclamation point Ranma, noticing for the first time he's female. In shock Nodoka, calming down. After all, she's like Kasumi. Is there any way to reverse it Ranma, guide. No, but if pour hot water on curse victim turn back to normal. But if touch cold water, return to curse body exclamation point Nodoka, sighing, well, I guess we'll have to find some hot water scene. Kasumi and Nebiki are looking at Ranma in various degrees of shock. Akane has lost her angry expression. Soon, Juzenkaiju, the legendary training grounds. Its location has always been shrouded in mystery. But now Ranma-chan, a mystery? It's listed in Mom's guidebook as a tourist attraction exclamation point soon, pouring the contents of a boiling kettle on poor Ranma. So, hot water turns you back to normal. Ranma, hot, not boiling exclamation point soon, patting Ranma on the back. Okay, your problem isn't so bad after all exclamation point Ranma, confused, soon, my daughters. Kasumi, age 19. Nebiki, age 17. Akane, age 16. Pick one and she's your fiancé. Nodoka, what soon? Genma and I agreed a long time ago that Ranma would marry one of my daughters exclamation point Nodoka, what? He never told me anything about that exclamation point Ranma, joining in. You expect me to be engaged to one of them on the basis that I've only known them for 4 hours exclamation point soon. Well yes Nodoka, I'm sorry soon, but an arranged marriage is too old-fashioned for my son. Soon, bursting into tears, but it's for the family honor exclamation point Akane. Why should we have to marry that pervert scene? Silence engulfs the room. Akane looks a little disturbed. Ranma, did you just call me a pervert Akane? Yes exclamation point Ranma, why am I a pervert pray tell Akane? You were in my bathroom, pervert exclamation point Ranma, let me get this straight. I am a pervert because Kasumi let me take a bath in your bathroom and you walked in on me question mark how can Nebiki. He's got a point, sis how can. Fine, take his side. Why don't you exclamation point soon? Still wailing the Tendu legacy will never continue. WAHH exclamation point no cop. Why don't you start acting like a man of your age? Then you'd realize your daughters can marry whomever they choose. Soon. WWAHHHHHHHH exclamation point Nebiki. Actually, I've got a way so everyone's sort of happy. Ranma. Spill it out exclamation point Nebiki. Nope. It'll cost you. Ranma, you know, your life is on the line here, and you simply have to make money question mark how can. Mimicking her sister, he's got a point there. Nebiki. Double quote Ranma, why don't you act like your age? How can is it question mark scene? How can starts to fume. Much to Ranma's attentive eye. But before he could react, Akan lifts up the table and smacks him with it. Ranma, needless to say, goes down. Ranma, violent tomboy, collapses right parenthesis Kasumi. Oh my. I'll get the first aid kit. No cop, I don't know if even staying here is a good idea. If my son continues to need medical attention. Nebiki, don't worry. If you pay me 20,000 yen, I'll tell you my solution. Akan. Nebiki exclamation point no cop. Well scene. No cop pulls from the recesses of her robot of money. Nebiki's eyes bulge for a fraction of a second before returning to their neutral calm. Nodoka counts the money needed and passes it to Nebiki's outstretched hand. Nodoka, catching Nebiki's slight change, we use the money for traveling expenses. Nebiki, I guess having them here will be good to my wallet. Got to think of a way to take advantage of this. Right square bracket Akan. So, what's your idea question mark Nebiki? There won't be an engagement. Soon, bursting into another round of tears. WWAHHHH exclamation point Nebiki, I'm not finished. Soon quiets down. Ranma is right. Engaging one of us in less than a day is kind of pushing it. Soon, still sobbing. But I'd engaged one of you before you were born exclamation point Nebiki, stop interrupting. Realizing something, did you just say before I was born question mark soon? Before any of you three were born exclamation point Nebiki, then how did you know your friend would get a son question mark soon? Well Nebiki. Anyway, because we don't want to upset you anymore, the Sodoms will stay here to see if he's compatible with one of us. But, if there will be any engagement, it'll be between him and one of the United States. Got it question mark soon. Oh, my daughter is trying to ruin me exclamation point no cop. That seems reasonable. Nebiki, thank you. Mrs. Sodom. No cop, please and no cop will do. To humor your father. Ranma, regaining consciousness. What happened question mark Nebiki, you were knocked out by my sister here. Akan, and you deserved it. To exclamation point Ranma. What? Because you can't handle the truth? fact you resort to your fists to settle something because you're too afraid to use your brain ? Scene. Akan hefts the table again and smashes it onto Ranma's head. The table breaks under the force, and Ranma goes down again. Ranma, told you. Hard percent and chapter 1% afterward. Well, the first installment of A Little Motherly Love is finished. Do you think any of the characters other than Ranma are OC? Send in your comments, etc. to shampoo@underlog.com. When I was first introduced to fanfiction, I thought, hey, what a neat idea. I continued to monitor the arts.online.creative for Ranma fanfics, and there's a lot of them, and read most of the poems and stories that emerged from the news group. When I found Wade Trichler's website, http://www.mala.bc.ca/tilde and read his Altered Destinies series, I thought to myself, yes, that's how it should be done. I always thought that fanfiction is a means to explore with made characters in different situations. Even if the prose sucked, I use this term loosely, I found myself reading and enjoying stories where Ranma didn't suddenly decide to marry Akan. Oh no, say it isn't so. I believe fanfictions should be used to put characters in situations that would have, or could have been. Sadly, not very many people share my view, and all the good, this term is also used loosely, mainly because my views are different from other people. Writers write Ranma plus Akan stories. I know Takahashi-san said herself that Ranma and Akan are the only real couple, but that shouldn't stop from making fanfics of a different perspective. There are plenty of them, I realize, but usually they deal with what would happen if in the manga/online the character said this instead of this, or what if I completely changed the characters and they create an entire series after it. Trichler's Altered Destinies actually changed just the setting, putting our lovable Ranma characters, some with majorly refined personalities, I admit, in positions not many people dare to go. If you've stayed this long, thank you for reading my opinion, and may you live in interesting times. Celeste Byrd and shampoo@underlog.com word wrap. So this sentence fits one line for optimum viewing pleasure equals greater than Ranma 1/2 is copyrighted 1998 by Rumiko Takahashi/Shogakukan Incorporated and anyone else who rightfully owns the copyrights. This fanfic is solely for entertainment purposes and not for monetary benefit. Please don't sue me. Any similarities with other fanfics are purely coincidental unless stated otherwise. This fanfic was inspired by Wade Trichler's Altered Destinies series, and he has given me permission to use the title. Questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, and constructive criticism are always welcome. Please read the previous chapter (S) to understand the storyline. (Left) depicts character actions, emotions, sounds, denotes changes in the voice. (Left) translates thoughts less than greater than Chinese dialogue or than Emma 1/2 littlemot. HERLYLOVE in Altered Destiny Chapter 2 (Left) 01/02/98 last revised right (Akan) good morning! Scene Akan has just come down the stairs in blue dress, ready for another school day. Kasumi walks out of the kitchen. Kasumi, good morning, Akan! Akan. Looking around, where's everybody? Kasumi, well, father's in the dining room playing shogi with himself again. Nabiki's still upstairs, and Mrs. Sodom is in the yard. Akan. Cuz, where's Ranma? Kasumi, I don't know. He was helping me with breakfast when Mrs. Sodom called for him. He might be in the yard as well. Akan. Ranma was helping you with breakfast? Kasumi, oh yes, he's such a nice boy. Scene. Akan walks to the door that separates the house and the yard. Just as Akan slides the door open, a shape flies by her. The shape is revealed to be Ranma. Ranma, waiting. Hey, Akan! No cop, come back here, son! Scene. Nodoka appears from out of nowhere and throws a constant barrage of flying kicks and weapon thrusts. Ranma continually dodges the aerial attacks from Nodoka, forcing himself to be on the defense. Eventually Ranma cannot continue the defense as Nodoka picks up Ranma in midair and tosses him into the pond. Akan. Admiringly, you're very good, Auntie. Nodoka, landing softly on the ground. Thank you. Ranma-chan, getting out of the pond. Whoa! No fair, Mom. I was distracted! Nodoka, sternly, son, I won, and we agreed that you'd go to school if I did! Ranma-chan, muttering, me and my big mouth. Nodoka, besides, we'll be here for a while, and it's time you had a proper education! Ranma-chan, whining, when am I ever going to use a stupid formula for the stupid volume of a stupid cone? Indignantly, besides, I don't have any school supplies! Nebiki, coming out of nowhere and tossing Ranma-chan a school bag. You owe me one, Ranma. Ranma-chan, clasping her head. Why me? Equals. Scene. Ranma, Akan and Nebiki are on their way to school. Akan and Nebiki are occasionally glancing up at Ranma walking on the fence. As the two sisters quicken their pace, Ranma adjusts and matches them step for step. Akan, how do you do it? Ranma, huh? What did I do? Akan, rolling her eyes, how do you manage to walk up there? Ranma, surprised at the question. Well, it's balance practice, really. Nebiki, sure, Sodom. Show off. Right square bracket. Akan, remember when we're there, you don't know either Nebiki or I! Ranma, don't worry about me. I know when I'm not wanted! Scene. Nodoka comes running on the fence behind Ranma and taps him on the back. Startled, Ranma starts to lose his footing. Before he can lose his balance and fall into the river, his arm snakes out and grabs the support pole of the fence. With the grace of an Olympic gymnast, Ranma swings up and over the fence and lands on the sidewalk. Akan, amazed, wow! Right square bracket. Nebiki, damn, I should have brought my camera. Show off. Ranma, turning around, shut up. Scene. Ranma suddenly gets splashed with some cold water. Looking around for the source, she notices an old lady splashing the sidewalk with a water dipper. Ranma-chan, shaking her soggy hair. Dang it, I need some hot water. No. Actually, that's why I called you. Ranma-chan, called? More like tapped if you ask me. No. Hands Ranma firmos. This should get you through the day. Ranma-chan, sarcastically. How long do I have? No. Long enough before I punish you for talking back to your mother. Ranma, pouring some hot water over his head. Sorry, Mom. No. Anyway, you three should hurry to school if you don't want to be late. Scene. No. Leaves the group as they head towards the high school. Just as they approach the gates, however, Nebiki grabs a surprised Ranma's hand and runs into the school grounds. Ranma, what the heck are you doing? Nebiki, no time to explain. I'll tell you later! Scene. Ranma looks back to see Akan stop and put up a defensive stance. Before Ranma could even blink, a large mob of boys come out of nowhere and start to attack her. Ranma is about to pull out of Nebiki's grasp when he realizes that Akan is beating the daylights out of the mob. Ranma, what a weird school. Teacher, I would like you all to meet a new student from China. Ranma, bows to the class. Hello. Teacher, now would you care to take a seat? Ranma, okay. Scene. Ranma smiles to the class, and several girls faint. Still smiling, but slightly puzzled, Ranma takes his seat. The morning passes by slowly, with the teacher occasionally yelling at half the class to wake up and half the class to stop staring at Ranma, who is also half asleep, and staring out the window at the rain. Finally, the lunch bell rings, and everyone files out to the lunchroom. In one corner of the room, Nebiki is sitting with her friends eating. Girl 1, did you hear about the new student? Girl 2, you mean Sodom? What a dream. Girl 3, so, what's the scoop between you and Ranma? Nebiki? Nebiki, what are you talking about? Girl 2, we saw you holding Ranma's hand into the school. Nebiki, protesting, I was just dragging him into the school! Girl 1, sure, you were. Nebiki. Akan, sitting down beside Nebiki, cut it out. My sister's right, you know! Girl 2, glaring at Akan, you're interested in him? Akan, repulsed, absolutely not. All boys are disgusting! Girl 3, you have half the male population at your beck and call. And you see you hate boys. Akan, Ranma's just staying with us, that's all! Nebiki, muttering, spilled the beans. Girls, what? Are enemies staying with you? Scene. All the girls in the lunchroom suddenly crowd around Nebiki's and Akan's table, yelling at the top of their lungs. Suddenly, the shouting dies down as a deep voice echoes through the lunchroom. Voice, Who dares to court the woman I love? Question mark exclamation point equals scene. Meanwhile, on the other side of the lunchroom, Ranma is eating lunch with some new friends. Hiroshi. So Ranma, what did you pay Nabiki? Question mark Ranma, what the heck are you talking about? Question mark Daisuke. We saw her drag you into the school. She usually doesn't do favors like that unless somebody showed her the green mail. Ranma, what's so hot about being dragged into school by a girl? Question mark Hiroshi, a girl of Nabiki's caliber? Plenty. Man, she and her sister are so hot. Daisuke, I'd give up my left arm to go out with one of them. Ranma, sighing and shaking his head. You guys are hopeless. Scene. All three boys sharply look up as several shouts are heard. Ranma's gaze rests upon the table where all the girls in the room act crowded around. Ranma, nudging Daisuke, what's going on? Question mark Daisuke, I don't want to know. That's the table reserved for Nabiki's gang. Ranma, gang? Question mark Daisuke, it's where Nabiki and her friends have lunch and do their business. Ranma, business? Question mark Hiroshi, man, you're really out of it. They organize all the betting pools and monetary transactions of the entire school! Exclamation point Daisuke, and if you aren't careful, they'll suck your wallet dry like a cheap part line! Exclamation point scene. Hiroshi and Ranma give Daisuke a strange look. Who has the decency to look away? Ranma then gets up and starts to angle toward the table, bento box still in hand. Ranma, well, I'm gonna find out what the heck's happening! Single quote. Hiroshi, calling I wouldn't, so dumb. You'll get in deep trouble. Ranma, trouble's my middle name. Mind you, my first name's big double quote. Voice, who dares to court the woman I love? Question mark exclamation point Ranma, question mark scene. Ranma looks over at the new boys. A tall man wearing samurai garb and carrying a book and strides over to Nabiki's table. Several of the girls faint, several look repulsed, and several, including Akan and Nabiki, look bored. Nabiki, hey, Kunu. I've heard that some vile fiend of a student has come to take Phi and Akan. Nevertheless Kunu Takwaki, shall have to remove that Kraten's clutches and free you. My goddess! Exclamation point Akan, no thank you. I can handle myself. Ranma, this Kunu must be a real loser. Waiting, hey Akan, Nabiki. Scene. The entire lunchroom goes silent as everyone stares at Ranma. This is when the whispers and rumors start. Guy 1, this guy's on a deathwish, talking to Akan like he knows her personally. Guy 2, especially in front of Kunu, yet Ranma's not going to survive very long. Girl 1, oh no, Kunu going to kill our one chance of happiness! Exclamation point Girl 2, maybe he'll be lenient and just break a few limbs. Question mark Guy 1, Nabiki must have her eye on Ranma. Guy 2, wife's question mark Guy 1, because she hasn't tried to make a profit on him yet! Exclamation point Guy 2, my god, You're right! Scene. Ranma looks unfazed by the whispering. Akan is very red in the face from several unmentionable rumors, and Nebiki is still keeping her cool. Kunu points his book at Ranma. Kunu, you there. You are being quite familiar with the Tendu girls, and residing with them, yet! Ranma, leaning his head towards Akan but keeping eye contact with Kunu. Does he always talk like this? Akan, usually it's even worse. You better back off. Kunu's a formidable fighter, and you'll get hurt. Ranma, thanks for the warning, but I won't need it. Kunu, who are you? Poor. But it is the custom to give one's own name first. Fine then. Then I shall give mine! Ranma, huh? Well, if you want. Kunu, my name is Kunu Senpai. Junior. Group E captain of the Kendo Club. Undefeated new star of the high school fencing world. But my peers call me the Blue Thunder of Furanken High! Scene. Lightning falls. She's outside, and startles Ranma. Ranma, nice touch. Girl 1, Blue Thunder. You heard that? Nebiki? Nebiki, news to me. Ranma, alright, I'm a freshman, Group F. As you already know, I'm staying at the Tendu practice hall. Kunu, what? Under the same roof? ASAKANE? Girl 2, thought he already mentioned it. Nebiki, it takes a while for things to register in his head, you know. Scene. Kunu rushes over and slashes down at Ranma. Everyone in the room braces for the crack, but only the swish of the book rings out in the lunchroom. Ranma is now right beside Kunu, and is tapping him behind the back. Ranma, I'm the heir to the Sodom School of Indiscriminate Grappling and Armed Combat. Throws his bento at Akan, who catches it. Hold this for a second. Faces Kunu, and puts up a stance. I am SAOGOME, and I accept your challenge! Scene. Furanken High soccer field. Everyone is sitting on the not-so-wet portions of the grass, sitting on towels or just in the bleachers watching the two combatants face off. Nebiki had earlier suggested that they fight outside, as to do less property damage. She had also started a betting pool, much to the dismay of her sister. Many of the more enterprising students had placed bets on the fight, with Nebiki's odds of 2, Kunu, to 5, Ranma right Student 1, Ranma's taking on Kunu. Talk about dangerous. Student 2, how much did you place on the fight? Student 1, I bet 1,000 yen on Kunu. Of course. How about you? Student 2, 5,000 yen on Kunu. I need the money to take out my girlfriend somewhere. Student 3, yeah. Well, I bet 2,000 on Ranma. Student 1 and 2, are you nuts? Kunu's going to mop up the floor with Sodom! Student 3, well, I had nothing better to spend it on. Scene. This type of conversation is happening throughout the battlefield. Of course, the majority of the student body has bet on Kunu, but a few female students had hopefully bet on Ranma-kun. The battle has already started, but not in the usual sense of the word. Kunu, So, you scoundrel. Hounding Akan and Nebiki, Ranma, who's hounding anybody? I'm only staying with them for a while. Kunu, take Waki Kunu, we'll bring you to justice! Ranma, look here, you jackass. Kunu, silence, made! Scene, Kunu lashes out with his book and at tremendous speeds. However, these extra speeds are wasted as Ranma is no longer there. Kunu whirls around to see Ranma hanging from a nearby tree. Kunu, striking again, blasted! Scene, again, Ranma is no longer where Kunu strikes out. Kunu turns to see Ranma sitting on the fence. Akan, Kunu's never this fast against me. Right square bracket girl 1, staring at Ranma on the fence. Wow, he's pretty good. Girl 2, a match for even Kunu! Nebiki, more than a match for Kunu. Even more of a match for my sister, and she's good! Right square bracket Akan, looking at Ranma, humph. He's not so great. Right square bracket Kunu, coward. Stand still and fight! Ranma, look here, Kunu senpai. Jumping off the fence to dodge a slash. Why do you care about the well-being of someone? Ducks under, who doesn't even care about you? Kunu, the gods have smiled upon me to take care of wicked cretins such as the likes of you! Ranma, the gods are more likely pitying you than smiling. Fine, have it your way. Scene, Kunu once again lashes out at Ranma. This time, however, Ranma comes up to block Kunu's strike. There is a snapping sound, and Kunu's booking is broken into two. Kunu, what sort of trickery is this? Ranma, it's the specialty of the Sodom school of disarming. Now tell me, why do you care about someone like Akan? Akan, angry, why, you pervert! Ranma, sighing, I didn't mean it that way! Akan, oh yeah, and what did you mean, pervert? Ranma, shut up with the name calling already. I feel like a 5-year-old talking with you! Akan, throwing her book bag at Ranma. Why you! Kunu, how dare you speak to Akan that way? Throws the remains of his book and at Ranma's head. Ranma, leaping over both projectiles. Alright, you asked for a. Scene, Ranma leaps into the air and points a finger at Kunu's head. As Kunu raises his arm to block the attack, Ranma spins around and kicks Kunu into unconsciousness. Ragged cheers ring out from the Furinkan High student body. Hiroshi, finally, someone who can beat Kunu other than Akan! Scene, the bell suddenly rings, and the mass of students gradually enter the building. Nebiki is not among these people, for she had to talk with Kunu. Nebiki, disapprovingly, Kunu senpai, you lost me a lot of money today. Now you better make amends or I'll have to increase my profits off you. Kunu? Scene, Nebiki turns the unconscious body of Kunu around so she can take a better look at him. When she looks at his face, however, she gasps at the marking on his forehead. Not caring about the warning bell, she traces the kanji scrawled on his forehead. Nebiki, full double quote dot 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 question mark percent and chapter 2% afterward Happy New Year. Finally, after 3 school projects and working on 2 other fanfic projects, I've done the second installment. Send in your comments, etc. to shampoo@interlog.com or, for a faster response actually, it doesn't really matter, send them to shampoo@gold.interlog.com right square bracket. It shouldn't have taken me so long to bring it out, but with school and a part-time job. Oh well. Ranma is a freshman, Group F. Gosankuji identifies himself to Kunyu in the manga so, and he's in the same class as Ranma. Senpai. It sounds better than upperclassmen, and people who understand the Japanese would know what kind of type upperclassman/senpai holds. Script or prose? Which is better question mark. I single quote heard so much about this, with people yelling at me from both sides as to what form of writing is better. If they want my opinion, I'd say both forms are good. What? Is this person insane? Clearly prose/script is the more superior form of writing. I mean, prose is good if there is no real action happening, and script is good to leave the reader to their imaginations, and less harder to interpret. Prose is as good as the writer who uses it. If the author doesn't follow the grammatical structure, it's hard on the eyes to read it. Script is good if prose takes too long to describe things. However, sometimes the script can be too informal. Why do I use script if I like both? Because it's easier for me to transfer my thoughts onto the keyboard. Celeste, Byrd and shampoo@interlog.com right parenthesis equals Ranma 1/2 is copyrighted 1998 by Rumiko Takahashi/Shogakukan Incorporated and anyone else who rightfully owns the copyrights. This fanfic is solely for entertainment purposes and not for monetary benefit. Please don't sue me. Any similarities with other fanfics are purely coincidental unless stated otherwise. This fanfic was inspired by Wade Trichler's Altered Destinies series, and he has given me permission to use the title. Questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, and constructive criticism are always welcome. Please read the previous chapter left parenthesis S to understand the storyline. Left parenthesis depicts character actions, emotions, sounds, denotes changes in the voice. Left square bracket translates thoughts less than greater than Chinese dialogue R than M1/2 LITTLEMOT. HERLYLOVE in Altered Destiny Chapter 3 left parenthesis 03/20/98 last revised right parenthesis scene. Ranma opens the classroom door to the sounds of vibrant shouting. Many of the students have stood up to cheer their new high school champion, much to the surprise of Ranma and to the dismay of Akan. Several male students come up to pat Ranma on the back for a job well done, and several females rub up to him to give him their phone numbers while earning a glare from Akan. Ranma, rubbing his head as he takes his seat. Damn, my head hurts. You can sure know how to put someone into their misery. Akan, taking her seat behind him, but Kunio didn't even hit you! Ranma, I'm talking about my ears. Pointing at them, they're still ringing from the stupid poetry he kept sprouting out of that strange opening. Can you mean his mouth? Ranma, his mouth? So, that's what it was. He had it open the whole time. Poor guy. It must cut all the oxygen to his brain! Can HMPH. Remembering something, by the way? What was with the fingered? Ranma, fingered? Can. Yes! Flashback. Furinken High Soccer Field. In the bat against Kunio, Ranma leaps into the air and points a finger at Kunio's head. As Kunio raises his arm to block the attack, Ranma spins and kicks Kunio into unconsciousness. Ranma, remembering, oh, that finger! Can. Yes, that finger. What was that for? Scene. The noise dies down as the teacher walks into class. Ranma opens his textbook and then turns to look at Ranma, whispering innocently he'll find out soon enough. Scene. Nebiki and Kunio are in their own class, examining a small mirror. Well, more like Kunio is examining the mirror and Nebiki is counting her rather meager profit. Kunio, Nebiki, looking up amazing, isn't it? And you don't remember being touched? Kunio, sneering HMPH. And at first I thought Sodom was good. But he can't even spell! Scene. Kunio walks up to the blackboard and writes something on the board. Kunio, this is how you spell it! Nebiki, ER. Looking at the board, I hate to tell you this, but Ranma spelled it perfectly. Kunio, I detest you! Scene. Ranma is laying back on his chair, constantly sleeping the day away. The teacher has long given up trying to catch him unawares. For every question he fired at him, Ranma would answer it correctly without even waking up. Any teacher would be mildly annoyed if their student could recite the entire history of Japan in their sleep. So when Ranma shot up awake shouting at the top of his lungs, the teacher saw this as a just opportunity to send him out into the hall. At the same time, in another room, Kunio started to rant and was also sent out. Gee, that's what Nebiki said. Ranma, dodging a thrown bucket of water or Kunio. Never! Ranma, what do you think you ray? Kunio, striking a pose. I will never accept your engagement to the 10 new girls! Scene. The hall is suddenly filled with students, all who are craning to listen to the news. Akan and Nebiki have both joined Ranma in waving off rumors. Student 1, what? An engagement? Student 2, lucky guy! Ranma, I'd never! Student 3, I thought you hated boys. Akan! Akan. Wait. The engagement? It's not true! Student 4, Nebiki. Were you paid? Nebiki, it was our parents, We exclamation point student 5. How could you? Can question mark exclamation point scene. Kunu pulls a new bookin out of his robes and attacks Ranma's buckets. Ranma jumps out of the path of the water and bounces away. Kunu runs after him. Kunu, coward. Stand your ground exclamation point Ranma, looking behind himself, you moron. This is no place to fight. Follow me exclamation point Kunu, and I shall exclamation point scene. As Ranma and Kunu run down the hall, the rest of the students start to follow the potential fighters. Male students. This is great. A fight during class exclamation point female students, and the winner gets to go out with either Akan or Ndebiki exclamation point Ranma, Akan and Ndebiki. Scene. Ranma finds an open window and grabs onto the frame, ready to leap out. Ranma, if you really want to fight, follow me outside exclamation point Kunu. Fine. Fear not exclamation point student. Hey, this is the 3rd floor exclamation point Kunu. AK exclamation point Ranma. Hey Kunu. Afraid of question mark scene. Ranma finally looks to see where he'll land. Right into the school's swimming pool. Both Kunu and Ranma disappear underwater. Student 1. Lucky there was a pool there. Student 2. Yeah, Akan. You idiot. Come on, Ndebiki. Scene. The pool comes down for a few seconds, then 2 bodies could be seen emerging. One of the bodies slams the other into the concrete and somersaults away. Student 1. There's Kunu. Student 2. Was that Ranma who jumped into the woods question mark Student 3. I think so. But didn't that body Student 2 look a little smaller? Yeah. Student 1. You think he shrunk or something question mark Student 3? No. Probably an illusion. Scene. Down below, Kunu groggily wakes up. He thinks about his last fight with Sodom in the pool. He then realizes something odd about his opponent. When he had grabbed Ranma, he was sure he felt Kunu. That was a woman. Yes, a woman. Which means, gets angry Sodom Ranma, you coward. Hiding from the great Kunu. Where do you think you escaped question mark exclamation point scene. Ranma-chan is in a tree, wringing her soaked clothing. She grimaces as she recalls the fight. Single quote Ranma-chan. What a pervert. He didn't even have to squeeze that hard. Well, I guess he knows about me. Akan. You fool exclamation point Ranma-chan. What question mark Akan? Coming out under the tree, just how dumb can you be? Jumping into the pool of your own free will exclamation point Ranma-chan. Why tastic? I didn't even know the pool was there exclamation point Akan. Oh. Like you expect me to believe you could jump 3 stories without getting hurt question mark Ranma-chan. Believe it or not, it's true. Akan. Whatever. Ranma-chan. Just shut up, will you question mark Ndebiki, coming up beside Akan. I guess you won't need this kettle then. Ranma-chan. No. Yes. I need it! Exclamation point! Can. Help! Question mark! Kunu. From a distance wither showdown! Question mark! Exclamation point! Can. I'll buy us some time. Nebiki, give the kettle to Ranma so he can change back! Exclamation point! Nebiki, right. As Akan leaves, she looks up at Ranma. You wouldn't mind getting down first? Question mark! Scene. On Furankin's main field, Akan confronts Kunu, who is still sopping adopt Kunu. Can do Akan? Question mark! Akan, stepping into a stance. Kunu senpai, I challenge you! Exclamation point! Kunu. Akan. Oh Akan. Sighing, never did I dream you would challenge me for a date. So be it. If you win, I shall let you go out with me. I shall lose with all my might! Exclamation point! Akan, repulsed. Who wants to go out on a date with you? Ranma, change back while I buy you some time! Exclamation point! Right square bracket scene. Kunu steps forward and slashes his book and down upon Akan. At the last moment, Akan claps her hands, catching the blade in her palms. Using the blade as a lever, she drops to the ground, trips Kunu onto her leg and, like a springboard, Akan kicks her leg out, causing Kunu to go flying into the woods. Akan, panting, that'll take care of. Realizing the trajectory of Kunu's flight, oh no. Scene. Nebiki has finished handing the kettle to Ranma-chan and is now waiting expectantly for her to change back. Ranma is about to lift the kettle to pour its contents when Kunu comes flying down and into the kettle. Surprisingly, Kunu remains suspended on the kettle. Nebiki, Kunu! Exclamation point! Kunu, turning his head to look at the kettle's holder. You're that girl! Exclamation point! Akan, running up. You're still a girl? Question mark! Exclamation point! Ranma-chan, what I expect? Question mark! Exclamation point! Kunu, have you seen a boy with a pigtail come by here? Question mark! Ranma, adopt Kunu, HMPH. That coward, running away from a fight. No doubt he feared my prowess. He is no man. He is no man! Exclamation point! Scene. Ranma drops the kettle, causing Kunu to fall 3 meters on his head. Kunu of course could not feel the pain after falling on his head constantly during childhood. It was a small miracle Kunu even went to high school. Ranma, I'm not going to sit around and take this. I can take you any day of the week. Pulling a kenpo stance. Come on. Fight! Exclamation point! Kunu, how amusing. And if you win, strikes out at Ranma, who dodges. I will allow you to date with me! Exclamation point! Ranma, and who's asking, grabs the book and has leverage and kicks Kunu in the face to go out with you! Question mark! Exclamation point! Kunu, this girl is skilled. Just as good as Akan. No. Better than Akan! Exclamation point! Right square bracket. Ranma, twirling the book in one hand, and guess what? Sodom Ranma's better than me! Exclamation point! Kunu, who is she? Question mark! Right square bracket. Ranma, come on, let's go home. Nebiki, school is still in session. You know scene. Music can be heard drifting out of the training hall. Inside, Ranma-chan is playing a flute while perfectly balancing on her head. Nodoka is coaching her on the technique, and Kasumi is watching the entire facade. After a few minutes, Ranma stops playing, and Kasumi claps. Kasumi, that was wonderful! Ranma-chan, blushing slightly. Thank you. Kasumi. Kasumi, where did you learn to play all those instruments? Ranma-chan, looking around at the various musical instruments laid on the mats when we traveled. Part of the training was to play music while performing martial arts. It's calming, and helps me attain my rhythm. Kasumi, but why are you a girl? Ranma, well, it's kinda embarrassing to play the flute as a guy. Kasumi, well, it's time for me to go fix dinner. Ranma-chan, I'll help you. Kasumi, why thank you. Ranma. Nodoka, in a minute. Kasumi, I have to talk to my son for a moment. Scene. Kasumi leaves the dojo and into the house. Back in the training hall, Nodoka and Ranma are tidying up and putting the mats away. Nodoka, so, how was your first day in a new school? Ranma, it was okay. Nodoka, I heard you got into a fight there. Ranma, 3 fights? Actually. Nodoka, incredulous. 3 fights. Didn't I teach you only to fight in self-defense? Ranma, it was in self-defense. All 3 were with the same person! Nodoka, I hope you didn't start a grudge or anything. Ranma, don't worry about me, Mom. Nodoka, I'm not. I'm worrying about your opponent. Anyway, I heard Akan and Nebiki looked after you today. Ranma, it wasn't like I asked them to. Nodoka, like it or not, you have to thank them. Ranma, what? Nodoka, are you a man? Ranma, right now? No. Nodoka, even a woman shows gratitude. You know. Ranma, sighing. Alright, I'll do it. Nebiki, come on, Akan. What's so wrong about a boy who turns into a girl? Akan, lots of things! Scene. Nebiki is in Akan's room, practicing some simple leg exercises. Akan is at her desk doing her homework. Nebiki, it's not so bad, if you think about it. Akan, it's easy for you to say. Everyone's spreading rumors about us. They're saying he's our fiancé! Nebiki, well, he is. Akan, do you want everyone thinking we're perverts? Scene. Behind the door, Ranma stops in mid-knock and angrily walks downstairs. Ranma, why that little? And I'm supposed to be thanking her? Scene. It is after dinner, and the sun is setting. Nebiki is watching it set from her bedroom window. She liked to watch the sunset, for it always calmed her. Nebiki was about to close the blinds when Ranma in male form appeared upside down and knocking on the glass. Nebiki, opening the window. What is it? Ranma, well, I'd like to say thanks. Nebiki, completely caught off guard for what? Ranma, for helping me at school today. Nebiki, I didn't do anything but give you the cat! Ranma, I know. But thanks anyway. Scene. Ranma then bends his legs, causing him to flip away from the window and onto the roof. Nebiki shakes her head and closes the window. There is a knocking at her door, and Nebiki crosses the room to open it. Akan is standing on the other side. Akan, I heard talking in this room. What happened? Nebiki, nothing, really. I just turned on my stereo a little too loud, that's all. Akan, oh. Okay. Scene. Akan goes back to her room and closes the door. Nebiki closes her own door, sits at her desk and lays her head on her arms. Nebiki, he's not entirely bad after all. Scene. The next day. Kunya walks up to Nebiki and puts a wad of cash on her desk. Nebiki looks at it uncomprehendingly for a minute before putting her book away. Nebiki, a gift for me? Kunya. Had this fair sum of money been a gift for now, I would have told. I need some information concerning a girl with a big tail and Chinese clothes. Nebiki, should I tell him I know who he's talking about? And you want me to get it for you? Kunya. Correct. Nebiki, well, I guess it won't hurt if I give only a little. I know the big-tailed girl. Kunya. What? Can this be true? Goes to his desk and writes a letter if she thinks she can defeat Kunya Takewaki and simply walk away. She is sadly mistaken. Hands the letter to Nebiki. Give this to the big-tailed girl the next time you see her! Ranma, meet me on Sunday at the 10th hour in the second field of the Furankan High School. To Nebiki sounds like a duel. Nebiki, it was addressed to your girl's side. Kunya really hates to lose! Ranma, crumpling the letter HMPH. I'll be there. Scene. It is Sunday. Ranma-chan is walking home in a state of shock, a bundle of roses in her hand. Akan sees her and walks up. Akan, what happened? Ranma. Akan, looking at the bouquet. No, don't tell me. He likes your girl's side. Breaks down laughing. Ranma. Hey, it's not funny, you know! Akan, between laughs. It sure is to me! Ranma, angry. No, I'm a guy. A guy! Akan, but currently in female form! Ranma. Oh, forget it. It's not like you understand anyway. Akan, watching Ranma walk off. What was that all about? Scene. Suddenly, a voice can heard from above. Akan looks up to see a blur cascading down on Ranma, and a glint of metal could be seen. Voice, SA audio anime. Prepare to die! And chapter 3% afterward. Amazing, ain't it? Once you finish a school project they throw 7 more at you. Send in your comments, etc. toonshampoo@interlock.com or toonshampoo@gold.interlock.com. Special thanks to everyone who sent it in comments and I replied to personally. They of course know who they are. Thanks to Wade Tritchler for pre-reading my work and giving me helpful suggestions to improve my writing style. Single quote: if anyone's interested, check out my second attempt at a fanfic at http://www.fortunacity.com/skyscraper/seagate/131/grandma.html. It's a crossover between Ranma 1/2 and all-purpose cultural cat girl Nuku Nuku. It's in prose, so you can shut your mouth now. Celeste, Byrd and shampoo@interlock.com right parenthesis equals Ranma 1/2 is copyrighted 1998 by Rumiko Takahashi/Shogakukan Incorporated and anyone else who rightfully owns the copyrights. This fanfic is solely for entertainment purposes and not for a monetary benefit. Please don't sue me. Any similarities with other fanfics are purely coincidental unless stated otherwise. This fanfic was inspired by Wade Tritchler's Altered Destinies series, and he has given me permission to use the title. Questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, and constructive criticism are always welcome. Please read the previous chapter left parenthesis S to understand the storyline. Left parenthesis depicts character actions, emotions, sounds, denotes changes in the voice or quotes from other characters. Left square bracket translates thoughts less than greater than Chinese dialogue R than M1/2 LITT. LEMOTHERLYLOVE in Altered Destiny Chapter 4 left parenthesis 08/24/98 last revised right parenthesis voice SA audio MA prepare to die Ranma or !? Scene. Ranma-chan leaps out of the way to avoid the aerial assault. The mysterious figure lands on the ground and tries to disembowel her, but Ranma-chan simply ducks the metal object. She sidesteps the next thrust and vaults back, defensive stance ready. Then, as mysteriously as the figure appeared, it jumped onto a nearby fence and ran away. Ranma-chan briefly wondered if she should follow when Akan runs up to her. Akan, what was that ? Ranma-chan, I don't really know. The style seems familiar though. I wonder where I saw it before. Right square bracket Akan. What do you mean you don't know? That person tried to kill you. You could have at least seen their face! Ranma-chan. Right. I'll just search all of Tokyo for a face with a gray cloth over it. I'm sure the person won't take it off for a few days. I mean, a covered face is sure not going to be inconspicuous in a public area, especially on a warm day like this. Akan, getting angrier than usual. So why didn't you follow ? Ranma-chan, I was being sarcastic. There's no point in running after him. He's more likely to return and try again. If it is a he. Hard to tell with that clothing. Anyway, were you worried about me? Ken. What? Worried about a pervert like you? Ranma Chan, shaking her head. There you go again. Why don't you just drop it? It's very annoying to be called names, especially when they're not true. Ken. Why should I? You turn into girl half the time. You probably like looking at yourself in the mirror! Ranma Chan, sighing. Will you ever grow up? The curse ain't my fault! Ken, so it's your mother's? Is that it? You like to blame your problems on other people? Ranma Chan, don't bring my mom into this. It's not her fault either. Anyway, why are you always so angry? Doesn't it tire you? Ken, mind your own business! Ranma Chan, and you mind yours. Being a martial artist ain't just brute strength and self-defense. It's about control and discipline. If you really want to become good at the art, I really suggest you open your mind up a bit. Ken, I was good at the art, and then you came along! Ranma Chan, really? I suppose beating up on misguided boys every day at school who don't stand a chance against you is proof of your skill? Realizing something, yeah, I was kinda wondering about that. Why do they fight you every day? Ken, anger not directed to someone else. It was that idiot who knew. Flashback. Kunu, aka Ni, can only be taken out if you defeat her. I will permit no other terms! Right curly bracket Ranma Chan. So now they attack you to try to go out with you. Cause, am I right in assuming Kunu tries every morning? Ken, remembering how Kunu fought against Ranma, and for some reason I always win! Ranma Chan, well, when a guy fights a girl, he lets up a lot. Ken, don't underestimate me. Try me for real sometime! Ranma Chan, no way. Violent or not, I can't fight a girl. It's not right. Ken, you fight with your mom every day. Ranma Chan, that's training. Besides, if my dad were still here, I'd be training with him. Ken, Ranma Chan, anyway, is there any hot water around here? I forgot to bring a thermos. Ken, why don't you just wait until you get home? Ranma Chan, to be honest with ya, I don't like being in girl form any longer than necessary. I've gotten used to the curse, but I still don't like it. Ken, yeah, okay. There's a clinic nearby. Lady. Hot water. Just a moment. Ken dear. Ken, thank you very much. Scene. While Ranma Chan is waiting for Ken to come out, a hand taps her on the back. Whirling around, she notices the hand to belong to a skeleton. Ranma Chan. Man. Holding skeleton. Oh, pardon me. Nothing to worry about, dear. This is just petty. My skeleton. Ranma Chan. Ken. Ranma, here's the thought. Noticing the man. Oh, Dr. Tofu. ER. Good afternoon. Plants the get long Ranma-chan's head right parenthesis drive. Tofu. Hoilolakan. Good afternoon. No new injuries, I hope Akan. Blushing slightly, no sir. I mean, I haven't done anything that would Ranma. Pouring the contents of the kettle on his head around the corner. Interesting. Akan likes him. Scene. A few minutes later, Akan comes around the corner with him. They both start walking home. Ranma. Who was that Akan? That was Dr. Tofu, the chiropractor. Ranma. Martial arts master too. Is he Akan? How could you tell Ranma? Sneaking up on me like that. He erased all sense of his presence. I had a feeling Akan. Yes, he's very good. He doesn't look like it though, does he? Ever since I was little, he's taken care of my injuries. Ranma. You get injured a lot? Akan. Ranma. Anyway, isn't he a man? Akan. Yes, so Ranma. Well, don't you hate men? Akan. No. I hate. Pulls Ranma away, boys! Ranma. Disappearing into the sky. Why did you do that? Scene. Sunday afternoon. Ranma-kun steps into the Tendu household, rubbing his cheek from impacting with the ground. Kasumi greets him from the kitchen. Kasumi. Welcome home. Ranma-kun! Ranma. Somewhat cheerfully. Hey, Kasumi. Need help with anything? Kasumi. No, not right now. Thank you for offering. No! Ranma. No problem. Hey, do you know where my mom is? Kasumi. Thinking for a moment. Why yes. She said she went out for some groceries. Ranma. Where's your dad? Kasumi. Oh, he's gone to buy some more steak. He drank his entire cash of it last night. Ranma. Why? Kasumi. I think he was happy for you supporting the engagement. Ranma. I did not support anything. Thanks. Do you know where Akan or Nebiki might be? Kasumi. Nebiki said she had some business to take care of, and Akan said she was going to visit some friends. Ranma. Good. I don't think I'd be able to handle them right now. Scene. Ranma wanders around the house, not knowing what to do. His wandering leads him to the practice hall, where he finds all the musical instruments from last night laying around. He picks up instruments at random and drops them carefully on the mat again. After a while he picks up a violin and leaps onto the roof. He tunes the strings and then proceeds to play the melody of the K-bell canon. After a while, he gets bored of it and jumps back down. Laying down the instrument in the dojo, he heads towards the kitchen. Ranma. I'm hungry. I wonder if Kasumi has anything to eat. Scene. Kasumi is busy cooking dinner and reading a book she had borrowed from the library. She reads a page and stirs at the same time. When she turned a page she would check the pen opposite the pot she was stirring. After a while she gets so absorbed in her book that she doesn't notice the food in the pan starting to burn. As soon as she smells the smoke, however, she quickly puts down the book and tries to get the meal under control. In her haste, the book knocks over a bottle of cooking oil, which starts to ooze all over the floor. Kasumi is too busy with the pen that she doesn't notice. Of course, once she takes a step, she begins to slip. Kasumi, crying out "H!" exclamation point. Scene. Ranma walks into the kitchen. Noticing Kasumi's plight, he dashes towards her in time and catches her before she can fall. He holds her in his arms and patiently waits for her to open her eyes. Ranma, softly, "Kasumi, are you okay?" Kasumi, weakly nodding her head. Ranma, noticing the spilled oil. "Hey, we better clean this thing Scene. Ranma puts Kasumi down and is about to get a mop when Kasumi loses her balance again on the slippery floor. There is no time to recover, however, and she ends up taking Ranma down with her. She lands on top of him, Ranma bracing her fall. They both lay there for a moment, too stunned to make a move. There would have been no problem with this. A minute later, Kasumi would get up and apologize to Ranma, who would in turn apologize himself. Unfortunately, within that minute, the entire family decides to come home and converge at the kitchen door. Nebiki, sis? Soon, crying tears of joy. "Oh, my little girl is going to get married!" Nodoka, noticing the oil. "Son, what happened here?" Akan, not noticing anything but the downed couple. "Anime, you big perverted jerk!" Kasumi, getting off of Ranma and blushing deeply. Ranma, blushing. "Hey, it's not what it looks like!" Scene. Akan doesn't wait for an explanation as she opens the kitchen window and kicks Ranma out of it. Nodoka gives Akan a look, who has the decency to avert her gaze. Soon has already opened a bottle of sake and is downing it like there is no tomorrow. Kasumi looks a little disappointed. Nodoka, sternly, "Why did you kick my son out the window?" Akan? Akan, sheepishly, "But he was coming on to my sister!" Nodoka, "I don't know what goes on inside your mind, but what I saw was a little accident. If it were not for my son, your sister would have an apron drenched with cooking oil." Akan, finally noticing the oil. "Oh, I'm sorry, Kasumi." Nodoka, "Sorry isn't going to help me. Try saying it to Ranma when he gets back." Ranma, staggering home, supported by a pole. "Stupid tomboys. It was an accident." Kasumi landed on top of me. Flashback, Ranma had landed through the roof of a bathhouse, more specifically, the female side. It must have been his auspicious luck that this group of girls happened to think men were nothing but perverted sex maniacs who deserved to be whacked in the private regions. Ranma, ow, 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 ow. You'd think Akan kicked me there on purpose. Right square bracket scene. As he is dragging himself home, he catches sight of Nebiki coming his way. He weakly manages to wave to her. Nebiki catches sight of him and runs over. Nebiki, "Ranma, what happened to you?" Ranma, "I landed in a bathhouse." Nebiki, "Ouch. Need any help getting home?" Ranma, "No thanks. I'll be fine." Nebiki, "Okay. See you later then." Ranma, Where are you going? Nebiki. Kunyu said he wanted to see me. Ranma. I wonder what for? Right square bracket equals scene. Kunyu and Nebiki are sitting in an ice cream parlor. Nebiki is drinking a strawberry smoothie while Kunyu is searching through the pack he brought with him. A minute later he finds what he's looking for and drops it in front of Nebiki. It is a stuffed panda. Nebiki. What's this? Kunyu, blushing slightly. A present. Nebiki, handing it back to Kunyu. Not my style. Kunyu, did I say this present was for you? Can do. Nebiki. This sweet treasure I save for my goddess in pigtails! Scene. As Kunyu is saying this, Nebiki is taking a drink of her smoothie. Once the sentence leaves Kunyu's mouth, Nebiki spits out her drink in surprise. Sadly, Kunyu happens to be in the way. Nebiki. Now look at what you made me do. Kunyu. Fruit drink dripping down his face. What? I made you do? Scene. Monday morning. Furinkin High School. Ranma is getting ready to sit down for class when the door to the classroom opens. Standing in the door frame is one Tendun Nebiki. Ken. Looking up from her desk, Nebiki? Nebiki, beckoning to Ranma. Hey Ranma. Kunyu wants to see you. Ranma. Ranma. So, you wanted me? Kunyu? Kunyu. That will be senpai to you! Scene. The two students are just outside the entrance to the high school, near a drainage pipe. Ranma looks pensive, and Kunyu looks slightly angry. Kunyu, here. Drops the stuffed panda in Ranma's arms. Ranma. Kunyu, tell me why I must give this to you. Even! Ranma. Say again? Kunyu. Answer me. Why? Flashback. Nebiki, if you want to give that big-tailed girl your panda, give it to Sodom. Ranma. Right curly bracket Kunyu. Quoth Tendun Nebiki. How do you know my big-tailed goddess of love? Ranma. Forget it. Tossing the bear back to Kunyu. Forget her. Trust me. Kunyu. What? Ranma. If it was up to me, you'd never see your big-tailed goddess ever again. Walks away. Kunyu. What? Right square bracket Ranma. Ugh. I think I'm gonna be sick. Big-tailed goddess of love indeed. Right square bracket scene. Ranma decides he needs to let off some steam. As he turns the corner, he is splashed with some dirty water from above. Girl, from the window on the 4th floor. Oh, sorry about that. Are you okay? Ranma-chan. Kunyu. You'll never see your big-tailed goddess ever again. What do you mean? Running around the corner, Ranma disappeared to SA audio and the scene. Kunyu looks around. There is a puddle of water on the ground, but no big-tailed boy in sight. Kunyu starts to get angry. Kunyu, swiping at a convenient tree. Ranma, you coward. So quick you run, are you? Ranma-chan. Falling out of said tree. Oof! Kunyu. You are the girl! Ranma-chan. Tightening her pants. Kunyu. rushing towards Ranma-chan. How I've missed Ranma-chan. Planting a fist in Kunu's face. Back off. Grape exclamation point Kunu. Embracing her. I shall never let you go exclamation point scene. The two are splashed by a kettle of hot water. Kunu looks at the source, who in turn looks at Ranma-kun. Sorry about that, Ranma. Too hot for you Kunu. Ranma-Ranma-kun. Okay, honey. Kicks Kunu away. Time to let go. Standing up, do you get it now? See ya. Walks towards Nebiki right parenthesis Kunu. Hold it, Sodom. Where have you hidden my goddess? Kunu-senpai will not be fooled by such trickery exclamation point Ranma. After face faulting, listen Kunu Nebiki, HMM. He won't get it unless we spell it out Ranma. Could you try? Nebiki Nebiki. Why not? Beckoning to Kunu, over here, Kunu-chan. You know that girl, your goddess in the pigtails? Well Kunu, what are you saying? Tendu Nebiki Nebiki, her body, and her soul, they're always. I'm sure you know what I mean Ranma, Nebiki. That wasn't a good explanation Kunu. Fa. That is all the explanation that is needed. Swings at Ranma with his bookin, who jumps over it. Tyrant exclamation point Ranma. I don't think you've got it yet, Kunu. That will be Kunu-senpai to you. Enslaver of women exclamation point Ranma. Oh. Get a grip exclamation point Kunu. I shall drive your evil influence away. I shall free all women from your demonic clutches. Continually striking out at Ranma-kun right parenthesis Ranma. Oh. Catching Kunu's booking and swinging his leg over to kick him in the side. So you'll forget her if I win question mark scene. The kick manages to dislodge some pieces of paper from Kunu's robes. Ranma catches one and begins to read it. Ranma. Hey! This is Kunu. You fool! Slashes down and cuts Ranma on the side of the ribs, drawing blood right parenthesis Ranma. Falls to the ground in pain. Ugh exclamation point Kunu. Closing in for the kill, you will die exclamation point percent and chapter 4% afterwards, and only after 4 months of having the workplace and the education system drive my arse into the ground. My schedule is starting to clear up. I used to have about 5 minutes a week on average for fanfic writing, and most of it was spent on Project Ranma, a crossover attempt with all-purpose cultural catgirl Nuku. Now that I have a lot more time, I can get back to writing more ALML. For the next few weeks, I'm going to devote most of my fanfic time to ALML, because Ranma has more chapters. It overshadows ALML by a hefty margin. See, I feel like it. And gee, I've got tons of mail asking me when the next chapter will come out. The kitchen scene of Ranma catching Kasumi's fall was inspired by Byrd Ornsted's Mirrors Multiplied. A copy of it can be found at http://www.fortunecity.com/skyscraper/seagate/131/mirrors.ml. Of course, When I mean inspired, I mean that it gave me a similar idea. Next week, I'm going to Florida. As soon as I get back, in 1 week, I'll write some more ALML. Last week I went to Denmark, so I couldn't reply to any email within that week. Don't worry. After Florida I won't have any vacations for at least a year. Celeste, Byrd, and shampoo@underlog.com right parenthesis equals Ranma 1/2 is copyrighted 1998 by Rumiko Takahashi/Shogakukan Incorporated and anyone else who rightfully owns the copyrights. This fanfic is solely for entertainment purposes and not for monetary benefit. Please don't sue me. Any similarities with other fanfics are purely coincidental unless stated otherwise. This fanfic was inspired by Wade Trichler's Altered Destinies series, and he has given me permission to use the title. Questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, and constructive criticism are always welcome. Please read the previous chapter left parenthesis S to understand the storyline. Left parenthesis depicts character actions, emotions, sounds, denotes changes in the voice or quotes from other characters. Left square bracket translates thoughts less than greater than Chinese dialogue or than MA1/2 LITT. LEMOTHERLYLOVE in Altered Destiny Chapter 5 left parenthesis 08/24/98 last revised right parenthesis scene. Ranma is clutching his side on the ground. Nebiki is standing a few meters away, uncertain of what to do. Kunu is hovering over Ranma menacingly, book and ready to strike. Kunu, you will die! Scene. Kunu slashes down at Ranma, his book and whistling its song of pain and death. Unfortunately for Kunu, the song was not meant for Ranma as he rolls out of the danger zone. Still clutching the scrap of paper, Ranma springs onto his feet. He balances precariously on one foot, still recovering from Kunu's lucky shot. Too distracted to focus on him, but not too distracted to ignore his opponent completely, Ranma is busy reading the love note while evading Kunu's wild lashes. Ranma, my dear Akan, how I long to capture your heart and be by your side forever. What in the name of Kunu, you look elsewhere in the midst of battle. Thrusting out at Ranma, you do not take me seriously! Nebiki, watch out! Scene. Kunu's sword strike was aimed at Ranma's heart. The Chinese-clothed martial artist leans back to elude it, but manages to lose his equilibrium. In order to avoid any sucker shots from the Kendust, Ranma curls his body into a ball and barrels into a statue about 20 meters away from the fight. When he comes to a stop on his head, he notices Akan watching him from behind the statue. She gives him a look of open contempt. Akan, I think you should know, when Kunu-senpai fights a male opponent, he is very skilled! Ranma, still on his head with his arms crossed, and I think you should know that it doesn't take a university degree to figure that out! Akan, oh. Pulls him back towards Kunu, then go ahead and get yourself killed! Scene. Ranma arcs his body to perform several somersaults in the air. Kunu readies his wooden sword, waiting for Ranma to get closer to him. Kunu. The game ends! Ranma, flying towards the Kendust, Kunu. Scene. Ranma frantically twists his body around to dodge the many sword thrusts executed by Kunu. He falls down as Kunu continues to press his attack, trying to maintain the advantage. A few manage to tag him, the strikes ripping Ranma's shirt. Ranma, now! Nebiki, noticing the statue starting to crumble underneath the currents of air from Kunu's assault. Whoa! Just the air pressure. Can. Stepping back to avoid the falling mortar. Ranma, getting pissed, that's it. Pulls out his wooden sword out of nowhere. How do you like this? Kunu !Senpai ! Scene. Ranma uses his own sword to carry Kunu's constant stabbing with a terrible efficiency. With each cut, each thrust Kunu made, it would be blocked perfectly by Ranma's weapon. If Kunu increased the speed, Ranma would adapt to it without pause. Kunu, getting frustrated, it seems that the whelp is resorting to trickery to win this. I cannot allow it in the name of the Kunu clan. I must win, even if it means to resort to my own unorthodox methods! Right square bracket Ranma. I guess Mom was right after all. When fighting against a guy with a weapon, match him with your own. Noticing Kunu's change in attitude, good, he's tiring down. Either that or he's planning something. Right square bracket Kunu. Nato use the ultimate technique of distraction. Foul mate, look over there! Ranma, looking away. What? Kunu. Slashes at Ranma. I have you. You fool! Nebiki and Akan. Watch out! Akan. Idiot! Scene. There is a blur of motion, and Ranma stands in a one-legged relaxed posture. Kunu grins for a moment, then collapses to the ground face first, his bookend sliding out from his hands. Nebiki, how did you? Scene. Ranma walks casually towards Nebiki, while Akan hesitantly walks over to the unconscious Kendust. She turns him over and gasps. Akan. Kunu was kicked repeatedly, and each blow has hit a vulnerable spot! Nebiki, you kicked him. But I never saw your feet move! Ranma, removing the kinks in his neck, still clutching the note. Well, Kunu Senpai, didn't drag much, did he? Akan, what do you mean? You took a hit too, didn't you? Ranma, oh, Nebiki, sure you're alright? Ranma, it doesn't even itch! Scene. Nebiki pokes it, causing Ranma to double over in pain. Nebiki, so Kunu didn't drag much? Akan, remembering something? Hey, what distracted you in that fight? Noticing the crumpled paper in Ranma's hands. What's this? Ranma, nothing, really! Akan, grabbing the paper from Ranma's hands and reading it. Why? You pervert exclamation point equals Okan. Dr. Tofu. A patient for you. Dr. Tofu. Examining Okan's handiwork. This is astounding. This sword wound is not really serious. It seems to be healing fine. How long ago was this question mark Nebiki? Half an hour ago. Dr. Tofu. Amazing. Turning serious, but the wound is nothing compared to these dislocations and contusions. Okan. Nebiki. Whispering, you think you overdid it a little. Okan question mark Dr. Tofu. Looking up at the Tendu sisters, this is brutal. What kind of fun did this to him question mark Okan? Well, Ranma, Dr. Tofu, question mark Ranma, a violent tomboy. Did this to me. Okan, lifting the patient bed Ranma was laying on, sending him to the floor. Say that one more time Ranma, and I single quote L hyphen drive. Tofu, Okan, blushing oop Dr. Tofu, did you do this? Okan question mark Okan, well, that is, Ranma, what's with the sweet and innocent act? How question mark right square bracket scene. A few minutes pass in the clinic, no one saying anything. Suddenly, Dr. Tofu slaps his leg and starts to chuckle. Dr. Tofu, I thought so. Exclamation point Nebiki, how question mark Dr. Tofu, for instance, lifting Ranma onto the bed the way this joint has been moved. Crack. That's Okan's touch. Alright. Exclamation point Ranma, OW. ACK exclamation point Dr. Tofu, punching Ranma's spine. You're Ranma, aren't you? Twisting Ranma's neck around. I hear you're to wed one of the Tendu girls. Ranma, in obvious pain. Okan. That's what our father decided. Nebiki, not as exclamation point Dr. Tofu. Well, it is still too early to decide yet. Huh? You're just children, after all. Okan. Yes, doctor. To him I'm just a child. Right parenthesis right square bracket Ranma. That hurts you know exclamation point Dr. Tofu. What? Someplace still hurts? Show me. Ranma, right noticing all the pain gone. Hey, I'm okay exclamation point Okan. Isn't he a great doctor question mark Ranma? He must have had enough practice from you. Right square bracket equals Dr. Tofu. I'll write a note to excuse you all from being late. Nebiki, thank you. Dr. Tofu. Okan, come on, everyone exclamation point Dr. Tofu, just a minute. Ranma, I'd like to have a talk with you for a moment. Ranma, sure. You guys go on ahead. Dr. Tofu, well Ranma, fiancé or not, try and get along with them. Ranma, hey, I try to. Kasumi's not a problem. Notices Dr. Tofu twitch slightly. I help her around the house every day. Nebiki, well, I don't think I've done anything to tick her off yet. From what I hear at school, she's a real mercenary when it comes to money. As for Akan, well, looks up into the sky. She reacts to the slightest thing. It's not like I try to pick a fight with her or anything. Dr. Tofu. But they're all very sweet girls. Ranma. What? Exclamation point. Dr. Tofu. Don't act so surprised. You'll find out soon enough. Pats Ranma on the back. Now, better get to school. Ranma. See ya. Doc, sweet. Kasumi, probably. Nebiki, maybe. Akan, like hell! Exclamation point. Right square bracket scene. As he turns around the corner to get to school, he is met by the 10 new girls. Nebiki, what were you taking about? Ranma, nothing, really. He was just sympathizing with me. Akan, for what? Ranma, never you mind. I don't want to go see him again. Akan, Ranma, fa. Sweet girls. Not very likely. Right square bracket equals scene. It is after school. Most of the students have already left the premises. Those who still on the grounds are either in detention or attending club meetings. Ranma is not one of them, but he had decided he needed to work off some stress. Earlier in the morning his legs gave away, and Ranma was forced to stay in the classroom the entire lunch hour, then carried by either Akan and Nebiki or a bunch of girls to his gym class and back. The feeling in his legs came back during the last period, but he felt he had suffered enough punishment and vowed to learn how to do what Dr. Tofu did himself. Just to make sure his legs were in working order, Ranma wanted to run around the school track. After about 30 laps, Ranma feels a lot better. He picks up his pack and is about to jump over the fence when he notices a bandana-clad boy standing by the school gates. Ranma, he looks kinda familiar. That bandana. Hibiki Ryuga. What the hell is he doing here? Right square bracket scene. Ranma is about to approach the boy when he notices him. Ryuga. Ranma. You will die! Ranma. Oh man. Why is it that everyone wants to kill me? First Akan, then Kutu, then some weird person, and now Ryuga. What next? Breaks into a run. Right parenthesis Ryuga. Come back here, coward. Chasing after him. Right parenthesis Ranma. What the hell do you want? Ryuga? Ryuga. So you do remember me? Ranma. How could I forget? I wait 4 days to fight with you. Talk about worse sense of direction! Ryuga. You think I didn't try to get to the lot in time? Ranma. It's right behind your house! Ryuga. Well, excuse me. Mama's boy! Ranma. Big! Ryuga. Coward! Ranma. Chicken! Ryuga. Idiot! Ranma. Porker! Ryuga. Nitwit! Ranma. Imbecile! Scene. Ranma has to stop running. Ryuga plowing behind him as a bicycle rushes by. Riding the bicycle is a rather cute-looking girl with pinkish hair and green eyes. Chasing the bike is what looks to be another girl with a rocket pack. This girl is holding an M16 and is trying to mow the girl on the bike down. No one on this street seems to pay attention to the unusual pair. As they disappear into the distance, Ranma and Ryuga blink a few times. Drops of sweat coursing down the sides of their heads. Ranma, shrugging. Oh well, I guess it happens a lot here. Ryuga, maybe. Anyway, prepare to. Whitastic. I forgot what we were insulting each other about. Ranma, I think it had to do with you not getting to the assigned place at the agreed time. Ryuga. Oh yeah. Well, I demand a rematch, but I'm in a hurry to get somewhere. Ranma. Really? Then why did you chase after me? Offers his hand right parenthesis Ryuga. Hey, all in good fun. Takes Ranma's hand and shakes it. It's great seeing you again. Ranma. What? You're not going to try to kill me for the bread and the duel? Ryuga. Heck no. We had our man-to-man fight. If you had skipped out on it, I'd have trailed you to the depths of hell! Ranma, shuddering. Well, I'm glad you didn't try to follow me. Heck, I'm glad I waited the 4 days. I was gonna leave, but Mom told me to wait a little longer. I swear you'd be after my blood if you traveled to China. Ryuga. Curious. Why? Ranma. Trust me, man. It's something you don't want to know. Ryuga. Whatever, Ranma. Always trying to dodge the bullet. Ranma, and with good reason. Anyway, where did you plan on going? With your sense of direction, you'd be lucky to get there next week! Ryuga. Hey, shut up! Ranma. Okay, okay. So, where? Ryuga. Ever hear of the Tendu Dojo? Ranma. Surprised. Actually, I'm currently living there. Ryuga. What? Ranma. Apparently my folks and their folks were good friends. I'm just gonna stay for a while. Ryuga. Breathing a sigh of relief. Thank God. Ranma. Why are you thanking me? Ryuga. Not you, idiot. If he's only staying a while, then my dear Akan won't be interested in him! Right square bracket Ranma, snickering. Sorry. Old habits die hard. Cuz, do you want me to help you get there? Ryuga. Sure. And then maybe I might take you up on that rematch. Ranma. Fa. You're a million kilometers far behind to catch up to me! Ryuga. Braggart! Ranma. Bacon boy! Ryuga. Girly! Ranma. Hey! Shut up! Ryuga. Looks like I hit a nerve. Ranma. And I'm gonna hit more than a nerve if you call me that again! Ranma. I'm home! Kasumi. Sweetly. Hello Ranma-kun. Noticing Ranma's companion. Oh. Hello Ryuga. Do you two know each other? Ranma. Yeah. We used to go to school together. Kasumi. That's nice. Ryuga, if you are looking for Akan, she's in the practice hall. Ryuga, thank you. Kasumi. Ranma. So, Ryuga's interested in Akan. Not that I'm questioning his bad taste or anything. Turning to Ryuga as Kasumi re-enters the house, I take it you've come here a few times before. Ryuga. Yeah. Ranma. Any particular reason? How did you come to meet them, anyway? Ryuga. Well, I kinda got lost looking for the bathroom to my house. Ranma. Lem guess. Puts a hand to his head. You ended up asking for directions and ended up meeting Akan. She was nice enough to tell you. And soon after you fell for her. Ryuga. How did you guess? Ranma. I get these amazing flashes from time to time. So, how did you get Akan not to hit you? Ryuga. Don't know. But don't you dare tell anyone I like her! Ranma. Kasumi seemed to know. Ryuga. Really? Ranma. Stop being so nervous, Ryuga. It's not like she's going to tell anybody. Ryuga. Hey, are you sure? Ranma. Trust me. I can't tell him about the engagement. It'd break his already fragile heart. I'm not going to stoop so low as to do that to him. Anyway, you should go and see her now. Watches as Ryuga actually ends up at the right door and shaking his head. Akan sure has this ability to attract the wrong sort of guys. Whatever happens, I hope Ryuga will be strong enough to handle it. Right square bracket scene. Ranma is about to enter the house when his mother quietly sneaks up behind him, sword at the ready. Ranma pauses for a moment, then blocks the sword thrust aimed at him with a deft flick of his wrist, and a convenient wooden folding chair. He puts the chair back down and faces his mother. Ranma, tiredly, Mom, can we do this later? I've had a long day. No, cop, really? Puts down her sword. Do you want to talk about it? Ranma, I guess. Scene. Both Shodoms sit on the patio, overlooking the koi pond. Ranma copies his mother by sitting on his head, and takes the time to gather his thoughts. After a few minutes, he talks about his day, the fight with Kuntu, the misunderstanding of the love note which led to him being sent to Dr. Tofu's, the numbing of his legs, the embarrassment of having some girls carry him to some classes, the meeting with Ryuga, his infatuation with Akan, and the headache that was threatening to kill him at the moment. Nodoka listened thoughtfully throughout Ranma's conversation, not saying a word. Once Ranma finished, did she speak? Nodoka, well, I'd say today must have been horrible for you. Ranma, really? I figured that one out already. Nodoka, I suppose I could forget the training for tonight. Actually, instead I'm going to give you some music practice. Ranma, oh no. Not that. Music's fine and all, but not when I've embarrassed myself already today! Nodoka, it won't hurt you. Ranma, well, if it were just you and me, I'd be fine. But there's Ryuga and Akan to worry about. I don't want to look like a sissy! Nodoka, better now than later. Ranma, actually, noticing the look his mother is giving him. Oh, alright. Tiredly, any piece you want me to play? Nodoka, how about cosplay? Ranma, waving his arms wildly, the one where I end up looking like an idiot playing 3 instruments at once and singing at the top of my voice? Nodoka, well, you need more instruments, but I'll help you. Ranma, but I just memorized it yesterday! Nodoka, good time as any to practice. Ranma, sighing, you win. Mom. Scene. Ryuga opens the door to find Akan doing her usual after-school workout. He watches quietly as Akan goes through her forms and katas, stopping after everyone to wipe the sweat off her forehead. Having watched her many times before, Ryuga claps for once she finishes her workout. Can. Whirling on Ryuga in surprise. Oh, hello Ryuga. I haven't seen you in a week! Ryuga, scratching the back of his head. Yeah well, you know I have a hard time finding my way anywhere. Can. That's okay. Everyone has their little quirks. Ryuga, why you really think so? Can. Sure. Take that jerk Ranma, for example. Ryuga, him. He used to go to school with me. I guess we were friends back then, and I guess we still are. Can. Really? Anyway, the jerk is such an arrogant pervert! Ryuga, huh? Ranma. Perverted. He's arrogant alright, but why is he a pervert? Can. Well, that's not the point. I can't him about the curse Ranma has yet! Right square bracket Ryuga, okay, I believe you. Can. You do? Ryuga, as much as I want to believe her, I've known Ranma long enough to know he would never give a girl a second glance. Like when all those guys decided to skip class just to watch a swimsuit competition made by some club at another school. Ranma didn't even think about going! Right square bracket Can. Anyway, another problem with him is that he's engaged to one of us! Ryuga, what? Pervert or not? He's not laying a finger on Can. I'll kill him. Starts for the door. Right parenthesis Can. Trying to stop him. Ryuga, wait. I shouldn't have said that. But Ranma has it coming to him, so I shouldn't really interfere. Right square bracket == From far and silent starry skies, a song full of life echoes. Crossing a darkness of thousands of light years, it reaches one earth. Gently close your eyes. Close your eyes in the silent night, as in deep prayer. Pray your dream with your honest heart, so that one day our dreams will come true. Ranma, eyes closed. I guess this is good for me after all. Really relaxing. These tiny hands can barely hold the length of time. At the end of a million-mile voyage, we can run across many smiling faces. Now tears wet your face. Cross your palm in the holy night as in deep prayer. Pray your dream with your honest love so that one day sadness, too, will end. From far and silent starry skies, a song full of life can be heard. Ranma, Mom was right. If only all my problems could be solved with a simple song. Right square bracket Ryuga, prepare to die, or Ranma! Ranma, sighing and opening his eyes. Damn, I knew it was too good to last. What is it this time? Ryuga? Ryuga, you will die for making Can miserable! Ranma, or Ryuga, I will destroy your happiness! Ranma, looking at his mother incredulously. Am I happy? And chapter 5 == Afterward he think Ryuga's thoughts are a little lousy. Hey wait, this is an alternate timeline, so he could learn to use some insight and think before acting. Yeah, That's a good excuse! Exclamation point. Ryuga and Ranma, chums. This offer must be crazy. All comments, criticism and notes requesting I be put into asylum should be emailed to nshampoo@interlock.com and I'll reply as soon as I can. Think the meeting between them was too neatly done. It looks like it to me. Whoa! I managed to make 2 chapters in 1 week. Gotta be a record for me. Too bad I'm leaving for Florida tomorrow, being the 24th of July. I'll try to continue my pace once I get back. Hell, I'll try and beat that record. Try and get up to Shadowmane's 40 kilobytes chapter a day speed. I single quote and basing Ranma's eating habits on the manga. He doesn't seem to inhale everything in sight, and actually eats with proper grace. What eating habits in the chapter, do you ask? Absolutely nothing. I was planning to have an irrelevant breakfast scene, but since I wanted this out before I went to Florida, I decided to save it for the next chapter. The song, Pray, was translated from Japanese except for the lines in brackets, which for some reason were sung in the background. In English. I don't know the artist. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to tread on any copyrights, but if you actually heard the song before, you'd think it's cool too. The translation was not done by me, so I don't know how accurate it'll take. Putting songs in the middle of fics is more along Jard's line, not mine. Oh yeah. Do not assume I'm trying to force religion on people. The lyrics happen to be like that. Currently unedited, it is because I have 2 pre-readers for it. One is really busy at the moment and the other hasn't replied to my email yet. I'm assuming he's on vacation. Celeste, Byrd and shampoo@interlock.com right parenthesis equals Ranma 1/2 is copyrighted 1998 by Rumiko Takahashi /Shogakukan Incorporated and anyone else who rightfully owns the copyrights. This fanfic is solely for entertainment purposes and not for monetary benefit. Please don't sue me. Any similarities with other fanfics are purely coincidental unless stated otherwise. This fanfic was inspired by Wade Trichler's Altered Destinies series, and he has given me permission to use the title. Questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, and constructive criticism are always welcome. Please read the previous chapter left parenthesis as to understand the storyline. Left parenthesis depicts character actions, emotions, sounds, denotes changes in the voice or quotes from other characters. Left square bracket translates thoughts less than greater than Chinese dialogue R than M1/2 LITT. LEMOTHERLYLOVE in Altered Destiny Chapter 6 left parenthesis 08/24/98 last revised right parenthesis scene, Candy Yard, late afternoon. Ranma and his mother are sitting near the koi pond, playing some music. Ranma has his eyes closed while chanting the melody, visibly relaxed. A shout and a threat later, Ranma is glaring at Ryuga. Ranma, what is it this time? Ryuga ? Ryuga, you will die for making a can miserable! Ranma, Surprised to a hyphen question mark Ryuga. I will destroy your happiness exclamation point Ranma. Looking at his mother incredulously am I happy question mark Nodoka. Usually Ranma. Well yes, but recently. Turning to Ryuga so why exactly do you think I should be happy question mark Ryuga. Wrapping the 10 new girls around your little finger. Being engaged to them exclamation point Ranma. Hey, it wasn't my idea. Besides, I ain't after them at all. The engagement is still up in the air exclamation point Ryuga. It doesn't matter. By the heavens, you shall meet justice exclamation point Ranma. Stop sounding like Kunku. You're freaking me out Ryuga, and how would I know who he is question mark exclamation point Ranma. Drop by Furinkin in the morning sometime Ryuga. Enough. Cocking his fist back we fight exclamation point scene. Ryuga charges blindly at Ranma, who throws the instruments he was carrying at his mother. She catches them and starts gathering the rest. Meanwhile, Ranma dives between Ryuga's legs and, using his momentum, pegs Ryuga on the back with his toes. Ryuga goes down and Ranma leaps onto the roof of the training hall. Ranma, looking down at Ryuga. Seriously Ryuga, why are you getting so upset question mark Ryuga, getting up furiously and taking off some bandanas from his head. Fight first, talk later. Tosses bandanas and picks up his umbrella right parenthesis Ranma, shrugging and dodging the projectiles have it your way. But this ain't no place to fight exclamation point Nodoka, sternly Ranma, your grammar exclamation point Ranma. Mom, I'd love to discuss the fallacies in my sentence structure, but leading Ryuga away I'm currently busy. I can, muttering that jerk. I hope Ryuga gives him what he deserves. Kasumi, coming out from the house, frying pan in hand I heard a fight going on and, noticing the two combatants disappearing in the distance. Oh dear. Do you think Ranma will be alright question mark Nodoka. Ranma will be fine, if what happened just now will be any indication. I can, feeling a little concerned I wonder who will win. I've only known Ryuga for a few months, and I've never seen him this angry before. Right square bracket equals Ranma, springing from rooftop to rooftop last chance, any way to stop you from trying to kill me question mark Ryuga, chasing after Ranma release your hold on I can exclamation point Ranma, is that all? Gladly exclamation point Ryuga, slashing with his umbrella you lie exclamation point Ranma, evades blow and sighs, still running me Ranma. You Ryuga. You wrong Ryuga, enough with your stupid games exclamation point Ranma, feels something unusual and stops HM question mark Ryuga, preparing to swing fight on exclamation point Ranma, hold it. Listening for a moment Ryuga, watch out exclamation point Ryuga, looking up how question mark scene. Ranma jumps back and lets a hail of shuriken converge on the spot he just was. Ryuga looks on stupidly as a heavily clothed figure lands with its back to him. The figure is carrying a jit with a sharp blade on the top, and is currently pointing it at Ranma. Figure, you will die, so don't exclamation point Ranma, hey. You look familiar. Figure, obviously surprised, and voice muffled by the clothes. You know who I am? ? Ranma, give me a second here. Figure, enough stalling. You're not going to stop your fate! ! Ryuga, who the hell are you? ? Figure, but I think Ranma knows. Let him tell you! Ryuga, well? ? Ranma, gasping I hyphenate single quote s. Ryuga, who? Figure, yes, Ranma. Tell us who you think I am. Ranma, why you hyphen you single quote ray. Ryuga, yes? ? Ranma, that weirdo who attacked me on Sunday! Figure and Ryuga, face faults. Ranma, why now? Of all times? Why at all? This person knows my curse, if Sunday was any indication, so that narrows the field quite a bit. I can't tell about the voice, but it does seem to ring a bell. I come back from China 2 weeks ago and I almost never get any peace. Ryuga, Ranma, continuing, why can't we ever drink tea together or something when we meet instead of going for the stupid? Ranma, I will kill you. That seems to be going around lately. I must have had at least scene. Ranma doesn't get to finish as the figure rises again and charges with his flash urget. However, Ryuga manages to punch the surprised figure away. Ryuga, don't button on our man-to-man fight! Ranma, shielding his eyes to look into the horizon. Nice shot. Ryuga, thanks. Remembering he was supposed to be angry now, to do the same to you! Ranma, sighs eyes at it. Ryuga, that's enough! Ryuga, steps back. Ranma, angry look. I have absolutely no interest in Akan. Do you hear me? ? Ryuga, Ranma rarely gets mad. I guess I'm a little too rash. Yeah. ? Ranma, I know how much she means to you. Okay. Strange as it may seem to you, I ain't clueless, or heartless. If you want a macho violent tomboy who'd hit you for such stupid reasons, you can have her! Ryuga, how dare you call her those names! Ranma, that's how I feel about her. Okay. If you were hit with a table because you came up with a valid point the first time you met her, what would you think? Calming down look. I never wanted any stupid compatibility factor or engagement thing, and if anything I'd rather be engaged to Kasumi or Nebiki than Akan. Alright? Ryuga, alright. Whatever happened to him during those 2 weeks must have finally got to him. I really shouldn't contribute to that. Sorry, I guess. Ranma, that's okay, big boy. Just give me a better reason next time before getting into a fight with you! Ryuga, fine, jerkway. Ranma, dog. Ryuga, girly. Ranma, let's not start up again. Scene. Akan is in the dojo breaking cement blocks when Ryuga comes in. He has a thoughtful look on his face, and almost doesn't notice Akan's destruction. He is about to accidentally walk into her when she punches him in the gut, not looking at him. Akan. That's for hurting Ryuga. Akan. Turning around and noticing her error. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ryuga. I thought you were Ranma for a moment. Ryuga. Laughing weakly. That's okay. We all make mistakes. Besides, it didn't hurt that much. Akan. He didn't hurt you, did he? Ryuga. No. He didn't even lay a finger on me. Akan. That's good. Ryuga. Thank you, Akan, for caring. Oh, I don't think Ranma deserves a broken jaw. If Akan needed a reason to hit him. Right square bracket. Akan. How did you need a jerk like him? Anyway? Ryuga. Akan asked a question about me. Gosh. You see. Equals percent flashback. Lunch attendant. Okay. Last curry bread of the day. HYH. Tosses the bread into the massively sent boys. Right parenthesis. Ryuga. Leaping into the air. It's mine! Scene. Just as his hand is about to touch it, another boy bounces off his head and snags the bread in his mouth. This boy makes a 1-point landing in front of him. Ryuga. Angry. You. Who are you? Boy. Turning around and taking the bread out of his mouth. Sodom Ranma. Ryuga. Sodom. I will never forget the offense of the curry bread! Ranma. Sheesh. If you want some so badly. Tears the bread in half and throwing Ryuga the half untouched by his mouth. There you go. Ryuga. Percent and flashback equals Ryuga. Lunchtime was always a war. It was a boys' school. After all. Akan. Surprised. A boys' school. And I always thought. Anyway, was there anything else? Ryuga. Well. Equals percent flashback. Lunch attendant. Last chow mein bread of the day! Scene. Ryuga is kicked in the face. The bread lands in Ranma's mouth. L. Last melon bread of the day! Scene. Ranma crescent kicks Ryuga and catches the bread. That's where right parenthesis. L. Meat bread! Scene. Ryuga collides into Ranma's back as the bread sails into need I say more? L. Last croquette bread! L. Last cutlet sandwich! L. Seaweed bread! L. Bean bread! Percent and flashback! Ryuga. There was plenty of more bread after that, but he usually split it with me. Akan. What a dog. I can't believe you became friends with him! Ryuga. He always helps me find my way home, and he'd do the same thing the next day, helping me get to school. We became good friends, I think. Akan. Weren't you mad about the whole thing? I'd have beat him senseless if he did that to me. The bread, I mean! Ryuga. We did have a fight in the end. He waited 4 days at the spot, and we had our duel. But he ended up winning and ran off to China with his mother. Akan. Ryuga. I'm glad you're not an insensitive moron. Ryuga. I was mad at him, but I'm glad I didn't follow. I'd never. Blushing, I've single quote probably haven either metayu dabakan. Ryuga, that's so sweet dot voice. Hold H exclamation point Ryuga. Tailing, oh no dabakan. Not her, again exclamation point Ryuga. Hide me, please exclamation point Akan. Indicating storage room, in here exclamation point scene. Ryuga manages to head in the right direction and dives into the room. Akan quickly shuts it as a dark-haired girl in a black leotard prances into the training hall. Ribbon twirling Akan. Kodakai, what do you want? You've got a lot of gold. Coming here exclamation point Kodakai. Silence harlot. I am looking for my Ryuga-sama. I had news that he showed up around here. Where is he? Question mark Akan. How would I know? Now go before I clean your clock exclamation point Kodakai. Oh my. Still angry that you lost the martial rhythmic gymnastics competition question mark Akan. You were the one who ambushed Furinken's real gymnastics team exclamation point Kodakai. Ambushed? I did no such thing. I believe in fighting with all fairness. Before the match. It's too bad Ryuga-sama couldn't teach you properly the ways of the martial arts rhythmic gymnastics exclamation point Akan. If it weren't for Ryuga-kun's helping me, I wouldn't have learned to fight using rhythmic gymnastics in the first place exclamation point Kodakai. Oh ho ho. A mere technicality at best. It is such misfortune you are not very adept to the arts. Very well, since Ryuga-sama isn't here. Raises the ribbon above her head and twirls it, covering the room in black rose petals. I shall be off exclamation point Akan. Yelling at Kodakai's retreating form. Just who do you think is going to clean this mess? I'll get you someday. Just you wait exclamation point right square bracket equals scene. The next morning. The Tendus are seated in the dining room waiting for breakfast. Ryuga had been invited to stay the night, but got lost while trying to find the stairs to the bathroom. Ranma and Nodoka are outside, supposedly training. A few minutes pass before Nodoka comes in followed by Ranma-chan. Her arms and legs are covered in chains, and the chains are attached to some really heavy-looking ball bearings. Ranma-chan. No fair mom exclamation point Nodoka. Son, not many things in life are fair. Ranma-chan. But I wasn't the one who got a head start exclamation point Nodoka. That's too bad. Scene. Ranma removes the chains and tosses them into the yard, still grumbling. Kasumi walks into the room with some trays and a steaming kettle. Kasumi, putting the trays onto the table. I thought this might come in handy. Hands the kettle to Ranma-chan right parenthesis Ranma-chan, smiling. Thanks Kasumi. Pours contents over her head, triggering the change. Then sits down and starts to eat right parenthesis Nebiki. I heard what happened yesterday. Ranma-kun, swallowing first. question mark Nebiki. Why did Ryuga want to fight you question mark Ranma? Oh. Can't tell them yet. Akan. Because he's such a womanizer. Ranma. What did you say question mark Akan? You're a womanizer. Ranma. Wow, I'm a ventriloquist. the way I managed to imitate Akan's voice so well. You think it was her talking! Scene. Everyone but Akan chuckles at Ranma's light-hearted banter. Ranma. Anyway, Akan. I'm a pervert. Ranma. Look, is your name Ranma? Really? I guess you spoke for yourself then. Akan. Why you scene? Akan picks up one of the trays. The other tenders hastily pick up some of the dishes from the tray before Akan has a chance to use it to bean Ranma on the head. Of course, Ranma saw it coming and had quickly scooted out of the way. Ranma, I'm sorry for that crack, but you did bring it upon yourself. Akan. Apology not accepted. Raises the tray again. Nodoka, mildly disapproving. Now Akan, that wasn't very nice of you. Ranma did apologize. Ranma glances at Akan's expression. I don't think she got it yet. Akan. Ranma. Getting up and sitting between Kasumi and Nebiki. I think I'll sit over here for today. Do you two mind? Nebiki, face flushing slightly. Sure. Why not? Kasumi also blushes, but is more controlled than Nebiki. Go right ahead. Ranma, noticing their expressions. Well, maybe I shouldn't. Starts to get upright. Kasumi, pushing Ranma gently, but firmly down. Oh no, Ranma Nebiki, you shouldn't have to face my sister over there. Not right now, at least. Nodoka, quietly smiling to herself. Ranma, really? This might not. Kasumi, putting a hand on his shoulder. Please Ranma, you're not supposed to get up until after you've finished eating. Ranma. Scene. Ranma is eating as quickly as he can without ignoring his manners. Soon is wondering what is going on, and Akan settles down temporarily. A minute passes by in silence before Nebiki decides to break it. Nebiki, well, Ranma, you haven't answered my question. Ranma, I can't. I'm afraid my stand-up double will answer for me. Akan, really furious. Ryuga, help! Scene. He rushes into the room and crawls under the low table, pulling some cushions behind him. Akan silently moves in front of the cushions while the Sodoms look on, unsure of the situation. Ranma, hey, Akan, SHH! Ranma, what's the big idea? Kodakai. Ranma, got! Scene. Ranma jumps into Nebiki's lap, much to Nodoka's amusement and Kasumi's unusual jealousy. Ranma of course is completely unaware of his predicament, being too occupied with fear. Right on cue, Kodakai bounces into the house. This time, she is wearing a St. Bacchus school uniform. Akan, what are you doing in our house? Kodakai, TSK. I come here not for you, but for my Ryuga-sama. He came in here a few moments ago! Ranma. I'm assuming Ryuga doesn't want anything to do with her. A good thing too. That laugh scares the hell out of me! Right square bracket Akan. I know why you're here. He's not here. Okay? Nebiki. Actually, he just left through the back way. Ranma, yeah, said something about girls with strange laughs scaring the piss out of him. Kodakai. And who are you to know what my darling Ryuga said? Noticing Ranma's position, so Nebiki, finally found a man for yourself? Ranma, finally noticing his position. Oop. Gets off very quickly. Nebiki, blushing again, but inwardly, that is none of your concern. Kunu Kodakai. Ranma, Kunu. As in related to Kunu Teikwaki? Kodakai. The same. Since Ryuga-sama is apparently not here, I shall leave this poor excuse for an establishment. Ranma, angrily standing up. Hey! How dare you call this place a poor excuse? I happen to know a lot of work and care had been put into this place. I also happen to know Kasumi here puts out a lot of her time to maintain the care it needs. If you badmouth this, you badmouth her. And if you badmouth her, gets into an open stance, you deal with me! Kasumi, blushing deeper. Oh my! Right square bracket Kodakai. He is your type, Nebiki. Such ferocious barbarism! Nebiki. Ranma, trying to restrain himself. Kodakai. I shall return! Scene. She is about to shower the place with her rose petals when there is a blur. Kodakai finds her ribbon currently tangled in a length of string, being held tightly between two fingers by Ranma. Ranma, I don't think so. I saw what happened to the dojo last night. Yanks the ribbon out of Kodakai's hands. I'm keeping this for now. Kodakai. Oh ho ho. The brute strikes. No matter. I shall find a way to deal with you later. Farewell! Scene. Once Kodakai leaves the house, Ranma relaxes, heaves a sigh of relief and hangs his head shamefully. Ryuga crawls out of his hiding place and takes a seat next to Akan. Nodoka notices the expression on Ranma's face. Nodoka, concerned, is something wrong? Ranma, yeah. I almost lost control and hit a girl. Akan, slightly miffed, what's so wrong about that? Ranma, I don't hit usually girls, even if they deserve it. But that Kodakai person gives me the creeps, and I can't stand her laugh. Nebiki, you're telling me? Ranma, what was with that jump, anyway? Ranma, sorry, but I was facing your direction at the time. It could have easily been Kasumi or my mother. Kasumi, I wish it was me. Oh my, what am I thinking? Right square bracket Ranma, anyway, the only other time I lost my control against a girl was against Cologne, and she doesn't count. Tendu's and Ryuga, who's Cologne? Ranma, an acquaintance in China. Nebiki, acquaintance, he says. If Kodakai is the only other one he lost control against. Shudders. Right Akan, I thought so. He is a womanizing pervert! Right square bracket Kasumi, Cologne. Well good, since Ranma doesn't seem to like her right square bracket Ryuga. Gee, a lot has changed since I met Ranma. I wonder what happened in China right square bracket scene. There is a knock at the door. Everyone turns in surprise. Ranma, thinking wryly, that's a first for today. Someone polite enough not to barge in. At least Kodakai had the decency to close the door behind her. Right square bracket Kasumi. I'll get it. Walks off right parenthesis soon. I wonder who it can be Nodoka. Such a breakfast. Nebiki. It gets more entertaining every day. Scene. Kasumi comes back in with a cardboard box with an address taped to the side. Everyone looks interestedly at the box and are surprised as Kasumi hands it to Ranma. Kasumi, it's for you. Ranma. Who could have known I was living here so quickly? Nodoka, peering at the side. The return address is from the Amazon village in China. Akan. Amazon's Ranma, the Jio Suzuku. Mom and I stopped there for a while. Don't know why they'd send me anything. How did they get this address anyway? Nodoka. I did leave the address with the elder. Ranma. Oh. Noticing the air holes on the top, whatever it is, it's lid. Ryuga. Open it up! Ranma. Okay. Everyone huddles in. Give me some room here. There we go. Uses his nail to cut the tape covering the flaps and opens the box. Right parenthesis Akan. What is it? Ranma. It's empty. Except for some food, a blanket and a hole at the bottom. Whatever used to be in it is gone. Whitasik. There's a note. Akan. What does it say? Ranma. Pulling out the note. Let me see. HMN. Akan. Yanking it out of Ranma's hand. Let me see that! Ranma. Hey. It's for me. You know! Akan. So? Reading the paper. Hey. It's in Chinese. Ranma. I told you it was for me! Akan. Oh, like, you can read Chinese! Ranma. Not as much as Mom, but enough to get by. Akan. Ranma. Taking the paper back and starting to read to himself. To Sodom Ranma. Because of your edicts, one Amazon you know has lost her status. She was unworthy to begin with, so there was no real loss. I should be after you for slighting her to begin with, but because I am feeling in a good mood, I have entrusted this animal into your care. When the time is right, I will come to Japan and ask for it back. Do keep it in good health, as a promise between warriors. Cologma, Matriarch of Jio Suzuka. P.S. I hope you've been keeping up on your Chinese. You don't need your mother to read this to you. Ranma. Why that old ghoul? I did no slighting at all. It's those damn laws! Right square bracket Nebiki. What did it say? Ranma. Crumpling the letter. Nothing. Now if you excuse me, I have to find a lost animal. Akan. Come on. How are you going to find the animal you are looking for? Do you even know what kind of animal it is? Ranma. Sighing. No, it didn't say. Ryuga. So what gives? Ranma. I'm supposed to take care of whatever it is on my honor. Ryuga. Ouch. One of those things. Ranma. Yeah. Damn it all! Exclamation point! No cop, your language! Exclamation point! Ranma, sorry mom, but I'm kind of pissed at the moment. Scene, there is a meow in the hall leading to the doorway. Everyone turns to the sound, and Kasumi decides to investigate. A few moments later, Kasumi returns with a struggling bundle in her arms. Kasumi, oh, you're so cute. Ranma, I think I found what was in the box! Exclamation point! Ranma, what was it? Question mark. Kasumi, a kitten. Ranma, K-kitten question mark! Exclamation point! Nebiki, peering at it. Oh Kasumi, can I hold it, please? Question mark. Ranma, I thought Cologne would send me a bat or something. No cop, I'm sure she has her motives, son. Ranma, anyway, can I see it please? Question mark. Scene, the kitten finally pulls free from Kasumi and lands on the floor. Everyone can get a good look at it now. Its fur is tinted a sort of pinkish purple, and its eyes large and well, cute. Two sets of small crystal hair ornaments are set near the cat's face, giving it an even more cuter complexion. Ranma for some reason knew it was female. Then, to Ranma's surprise, she jumps towards him and nuzzles his leg. Ranma, hey, that tickles. Scooping the cat up. Mom, can I keep her? Question mark. No cop, well, it is on your honor, right? Question mark. Ranma, thanks mom. Placing the kitten on his shoulder, well, I better get ready for school. Bounds up the stairs. Right parenthesis. Okan, envious Lucky. He gets such a nice pet. Right square bracket. Kasumi, I'd better buy some cat food and make a bed! Exclamation point. No cop, that cat reminds me a lot of shampoo. What is she doing here? Question mark. Exclamation point. Right square bracket percent and chapter 6 percent afterward. I don't think I spent very much thought on this chapter. Oh dear, now I have to work my ideas around it. That's not too bad, I guess. I mean, I always manage to make it work for me in the end. Kasumi, this offer is really warped. Not really, but send in your comments, questions, etc. to shampoo@interlog.com. Some people tried emailing me with the square brackets in, so I removed them. How do I know? Don't ask. And I'll get back to you as quickly as I can. Note, in the manga, Ranma was trained in the Nakoken when he was 10 years old. Since Genma died before that, no stupid mistake equals no secret weapon. Too bad. Question mark. Note, a jit is a long steel rod with a hook at the end. It was used to disarm rowdy samurai in the Tokugawa era of 1601 to 1868 by police officers. The one in this chapter with the blade on the end is simply a modification, and a more dangerous one at that. Thanks to Byrd Ornstead Skysaber, White Phoenix, Jim Robert Batter Shadowmane, Wade Trichler, and the High Council for their support. I appreciate it! Exclamation point. The mark of the insane is the use of more than one exclamation mark! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Celeste, Byrd and shampoo at interlock.com. Right parenthesis equals Ranma 1/2 is copyrighted 1998 by Rumiko Takahashi/Shogakukan Incorporated and anyone else who rightfully owns the copyrights. This fanfic is solely for entertainment purposes and not for a monetary benefit. Please don't sue me. Any similarities with other fanfics are purely coincidental unless stated otherwise. This fanfic was inspired by Wade Trichler's Altered Destinies series, and he has given me permission to use the title. Questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, and constructive criticism are always welcome. Please read the previous chapter left parenthesis S to understand the storyline. Left parenthesis depicts character actions, emotions, sounds, denotes changes in the voice or quotes from other characters. Left square bracket translates thoughts less than greater than Chinese dialogue R than M1/2 LITT. LEMOTHERLYLOVE in Altered Destiny % Chapter 7 left parenthesis 08/24/98 last revised, currently unedited. Right parenthesis Ranma, yawning man, I'm big exclamation point. Ranma, Nebiki, Akan, and Ryuga are on their way to school. Ryuga had enrolled a few months earlier, but often had the trouble of finding it on his own. Ranma mentally decided after he heard this to help Ryuga find his way to school from then on. As of this moment, Ranma is taking his normal route, by the fence. Ryuga and Akan are walking side by side, and just behind them Nebiki is traveling at her usual pace. Akan, looking up at Ranma, how can you be tired so early in the morning? Nebiki, are you okay? Ranma, other than the fact I raced around Tokyo against someone while shackled with at least 150 kilos of metal weight, ate breakfast while being on the lookout for a stray table, experienced one of the most scariest laughs known to man, listened to a Kunu insult the cleanliness of the household, and found out I have to take care of a pet that belongs to someone I didn't expect to hear from ever again. I'm just fine. Akan, annoyed Nebiki just asked a question. Ranma, and I gave her an answer. Not a very nice one, I know, but when I'm tired, I get grouchy. Sorry, Nebiki. Akan, so don't get grouchy. Easy solution! Ranma, alright, very easy. Like oh no, my mental processes for the day have broken down considerably in the span of 1 hour. My backup processes can't compensate, and grouchiness happens to be a result. I'll just take Akan's advice by not getting grumpy because I can. Akan, how was I supposed to know? Ranma, well, I assumed because you get angry for such petty reasons, you could relate. Akan, you Ranma, geez. You'd think you could lighten up and enjoy life. I mean, who am I to say that you're so stubborn? For example, When I say or do something that seems to offend you, you take it and twist it around to suit your brain waves so it looks or sounds as if I did something horribly wrong that you would have to either insult me or hit me. Another example is that you can't let go of something when you know it isn't true and all evidence points elsewhere. Ryuga, stop talking about Akan like that! Akan. It's okay, Ryuga. He's a pervert anyway. Ranma, see? I was talking about you being stubborn and the word pervert seemed to pop into your head. Reminds me of that Kodakai person since she doesn't seem to believe Ryuga here doesn't want anything to do with her. Ryuga, how dare you associate Akan with Kodakai! Ranma, to Nebiki, is it just me or do single tracks of thoughts fly around here like moths to lights? I mean, Ryuga here seems to have caught it too. Looking around in mock paranoia, it may not be long before they get me to Akan. Don't pick on Ryuga! Ranma, I wasn't, but I'm sure that won't stop you from thinking I did. Seriously, and I thought things couldn't get any more unusual than they did in China. Now, while I'm still on the topic of obsessive insanity, why the hell is Kodakai after you? Ryuga? Ryuga, shut up. It was an accident. Ranma, half interestedly, care to elaborate on that? Nebiki, it was about 2 weeks before you came here, Ranma. Akan was going to compete against Kodakai in a martial arts rhythmic gymnastic competition. Of course, being the klutz that she is Akan. Nebiki, you know it's true, says Akan. Nebiki, anyway. Ryuga happened to drop by and offered to train her for the upcoming match. A few nights before the match, however, Kodakai tried to ambush Akan in her bed. Ranma, that's pretty dishonorable for a Kunyu. Nebiki, when that proved unsuccessful, she was going to leave and try again another time. Unfortunately, she tripped on a loose roof tile and Ranma, putting a hand up, let me guess. Ryuga over here came along and rescued her. So now she thinks Ryuga has the hots for her. Ryuga, surprised, how did you guess? Ranma, sometimes these things can get really predictable. Nebiki, you catch on quick. Ranma, yeah, well, who'd have thought one of my best friends turns out to be a Casanova in disguise. Ryuga, hotly, that's not Ranma, just shut up. And take it as a compliment. Ryuga, scratching the back of his head. Ranma, I'd really liked to have seen that match. 'Cause, so who won, anyway? Nebiki, half smirking, who do you think? My sister the klutz? Or someone who's trained in gymnastics her entire life? Akan, turning around, Nebiki! Nebiki, just cool it, says Akan. Why are you giving away information for free? I thought you always charged for it! Scene. Akan doesn't notice, but Nebiki's eye twitches slightly. She is wondering that herself. Why was she giving away free stuff? Was she that comfortable with Ranma that she'd tell everything that came to her mind? Nebiki. What? A girl can't do what she wants when she feels like it. Think of something! Right square bracket I can. It's just so unlike you, sis! Nebiki. So? It's not like it's a one-sided information exchange. For example, Ranma over here is going to tell us who the heck Cologne is and what she wants from him. Right, Ranma-chan? Nice way to change the subject. Nebiki. Right square bracket Ranma, almost losing his balance on the fence. What did you call me? Nebiki. Ranma-chan. After all, we might get married, and I thought. Realizing what she is saying and promptly shuts her mouth. Right parenthesis Akan. Looking at Nebiki with a small degree of shock. She likes the pervert. And I thought she had better standards than that! Right square bracket Ryuga, shaking his head. Another one? Right square bracket Ranma. Oh. And I thought it would stop after I got my curse. Whatever. Scene. The four walk in silence for a moment. Nebiki, you haven't answered my question yet. Ranma, still a little shaken. What was it again? Nebiki, who is Cologne? Akan. Yeah, who is she? Ranma. I'd rather not say. Nebiki, mock-botting. Oh Ranma, why can't you tell us about your love life? Ranma, my love. Looking very sick and clutching his stomach. Argh. Making gagging gestures and falling onto the sidewalk. That's utterly disgusting! Nebiki, Akan and Ryuga. Oh! Ranma, repulsed beyond belief. Cologne is a shrunken 300-year-old mummy. Before I'd even consider thinking about the ghoul that way, I'd had my gums scraped, my body cut up with a razor, and then the rest dunked into a vat of hydrochloric acid! Akan. Looking green. Ryuga. Ranma, that's really disgusting. Don't go into details. Ranma, I wasn't going to. Cologne's the only one of her size in the entire Amazon village, and admittedly the most powerful person I have ever met. Ryuga, genuinely surprised. The great Ranma admitting inferiority? Ranma, well, I can't exactly compete against someone with about 284 more years of experience in the arts, and it has about 100 Amazons who could wipe the floor with me if they ever decided to gang up. Akan, I bet you hit on every single one of them. I bet most of them even have huge assets. Right Ranma? Ranma, huge assets? What the heck are you talking about? Realization dawning. What kind of guy do you think I am? Wait, don't answer that. I know what you're thinking. Akan, that's still sick. Gum scraped? Nebiki, looking at Akan. Hey, you look like you just ate your own cooking! Akan, shut up, Nebiki. I'm not that bad! Ranma, curious. What? What about her cooking? Nebiki, well, my sister over here thinks she can cook a decent edible meal that could save her life. Ranma, disbelievingly, come on, it can't be that bad. Nebiki, you obviously haven't tried it yet. Ranma, when I get a chance to, maybe. Akan, brightly, really? Pulling out a bento box from her school bag. I made some this morning! Ranma, taking the proffered container and noticing Nebiki and Ryuga stepping back. Thanks. Opens the container and peeks inside. This curry or something question mark. Can. It's soba. Ranma. Righto. Doesn't look very appetizing. Pulls out a pair of chopsticks. Now how do I get rid of it without upsetting Can? Think. Man. Not too bad looking. Well, it has to be at least safe to eat. Wonder how it tastes. Ryuga grabs the bento from him. Ryuga. Dumping the contents into his mouth and swallowing. Hey Can. That was most delicious. Can. Thank you Ryuga. But I was hoping Ranma could taste it. Ranma. Inwardly relieved. Ryuga. I owe you one. But you're turning blue. Any good? Ryuga Ryuga. Sweating profusely. Ranma. Patting him on the back. Man, you got guts. Can. Is that supposed to mean anything? Ranma. Waving his arms. Nothing. Nothing. Ryuga. Stomach rumbles unnaturally while his face turns a shade of purple. Nebiki. Another great one. Can! Can! Turning to Nebiki, Ryuga said it was good. That's all that counts! Ranma. Flicking a spoon at the remains in the bento and noticing the force of ricochet. You know, do you ever taste your own cooking? I mean, do you ever try it before you serve it? Can. No. Why should I? Ranma. I suggest in the future you do so. Please? Can. Are you saying my cooking's bad? Ranma. Well, I never really did pay attention to wordings when the face seemed to convey the appropriate answer. Can. Say what? Ranma. Ryuga says your meal was good. His face, however, and his body, is saying quite the opposite. Now if you'll excuse me, I'd have to take him to see Dr. Tofu. Can. Hefting her book bag, I can point you in the right direction. No cop, less than young lady. You have a lot of explaining to do. Greater than scene. Nodoka is in the bathroom. Cat in tow. The cat is struggling to get free, but Nodoka maintains a firm grip. She fills the tub with the hot water tap on, then unceremoniously drops the cat in. A few seconds later, the surface breaks as a curvaceous girl with rich lavender hair catches her breath. She gives Nodoka an apologetic look. Nodoka, less than I thought it was you. Shampoo. Greater than shampoo. Less than how did you know it was me? Greater than Nodoka. Less than I had a feeling. That kitten just reminded me of you. Now why exactly are you trying to pose as a pet for Ranma? Trying to catch him unawares? Greater than shampoo. Blushing. Less than I can't do that without your permission. Mother-in-law. Greater than Nodoka. Less than mother-in-law. Am I right in thinking that greater than shampoo? Less than great -g I mean, Cologne said I must find a way to marry Ranma. Greater than looking down right Nodoka. Less than what single quote is wrong? Greater than shampoo. Less than I feel like I'm trapped in a cage. Greater than Nodoka. Less than why? Is it that you don't want to marry him? Greater than shampoo. Almost shouting less than no. That's not it! Greater than more quietly less than Ranma is my best friend. He's the only one who likes me for who I am inside. All the other boys in the village want me just for my body! Greater than no cop. Less than well, it would help if you wore a bra. Greater than shampoo. Less than what? Greater than no cop. Less than nevermind. So why do you feel like a caged animal? Greater than shampoo. Less than if I don't marry him, I'll be punished for being dishonored a second time. If I do marry him, he might think of settling down. If I know your son as well as I think I do, it won't be very good for him. Either way, I feel terrible. Greater than no cop. Less than is there any other way to redeem your honor? Greater than shampoo. Sad. Less than well, killing him is another option, but I don't want to do that. Greater than no cop. Less than you love him, don't you? Greater than shampoo. Sighing happily. Less than yes, mother-in-law. I sometimes wonder what would happen if I never met him. Greater than no cop. Less than either ruin your life or ruin the life of the man you care about. Young love can be so dangerous. I can see why you left China to pursue him. Greater than shampoo. Less than that single quote is not the only reason. Greater than no cop. Less than really? Greater than shampoo. Less than when Ranma came to the village, everything seemed to change for me. I was no longer just an Amazon trying to win a title. All the other girls in the village disliked me because I was better at fighting than them. All the boys wanted to marry me because of the way I look and the honor of being related to G-Cologne. To almost all the villagers, I was simply the great-granddaughter of the elder. Then I found someone who was better at martial arts than I am. I found someone who wanted to be my friend, not my husband. Someone who taught me there was more to life than just fighting. Greater than no cop. Less than my son never ceases to amaze me. And I thought Amazons would never stoop so low as to chase a single man. Greater than shampoo. Less than, but Ranma is special. I don't think there is anyone on this earth as wonderful as him. I would gladly trade my status in the village just to be with him. Greater than no cop. Less than, but he has other women after him, you know. Would you mind if you had to share him? Greater than shampoo. Less than, I don't care. I would be surprised if I was the only one who felt this way! Greater than no cop. My son is such a manly man. Genma would have been proud. Now, if only the Japanese government wasn't down on polygamy. Less than, but what about his curse? What about those Amazon laws about outsider females? Greater than shampoo. Less than, it doesn't change what he is inside. I love him either way. Greater than no cop. Less than, I single quote am sure my son expresses those same sentiments. Greater than shampoo. Eyes twinkling. Less than, I single quote well have to remind him if he forgets. Greater than no cop. Chuckling for a bit. Less than, but what is with your curse? Greater than shampoo. Less than after you left, Jerry. Cologne demanded I train again. The training ground for dishonored Amazons is chosen Kyudop greater than Nodo Cop, less than and you fell into the spring of brown cat. Do you plan on telling him about your curse greater than shampoo? Shaking her head less than no. Not yet greater than no cop, less than you single quote will have to tell him sooner or later greater than shampoo, less than I single quote D rather do it later. I don't want him to feel weighed down yet greater than no cop, less than okay child. By the way, how's your Japanese? It would be nice if you spoke in it for practice greater than shampoo, less than yes, mother -in-law greater than no so good. Shampoo had no time to practice since mother-in-law left. Can understand some, though no cop, that's good. Did you bring any clothes with you shampoo? Brought one dress. Hidden box shampoo come from no cop, dress flashback, Ranma it's empty. Except for some food, a blanket and right curly bracket no cop, my son must have mistaken your dress for a sheet. Although the amount of cloth in one of your dresses is barely enough to cover a tea tray. Opening the door to the hallway, make sure you change before you leave shampoo. Yes, mother -in-law no cop, and shampoo shampoo. Yes no cop. I give you permission equals Ranma. You'd think she'd accept criticism with more grace. Scene. Ranma and Ryuga are at Dr. Tofu's clinic. Ranma is rubbing the bumps he received from Akan on the head, and gazing up at the hole in the roof from his landing. Ryuga had come in a few minutes later via the door and is barely conscious from Akan's cooking. Akan and Nebiki have left for school, not wanting to be late again. Dr. Tofu, coming in. Hello, Ranma. New injuries today? Ranma, yes sir, and a new hole in your roof. Dr. Tofu, don't worry about it. What can I do for you? Ranma, not for me. For my friend here. Dr. Tofu, adjusting glasses. Is that Ryuga? Haven't seen him in a while. Not after the toxin he said he accidentally swallowed. Ranma, that was probably Akan's cooking. Guess he did it again. Can you fix him? Dr. Tofu, certainly Ranma. I'll be right back. Scene. 10 minutes later, Ranma and Ryuga are out of the clinic and on their way to school. Ranma then remembers something. Ranma, Ryuga, wait here. I gotta ask Dr. Tofu something. Ryuga, hurry up. Ranma, yeah. Scene. 2 seconds later, Ranma is back in Dr. Tofu's clinic. Ranma, can I ask you something? Dr. Tofu, turning around. Yes Ranma, scratching the back of his head. I just remembered yesterday when you locked up my legs. Dr. Tofu, smiling slightly. And Ranma, and I wanted to know how you did that. I want to learn some of it. Dr. Tofu, some of what? Ranma, pressure points, shiatsu, stuff like that. I'm assuming you hit a shiatsu point to disable me. Dr. Tofu, HMM. You want to become my apprentice? Is that it? Ranma. I guess so. Dr. Tofu. I see. I can't afford to pay you. Ranma. It's okay. This is more of a hobby than anything. Dr. Tofu. Can I ask why you want to learn? Ranma. Well, knowledge is power, isn't it? Dr. Tofu. I suppose it couldn't hurt to take you on. Of course, I had no idea how to teach you. Ranma. Just teach me the way you were taught, Sir. Dr. Tofu. Okay. Come here after school and you can start. Ranma. Yes, sir, and thank you, sir. Scene. As Ranma and Ryuga race to get to school before the bell rings, a figure watches them from a nearby rooftop. The hood has been removed, and the figure turns out to be a gorgeous young woman, looking to be in her early 20s. Long dresses of golden hair seem to spill out of her head, and her crystal green eyes are trained on the young Sodom woman, Sodom Ranma. Champion of the fighting arts. Potential master of the mystic craft. Unintentional lure of young women. Follower of a code that only existed in the minds of nostalgic samurai. I can see why my sister fell in love with a mortal like you. Ryuga. I can't believe you insulted Akan's cooking! Ranma. I didn't insult it. I merely told her the facts! Ryuga. Minor technicality! Ranma. What? You actually like it? Ryuga. No, but I don't want her to get angry! Ranma. Look, why don't you encourage her next time she cooks to taste what she makes before giving it to others? Okay? Ryuga. Why? Ranma, rolling his eyes. So next time she doesn't accidentally kill you. Ryuga. Why you woman? Watching Ranma and Ryuga get into a small brawl, your father engaged you to the run trade for concealment from his pursuers at our village 12 years ago. Of course, your father had no idea the implications of marriage to a spirit, and ran off with you in the middle of the night. My sister, foolish enough to take a liking to a mortal, was ordered to kill you and your father for backing out of the marriage and to appease the 9 dragons of the Pillar of Light. Being a spirit of the Dragon of Time, she knew of your importance in the time streams and what you would become. Ranma. Forget it, Ryuga. You know I'm right. Ryuga. So? That doesn't give you the right to make fun of her! Ranma. True, but I wasn't making fun of her. Woman. She sacrificed herself in order to prevent your death. It is rare for a mortal to capture the heart of a spirit of the 9 dragons, Sodom Ranma, especially at such a young age. Ryuga. I can't believe you've got another girl after you. I mean, wasn't Junior high enough? Ranma. You know I did nothing to encourage them, Ryuga. Besides, they had more of a crush than anything else. Strange how they wouldn't take a hint that it was a boys' school, though. Woman. My sister's trade-off leaves me in a perilous situation, Sodom Ranma. As a spirit of the Dragon of Duty, I must fulfill her wishes and see if you are worthy of her love. However, I cannot kill you if you prove inadequate. You have great potential, young master, and for your sake I hope the Dragon of Fate takes pity on you. Ranma, how ? Ryuga, what is it ? Ranma, dunno, just felt a sudden chill. Ah, made it in time. We have less than a minute. Come on Ryuga, let's get you to class! Ryuga, okay. But Ranma, what the hell ? Scene. Ranma finds the schoolyard empty. Ryuga, what's wrong ? Ranma, where's the results from Hurricane Akan ? Ryuga, Hurricane Akan ? Ranma, you know, mob of delusional guys that get trashed by her ? Ryuga, yeah, I forgot! Ranma, oh, come on. She faces them every morning! Ryuga, I haven't been here for at least a month. She can take care of herself, so it's not something I worry about! Ranma, okay, okay. Let's go! Scene. Suddenly, a giant snowman pops out of nowhere and attacks Ranma. He stares stupidly at the snowman for an instant, then backflips out of its landing zone. Ranma and Ryuga, what the hell ? Snowman, one demerit food bad hair, brother! Ranma, who the hell are you, and what do you want with me? Now I have big snowman after me. What next? Aren't you a few months ahead of the winter season? Snowman, hang loose. Patting Ranma on the back's fixed that big tail. Pulls out extra large garden shears. Ranma, kicking the snowman into a soccer post. I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much! Snowman, head imprinted with post, and melting with fury. So, you want mess with the principal? ? Ranma, traditional calm yet surprised expression. Principal ? Snowman, pulls out a second set of shears and charges Ranma. Ranma, one thing I really hate. Aims a jump kick at the snowman is a lie. Early season snowman! Scene. The kicks knocks the head cleanly off. A few moments pass as the body teeters slowly, then falls. A real head pops up, this time with a palm tree growing on top of it. The head belongs to a man, wearing a ridiculous Hawaiian shirt, sporting square-rimmed sunglasses and playing a ukulele. Man, Kaiki. Da big kahuna's back! Ranma, you single quote ray! Ryuga, the principal? Scene. The bell rings, and suddenly the principal is holding a huge pocket watch. Principal, the bell has rung. Kaiki points a finger at the martial artists. That means you brothers retarded! Ranma, you must be kidding. You, the principal? Kicks the principal in the face. I don't have time for this. Scene. From the windows, The students are craning their necks to see their principal. Hiroshi, that guy. Daisuke, he can't really be. Guy 1, what the heck? Question mark. Guy 2, is he serious? Question mark. Guy 3, that guy's the page principal? Question mark. Exclamation point. Girl 1, he's gotta be. Girl 2, wasn't he supposed to be back during the winter break? Question mark. Nebiki, yeah. Why's he back so early? Question mark. Girl 3, who's the hunk that beat up the principal? Question mark. Nebiki, Shodom Ranma. Why? Question mark. Girl 3, that's our anime. Wanting to the pig-tailed boy rushing indoors, right? Parenthesis. Girl 4, yeah, I told you you should have been there for the fight against Kunio! Exclamation point. Girl 3, and he's the same one who stopped the morning mob from coming after Rakan after beating Kunio a second time? Question mark. Exclamation point. Girl 4, the same! Exclamation point. Girl 5, he's so dreamy. Nebiki, knock it off. Girl 4, but why? He single quote s. Nebiki, my fiancé. Girls, what? Question mark. Exclamation point. Scene, the girls crowd around a stunned Nebiki, who couldn't believe she said that herself. After all, she couldn't sell information that was already free and quite fictional. Well, free at least. Right? The girls meanwhile began to gossip amongst themselves. Nebiki, why did you say that? It's not as if you're interested in a macho jerk like him. Are you? Question mark. Right square bracket. Girls, yeah, right. A man like that deserves more. No way he could do this to us. Get him before he goes to his joku and ask. Not fair. Doesn't single quote he take any joku. Double quote equals Kasumi. Oh my. What's this? Question mark. Scene, Kasumi, feeling rather lightheaded from the comment Ranma had said in the morning, felt it was her duty to make a nice bed for his new pet. After she finished the household chores, she decided first to take a look at the condition of the blanket that came in the box, then determine if the cat needed a better one. Kasumi had pulled out the bedspread intent on checking its condition when she noticed the article in question was in fact not a blanket, but rather a very short Chinese dress. Kasumi, examining the dress, I wonder why this was in here. Noticing the slit along the side of it and blushing, oh my. It doesn't seem to cover very much. Does it? Question mark. Scene, Kasumi looks guiltily around her. To her relief, her father must have gone out, and Mrs. Sodom is nowhere to be seen. Clutching the dress to her chest, Kasumi quickly runs upstairs to her room. Scene, back in room 1F. While the majority of the students are returning to their desks, a lone male student at the back of the room is tending to a camera. No one seems to notice him as he takes a few pictures. Boys, can do I can. I follow her to her desk. I love you. At first, I was simply content to worship you from afar. Just like this. I was content. Until that fool Sodom. Quietly, that fool Sodom. That fool Sodom. Loudly, At full essay audio me exclamation point Ranma, you called question mark boy. Looking up at Ranma. Oh, H-O Sodom Hiroshi. Hey, go Sankuzi exclamation point Daejuk. Shooting pics of Akan again. Make me some copies exclamation point Hiroshi. Me too exclamation point Ranma. I'll get a load of those guys. I can't believe they won't take a hint. Right square bracket equals scene. After school. Ranma and his friends are walking out of the school building. Daejuk. You know, I haven't seen the principal since I enrolled exclamation point Hiroshi. He was supposedly in the United States learning their teaching methods or something. Ranma, stupid teaching methods, if you ask me. The teachers here were talking about how he loves to annoy his students. I wonder what kind of torture he's planned question mark Ryuga. Who cares? Beat him up if we don't like it. Ranma, good plan. Lax drive. By the way, who was the guy with the camera this morning? I never noticed him in our class. Hiroshi, what? Go Sankuzi Hikaru? He's the type no one notices. Ranma, and why wasn't there the usual litter of guys around this morning question mark Daejuk? You didn't know. After you beat Kunyu again, all the guys admitted fighting Akan for a date wasn't a good idea, and now leaving her alone. Ranma explains why Akan was giving me the evil eye all day. You'd think she'd be happy the guys are no longer after her. Kunyu, Sodom, prepare yourself exclamation point Ranma, hey Kunyu. Noticing all the bandages, need something from me question mark scene. Kunyu charges Ranma, who grabs onto his book and, using it for support, Ranma lashes out with his foot and sideswipes Kunyu. Ranma then lets go and lets Kunyu fall to the ground. Ranma, something I can do for you, senpai question mark Kunyu. Handing Ranma a letter of challenge. It's after the fact now, but scene. From the sidelines, Go Sankuzi watches as Ranma is suddenly stormed by a large group of girls, most of them from older forms. He continues to watch as Akan makes her way through the mob trying to give Ranma their phone numbers and promptly kicks him into the sky. Go Sankuzi. No matter how strong he is, every man has a weak spot. Find it, and he's done for. Right square bracket Ryuga. Why did you do that? Akan question mark Akan. He was being a pervert exclamation point. Go Sankuzi. Sodom. I will find your weak spot and finish you. Mark my words exclamation point right square bracket percent and chapter 7 equals percent after word lot. You think I'm gonna let Ranma off without a few weaknesses? What fun is that? Just because he's more mature doesn't mean he can't be afraid or weak against something. What are his weaknesses, do you ask? Take a few guesses, or just wait for future chapters. I've been incredibly busy this last week, so that's why this one took so long. Sorry about that exclamation point. How many girls can be after the same guy? I'd like to see Ranma get out of this alive. White as a cunt. I'm the writer. I can do whatever the hell I want. BWHHHHHH exclamation point. Note, Japanese students start a new school year after the spring break, which lasts 1 week. No homework. Other breaks, summer and winter, for example, have long-term assignments to finish. By the way, you can't redo a grade unless you failed pitifully in almost every subject, and you can enter a university regardless of your high school record, as long as you graduated, if you can pass the entrance exams, which are very hard. Some high schools also require entrance exams, but I highly doubt Furinkin does. Also, you need to devote an hour a day to an independent study in order to attend competitive schools, as well as lessons you take after school such as language arts, mathematics, or English in order to enter famous schools. This is according to the School Board of Tokyo during the late 80s early 90s, so I don't know if anything's changed drastically. For example, I was told now sometimes Saturdays the students are let off as well instead of just Sundays. What was the point of this? I had no idea myself. I'm not exaggerating much about the weight Ranma was chained down with. In case you're wondering, 150 kilogram is about 330 pound. Gotta remember the Japanese use the metric system. Insert standard thank you section here. Thanks to Skysauber, Shadowmane, and Wade Trichler for blah blah, blah blah and supporting me. I think you guys should go without saying, but then no one will know who the heck I'm talking about. Do not believe anything is foolproof. People tend to underestimate the ingenuity of a complete fool. Celeste Byrd and shampoo at underlog.com right parenthesis equals Ranma 1/2 is copyrighted 1998 by Rumiko Takahashi /Shogakukan Incorporated and anyone else who rightfully owns the copyrights. This fanfic is solely for entertainment purposes and not for monetary benefit. Please don't sue me. Any similarities with other fanfics are purely coincidental unless stated otherwise. This fanfic was inspired by Wade Trichler's Altered Destinies series, and he has given me permission to use the title. Questions, comments, ideas, suggestions, and constructive criticism are always welcome. Please read the previous chapter left parenthesis S to understand the storyline. Left parenthesis depicts character actions, emotions, sounds, denotes changes in the voice or quotes from other characters. Left square bracket translates thoughts less than greater than Chinese dialogue R than M1/2 LITT. LEMOTHERLYLOVE in Altered Destiny Chapter 8 left parenthesis 10/22/98 last revised. Currently unedited right parenthesis Q2, Akan. I will go out with you now Scene. The massive high school girls opens up to reveal a heavily trodden on Q2. Through some remarkable feat of strength, he stands up and rushes towards Akan, arms out in attempt to embrace her. His efforts are foiled however, as Akan's foot manages to intercept his face. Unfortunately for both of them, the velocity Kunu is traveling at leaves its mark as he takes out Akan's balancing leg and ends up having her fall on top of him. Kunu, instantly sitting up and hugging her. Oh Akan. I knew you cared for me! Akan, shoving Kunu's head into the ground. Don't touch me! Kunu, getting up instantly and embracing her again. But how else can I pledge my love to thee? Ryuga, picking Kunu up and throwing him a few meters away. Didn't you hear I can? Leave her alone! Kunu. Too much in pain to move a joint. I will rest here for now. Ryuga. Come on, I can. Let's go. Random girl. Just a second there! Scene. Ryuga gets pushed out of the way as the horde of girls crowd around. I can. Random girl 2. Tell us it isn't so! I can. How? R. Girl 3. At first we thought it was a joke, you and Nebiki being engaged to Sodom Ranma, but we just heard from Nebiki that she is engaged to him. You being her sister, we demand you tell us if it's really true! Crowd. Yeah! I can. And my sister? Like a pervert like him? No way. I mean, Nebiki wouldn't want anything to do with him, right? The incident in the morning was just a joke on Nebiki's part, right? So what the heck are they talking about? Right square bracket Sayuri. Hopefully so it isn't true? I can. Incredulously not you. Sayuri? Yuka. Why not? He is the greatest guy at this school. I can. My friends, liking that macho jerk. You two must be kidding! Yuka. So Nebiki is not engaged to him, right? I can. Of course not! Sayuri, turning around to face the crowd. You hear that, girls? He's free! Crowd. Yeah! I can. Face faults. Scene. The girls all leave the school grounds, intent on thinking of a plan to stake Ranma for their own. Once Akan recovers, she checks the condition of Ryuga, who is unfortunate enough to be in the way of the trampling mob. Akan. Slapping Ryuga a few times. Ryuga-kun, wake up. Ryuga moms, are you okay? Ryuga, weakly, I'm fine. Thank you. Akan. Angry at the entire female body of Furinkan, I can't believe them. Wanting a piece of that pervert! Ryuga, Ranma's not that bad. It's not like he likes this happening to him. Anyway, I can. Yes? Ryuga, I was going to ask. I was wondering. I can. Spell it out. Ryuga. I can. HMN? Ryuga, microphone out for no reason at all. That is, WW. GGGGHHHH. I can't say it. I am such an idiot! I can. Sweat drop forming. Grabbing Ryuga's shirt before he can run away, screaming, not so fast. Ryuga-kun, tell me what's on your mind. Ryuga, I guess I had no choice. Face it like a man. Ryuga, you had nothing to fear. Well, GG. WLY-Y-. I can. Come on, Ryuga. It can't be that hard. Ryuga. Will. Why hyphen you. I can. Encouragingly, that's a. Ryuga. Mumbling Warugut with Moru. I can. What? Ryuga. Will you go out with Matomoro? I can. Will I what? Ryuga. Oh no. Will you go out with Matomoro? I can. Will I go? Realization dawning and smiling. Why Ryuga-kun? I'd like that. Ryuga. I can never fa hyphen what? Really? She accepted. She accepted. Yes. Now I can die happy. Closing his eyes, clenching his fists and sighing. I can. Slightly amused Ryuga. Ryuga. Opening his eyes and staring determinedly at her. Where would you like to go? I can sen. Kyoto. Hokkaido. Kyushu. Nagasaki? I can. Startled by his sudden rush of words. Ryuga. Kyoto. Hokkaido. Kyushu. Nagasaki? I can. Could we go somewhere a little bit closer? Kunu. Damn, that's so dumb. I'll get him for humiliating the great Kunu Takewaki! Right square bracket scene. Kunu is lying on the ground, his book embedded in the hard concrete. Few students are still on the school grounds, minding their own business. Having been hit twice by Akan, Kunu's sight had been impaired momentarily enough to mistaken Ryuga for Ranma. Of course, no one would have been able to tell him of his mistake. Now that his mind had been set. Kunu. He will pay for hounding Akan and the big-tailed girl. He shall be punished for his demonic powers on women. That whelp will pay for messing with the blue thunder! Gosankuji, the most powerful of the gods, were known to fall. It was only a matter of finding their weakness. If you find it, you can control them. And if you can control them, they can be destroyed. Kunu. Scene. A faint wind picks up as Kunu realizes there is someone next to him. He looks up to see a hunched figure with a camera in his hand. Kunu. Who are you? Gosankuji. I am Gosankuji Hikaru, freshman group F. You wouldn't know me. No one does. Scene. As Kunu is contemplating this, and can he contemplate? Moron boy. Gosankuji speaks again. Gosankuji. But I know Sodom. Shall I tell you his weak spot? Kunu. Getting up. Gosankuji. I said I know Kunu. Grabbing him by the shirt. How dare you? You wish to make a mockery of the legendary KUNOUDAKWAKI? Gosankuji. What? Kunu. Letting go and turning his back to Gosankuji. Do you think I've fallen so low as to strike? To savagely tear at the very fabric of my honorable self just to secretly attack an opponent's weak spot? Gosankuji. Well. Kunu. The answer is no. I The great blue thunder will not strike secretly at S.A. Audiome's weak spot! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Goes Sunkuzi, noticing the small crowd Kunu had drawn. I'm sorry. Turns to leave right parenthesis Kunu, grabbing him by the back of his uniform. Well, question mark goes Sunkuzi. Well, what question mark Kunu? What is Sodom's weak spot? Question mark goes Sunkuzi. Huh? But you said hyphen Kunu. There is nothing cowardly about striking a weak spot openly. What is his weakness? Question mark! Exclamation point goes Sunkuzi. But I don't know what it is yet! Exclamation point Kunu. Blasting goes Sunkuzi into the air with his book and then find out. Idiot! Exclamation point equals Ranma, soaring through the air just great. A few more of these and I think I'm gonna apply for an Aeromeals planned out scene. Ranma passes by some startled geese and spreads his arms, trying to cut down on altitude. Ranma sure beats walking, I guess. Rubs his bottom. The takeoff could use a little work though. Scene. He stares at the houses below, looking as if they were pieces of a model for a school project. To the potential relief of anyone below him, Ranma was not the sort to throw up from incredibly high heights. Ranma, I seriously think Akan should learn to control her temper. It's not as if I want those girls all over me. I mean, I suppose any normal guy would die to have that many women after him, but I mean, I'm hardly normal. Right square bracket scene. Ranma feels the air of his passage change, and adjusts his limbs accordingly. To avoid getting any more depressed about his predicament, Ranma decides to mentally calculate the trajectory and velocity of his flight. Ranma, let's see. Judging by my height, arc and current wind speeds, and assuming the angle Akan shot me up was around 50 or 60 degrees, I should fall right. Stabs a finger at a rooftop right there. Hey, that looks like breaking into a slow grin. Jackpot in 20, 19, 18. Right square bracket voice. Excuse me. Ranma, turning to see a horned, green-haired, scantily clad girl. Noticing she is not falling in the usual sense, but descending at a quick and constant rate she can fly. And to think, China tagged in weird. What can I do for you? Girl, could you move slightly to your left, please? Ranma, blinking. Sure, I guess. Scooting over. Do you mind if I ask why I needed to move? I mean, I'm sure you can fly, so couldn't you just maneuver around me? Girl, I could do that, but scene. Ranma crashes through the roof of Dr. Tofu's clinic. Dr. Tofu, who had about an hour of spare time and just finished repairing the earlier hole, stares in surprise at the fallen Ranma. Ranma, getting up and dusting himself off. I was right. Looking up at the girl I heard a but there. But girl, I didn't think you'd want to land on a steam pipe. Ranma, wincing. Thanks. I owe you a debt, Miss girl. Ranma, Sodom. Ranma, bowing slightly. Thank you again, Lum-san-lum. I'd better be going now. Flying away, Ranma. Remember you can collect at any time. Turning to a startled Dr. Tofu and bowing deeply, Tofu-sensei, I'm here to start learning. Noticing Dr. Tofu is still gaping at him. What? Do I have something in my hair? No, Kasumi, can I speak to you? Scene, Tendu residence, upper floor. Nodoka is knocking on Kasumi's door. Shampoo Mako is at her feet, tail twitching lazily. The door opens, and Kasumi steps out. Kasumi, curious yes, Andy? Nodoka, do you know where the box Ranma's new pet had been in his? Kasumi, I threw it out this morning. I didn't think Ranma would want to keep the box. Was there something I missed? Nodoka, what about the dress? Kasumi, dress? Nodoka, there was a dress in there. A silk Chinese one. Not very modest in the least. Kasumi, oh, I'm sorry. I must have thrown it out with the box. And I burned all the trash to Nodoka, noticing a small twitch in Kasumi's cheerful demeanor. Okay, never mind. I'm sure there was nothing important in there. I do hope Kasumi doesn't wear that thing outside. Right square bracket scene. Nodoka picks up Shampoo Mako and walks down the hall. Kasumi breathes a small sigh of relief, and closes the door. She then picks up the garment from her bed and hides it in her closet. Downstairs, Nodoka starts whispering in Chinese to Shampoo-Mako. Nodoka, less than I single quote. I'll get you a new dress tomorrow, Shampoo-chan. Looks like Kasumi dear has taken a liking to your style of clothing. Greater than equals scene, a mountainous region somewhere in Japan. One of the many natural caves is blocked by a large boulder, a spirit rope tied around it. Suddenly the rock vibrates with the force of an army of pickaxes and, succumbing to the violent pressure, explodes into a shower of pebbles. A rumbling is heard as a diminutive figure emerges from the cave entrance. Thing, FFR free AL hyphen last exclamation point scene. A particularly large piece of boulder fragment finally decides to recognize gravity, arcs gracefully down and beams the creature on the head, knocking it unconscious. This doesn't have anything to do with the story just yet, but we all love plot devices, right? Scene, Tendu living room, dinner time. Ryuga is sitting to the left of Akan, Nebiki to his left, and Ranma, who came in a few minutes ago, is sitting between Kasumi and Nebiki. Nodoka is sitting opposite to Akan with Sun beside her, on her right. Shampoo Mako is lying in Ranma's lap. The television, on the only side of the table without people, is being watched by Nebiki. Get that? Pretty easy to grasp. Nodoka, where were you, Ranma-chan? You missed your usual practice. Ranma, Tofu-san has taken me as an apprentice. He's teaching me some medical and shiatsu stuff. Nodoka, who's Tofu-san? Ranma, he's the local chiropractor. family doctor and martial arts master. No no cop, martial arts master ? Ranma, I think the island anyway. I'm supposed to help him around the clinic in exchange for some knowledge about 3 times a week. Ryuga, shaking his head same. Old Ranma, always focused completely on learning all there is to know about martial arts. Ranma, so? It's not like I focus so much I lose sight of everything else. Besides, I don't have very much in the way of healing techniques. Ryuga, whatever. I can. Anyway, have you thought of a name for your cat? Ranma, shrugging his shoulders. No, not really. I can. How about C-Chan? Ranma, thinking for a moment. No, vaguely remember someone who had a cat with the same name. Starts with a Ra. I remember that. Ryuga, Nian Raiko? Ranma, slapping his palm. Oh yeah, Nian, I asked C-Chan to protect me. Raiko brought his cat every day to school. Have you seen him recently? Ryuga, no. Last I heard, he moved to Vietnam so his parents could educate him on half of his heritage. Ranma, whatever. No, C-Chan is out. Picking up shampoo. Mako, you wouldn't like the name C-Chan, would you? Kasumi, how about Hanachiyo? Ranma, tilting his head back and forth. Nice name, but she doesn't seem to be the Hanachiyo type. Nebiki, how about Nako-chan? Ranma, maybe. Scratching behind shampoo. Nako's ears don't know any cats with that name. No cop, how about Sean-chan? Ranma, pauses in mid-scratch. Did you say something, Mom? No cop, yes. How about if we call her Sean-chan? Ranma, turning the idea around in his head. She does remind me of Sean Pugh, and I am taking care of her for the elder. Nodding his head. Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks, Mom. I'll call her Sean-chan! Kasumi, why does your cat remind you of shampoo? She doesn't look like she could lather very well. Ranma, blinking. Well, I no cop. What my son means to say is the cat reminds him of Sean Pugh, a girl he met in the Amazon village. Scene. Ranma seems to be the only one who notices the temperature drop in the immediate area. Can. Shampoo. What kind of a name is that? Ranma, there is nothing wrong with her name. Just because it sounds remarkably similar to a hair product doesn't mean you should make fun of her. Nebiki, quietly, almost threateningly. So Ranma-chan, what was this girl like? Kasumi, oh my. I'm sure this is just a mild misunderstanding. I mean, Ranma wouldn't do anything before marriage, would he? Can. Muttering, I don't know. Nebiki, did you do anything with her? Ranma. Ranma, I didn't do nothing! No cop, that's, I didn't do anything, or, I did nothing, sung. Ranma, whatever! No cop, not to worry. Nebiki. Ranma just made friends with her when we visited. Nothing more. Ranma, relieved to be rescued. Thanks, Mom. No cop, Of course, I wasn't with him the entire time we visited, and my son is quite manly, and she was pretty cute. Ranma, mentally groaning. I should have known Mom would add something like right square bracket soon. Demon head, how could you? SAOGOME question mark exclamation point. Ranma, what exclamation point scene? Similar to this morning. Ranma jumps up in surprise. This time, however, he lands in Kasumi's lap. Come on, you knew this was inevitable from the time it happened with Nebiki, and embraces her as if she is the only thing between him and the monster, which was true. Shan-chan, landing on the table, hisses his. Kasumi blushes a deep crimson. It is Nebiki's turn to look envious, and Akan looks at her sisters with a small twinge of disbelief. Nodoka looks calm despite the manifestation next to her. Ryuga is not as surprised as Ranma, but has managed to make a 90-degree change in position, full on his face. Ranma, unnerved, it's a monster exclamation point right square bracket. Kasumi, feeling her body react to Ranma's touch. Oh my right square bracket. Nebiki, doubting no fair. He smiles not handling my sister without doing right square bracket. Akan, narrowing her eyes. That jerk. Taking advantage of Kasumi like that exclamation point right square bracket. Nodoka, shaking her head. Didn't Champa say she wouldn't mind sharing him? I'll have to have a chat with her again. Right square bracket. Ryuga, confused. Where am I? It's so dark. Right square bracket. Soon. Angry, how dare you chase other women when you have to marry one of my daughters! Exclamation point. Ranma, gathering his wits. Now wait just a darn minute! Exclamation point. Soon. What question mark? Exclamation point. Ranma, I did nothing with Jean-Pu. Okay. I may be uncultured, I may be simple, but a playboy I mean single quote T exclamation point. Ryuga, Ranma. He's right. But he should have figured out by now these things never look the way they really are. Now, if I could find my way out. Right square bracket. Kasumi. Of course Ranma wouldn't have done anything before being committed. Right square bracket. Nebiki, why didn't I trust him? I know he's too honest to lie convincingly to anyone. Why didn't I notice the signs? What's happening to me? Question mark. Right square bracket. Nodoka, he shouldn't be speaking back to his elders, but this time I'll make an exception. Right square bracket. Akan, liar. Even Kasumi isn't safe from him. Right square bracket. Soon. No daughter of mine is going to marry a womanizer! Exclamation point. Ranma, did you hear a word I said? Question mark. Soon. How can Genma install such loose morals on his son? Question mark. Exclamation point. Ranma, didn't think so. Soon. If you weren't Genma's son, I'd have Kasumi. Shut, father! Exclamation point. Scene. The tone in Kasumi's voice is enough to shake Soon out of his demonic phase. She isn't finished, though. Kasumi, disapproving, how dare you treat Ranma as if you own him! Exclamation point. Nebiki, joining in. Yeah. Besides, he doesn't have to marry one of us if he doesn't want to! Exclamation point. Soon. Bursting into tears. My daughters have turned against me. Now the two schools will never be united! Kasumi, calm down, father. Everything will be alright. Ranma. Is this the Tendu residence? I might have missed the right house when I was running. Right square bracket. Can. Come bordering on anger. You might want to let go of Kasumi, Ranma. I don't think she'd like being touched by a pervert like you. Scene. Ranma notices his position and immediately lets go of Kasumi. It's hard to read Kasumi's feelings, but her glare in Akan's direction when no one was looking was indication enough. Ranma. Finishing. Well, that's it for me. Thank you, Kasumi-chan, for such a delicious meal. Kasumi, blushing again. Thank you, Ranma-kun. Ranma, getting up. Come on, Ryuga. Once you find your way out of your rice bowl, I'll take you home. Ryuga, taking bull off his face. I knew that. I was just Ranma, it doesn't matter what you were doing. When you wanna go home, just get me. Walks out into the yard, Shan-chan following. Right parenthesis Nodoka, where are you going? Ranma, to the dojo, after I take a walk. Picks up Shan-chan, then vaults over the wall. Right parenthesis scene, a few minutes after Ranma leaves, Nodoka excuses herself and takes some plates into the kitchen. Kasumi also excuses herself so she can help Nodoka with the cleaning. Soon gets up soon after and decides to take a walk himself. Ryuga gets up and immediately gets lost looking for the door. Akan and Nebiki are the only ones left. Nebiki, that wasn't very nice. Akan. What Lawson single quote T question mark Nebiki, calling Ranma pervert. You know it's not true. Akan. Then what do you call what he just did to Kasumi? What about his curse? Don't you find it perverted? Question mark Nebiki, rolling her eyes. To answer your questions in order, an accident. What about it? And to whom are you asking? Akan. Eyes widening. You like his curse? Question mark Nebiki, exasperated. Akan. No, I don't. It's a curse. Curses aren't supposed to make someone happy. No one's supposed to like one. It's not perverted just because Ranma looks around to make sure Ryuga is really lost. Turns into a girl with the temperature of the water. Akan. Well, I think it's disgusting. Nebiki. Akan. For some reason I think someday you'll learn the hard way why people run on more than one track. Right square bracket equals scene, at a port near Matsu. 3. People are getting off a cargo ship. After careful inspection, it is determined that all 3 are female, and are all Chinese, at least by the clothing. 2 of them are definitely, unmistakably female. One has waist-length brown hair, both sideburns tied into little ponytails, and is sporting a very low-cut, very short silk dress. The other has equally long black hair tied back in a swirling ponytail, and is wearing a much more modest in comparison to brown-haired girl, form of dress. The reason for the careful inspection is the third figure. It is this figure that causes one to pause for a thought. She looks barely human, if the term barely can be applied to small gnarled-looking trolls. The only clue that the thing is female is its long white hair, and even that was stretching it. This person is hopping on what appears to be a wooden staff, while the obviously female figures are walking alongside. Men passing by pause to look at the pretty girls, but then turn away in disgust at the possibly human-formed brown hair, less than honored elder. When will we get there? ? Greater than old woman left parenthesis, less than patience, child. Greater than black hair, less than yes, elder. Where is this? Nerima, place ? Greater than old woman left parenthesis, less than. Nerima is a district of Tokyo and east of this town. We'll stop by Tottori, then Kyoto, Yokkaichi, Shizuoka, and finally Tokyo. Greater than black hair, less than. How long will this take? ? Greater than old woman left parenthesis, clubbing her on the head, less than. You ask too many questions, child. ! Greater than black hair, feeling a bump on her head, less than. Greater than brown hair, laughing, less than. OW! Greater than old woman left parenthesis, less than. Stop acting like little children! ! Greater than black and brown hair, less than. Sorry, inner elder. Greater than old woman left parenthesis, less than. Our journey will take at least 5 days. Kanji shine. Greater than conditioner, less than 5 days? ? Greater than old woman left parenthesis, less than. You do want to learn a little about this barbaric culture before crashing in on that boy, don't you? ? Greater than brown hair, obviously excited, less than. Oh, I can't wait to meet him again! ! Greater than conditioner, less than. Stop it, perfume. That's really annoying. Greater than perfume, less than. You just jealous because I tag higher claim! Greater than conditioner, less than. No, I'm not! Greater than perfume, less than. Yes, you are! Greater than conditioner, less than. I'm not! Greater than perfume, less than. Hair to! Greater than conditioner, less than. I'm not! Greater than perfume, less than. Hair to! Greater than conditioner, less than. I'm not! Greater than old woman left parenthesis, less than. Quiet! Greater than per. And con. Old woman left parenthesis, disapprovingly, less than. Where ? Your pride, you two. Amazons never lower themselves to men! Greater than per. And con. Less than. Yes, inner elder. Greater than conditioner, whispering the perfume as the elder hops ahead, less than. I don't really give you no perfume. I have to come along because the council wants to make sure nothing goes wrong. Greater than perfume, less than. Beats me too. I'm the village enforcer, not you. Greater than conditioner, less than. Use your head, girl. Who has to become the temporary enforcer because the main girl has a crush on an outsider male? ? Greater than perfume, less than. HMPH. And also gives you a free trip and gets mousse off your back? ? Greater than conditioner, smirking, less than. You have to take all the breaks you can get. Greater than == under heaven all can see beauty as beauty only because there is no gyness. All can know good as good only because there is evil. Scene, Ranma is standing in the practice hall, legs spread apart. His eyes are closed and he is breathing steadily. In his mind, Ranma is reciting a Tao poem his mother taught him in China. He is doing this as well as practicing the Preside to help relax his muscles before he starts on his kata. Heck, he needed to do anything to relax his body and his mind. He already had his share of trouble in China, but now the past few weeks were beginning to disturb his inner spirit. Therefore having and not having arise together. Difficult and easy complement each other. Not that his spiritual self had ever really been balanced. It was one of the many challenges his mother inflicted upon him, to find his center of nature, to achieve tranquility in his soul, to balance his yin and yang. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Ranma could never seem to maintain perfect harmony. Slowly, Ranma's hands reach out, left hand over right, as if he is holding a ball. He exhales in this position and continues with the poem. Long and short contrast each other, high and low rest upon each other, voice and sound harmonize each other, front and back follow one another. It was strange. All the other challenges his mother offered seemed trivial compared to this. Learning to play music, martial arts, watching his language, learning math and history, martial arts, and learning more languages, and martial arts. Always martial arts. He twists to the left, his arms still parallel to the floor. Exhaling, he makes 2 giant circles with his arms extended, bending at the waist. At the end of the second circle, Ranma twists to the right, his arms still horizontal. Therefore the sage goes about doing nothing, teaching no talking. The 10,000 things rise and fall without cease, creating, yet not possessing. Ranma twists again to the left and inhales. Working, yet not taking credit. If only maintaining his inner balance was the same as martial arts, he would have it down pat in the same amount of time it took to take a bath probably even shorter. It was a gift his mother found surprising, to be able to learn a style of martial arts simply by looking at it in practice. There were techniques Ranma knew that had taken the master's years to perfect of course. He still had put them in practice to have the basics down. Ranma half circles and twists once more to the right, this time exhaling and resting his head against his right knee. His right arm is stretched upward, straight, palm turned forward, and perpendicular to the ground, while his left hand is holding his waist on his right side. Work is done, then forgotten. Spiritual or elemental attacks were out of the question. Until he achieved perfect harmony of his spirit, he would never be able to perform some of the neater tricks of the Shodom school of martial arts. Blood attacks were also not going to be at full potential until he shapened up. He relaxes, inhales and carefully straightens himself. Therefore it lasts forever. He then reaches out again, this time right over left, and repeats the movements as a mirror image. With balanced precision, Ranma flowed through the other forms as naturally as he did breathing. The exercises dispelled a lot of frustration even as he prepared for the ordeal to follow. After at least 30 minutes of stretching with different sets of movements, Ranma launches into the mini kata, several of distinct styles. Greater than from Aikido to Ninjutsu, Kempo to Tai-Chi, Ranma went through all the ones he knew. Because of his ability to learn styles of martial arts simply by looking at them practiced, this was no mean feat, especially at the speed he had taken them in. He wanted to release all his stress of the month, and practicing variations of Kung Fu from the Angler Fist to the Zen Fist he felt would be a good idea. After what seems like hours close to 3, in actuality, Ranma finally props himself on a mat, toweling himself off. Ranma, exhausted. Damn, that felt good! Scene, throwing the towel into a corner and removing the top of his GI, Ranma breathes a long sigh of contentment. He still does not find peace with himself, but at least he was much closer than when he started. Folding his hands behind his head, Ranma lies back and closes his eyes. A few seconds later, he opens them to find Shanshan nuzzling his face. Ranma, smiling, "Hey, that tickles." Picking up Shanshan and stroking her fur. "I'm glad the Amazon sent you to me. I've never really had a pet before, but I think it's kinda neat. You're just the thing I need to discuss my problems without feeling embarrassed. After what's been happening lately, I really need to let some of it out." Scene, not wanting to think too much about his troubles, Ranma's mind starts to wander. Unfortunately, Ranma's mind had a nasty habit of trying to resolve things without his actual consent. His mouth practically opened of its own accord. "Ranma, I can't believe Nebiki openly said we were engaged. I mean, first of all that ain't true. And second of all, she was the one who said to wait before anyone should even consider being betrothed. Third, but not the least, I thought I got some say in this. Wasn't it going to be a joint decision between two of us? What happened to my say in the entire thing? Mr. Tendu'll throw a fit if I try and say anything remotely related to his daughters. Mom is waiting for a decision, and I can't give her a one. I mean, how the heck am I going to pull a solution where everyone is happy? I get betrothed, one of the girls ain't happy. I run out, Mr. Tendu ain't happy. I stay, I ain't happy. Especially since it ain't my choice. I seriously think I'm too young for this. I want to improve my martial arts, but how can I do it if I stay in one place? Scene, Ranma shakes his head and puts Shanshan down, lying on the boards himself. She gives him a look of mild disappointment, then decides to curl up next to his head. Unconsciously, he reaches up to stroke her. Ranma, dumb situation to put anyone in. Kasumi is as nice a person as anybody I've ever met. But she's not much of a fighter and she's too kind to put her thoughts above anyone else. If I get out of line I don't know if she'd ever tell me, unlike my mom. Plus, if I'm ever gonna be the best martial artist in the world it kinda helps to have a wife who at least knows what's going on. I don't know if Kasumi would understand. I don't think I've ever seen her mad, which is a big plus over Akan. But then I don't know much about how she feels at all, except that she's always nice to everyone else. Scene. Ranma nods his head as if sympathizing with Kasumi. Now on to the next Tendu girl. Ranma, despite what people say, I think Nebiki is a nice girl, if a little on the cold side. I was a little put off by her prophetizing on the entire engagement deal, but she's been okay ever since. I know a lot of kids fear her cause she's done blackmail and stuff, and that isn't right, but at least she's working hard to support the family. Mr. Tendu sure ain't making any money, but I think there are better ways to make money than to stomp on people's toes. Rolls over on side still, she's been pretty nice to me, and I can see how bad she needs someone to care for her. That loneliness of hers can strike you really quick, you know. She's not a bad person. Her situation just sucks, but her solution isn't that much better. Scene. Ranma frowns. Ranma, Akan. She started out mad at me because she could have had her life thrown away with a silly engagement. She has every right to be angry, but she's going, too far with it. I mean, it's up to us now, right? She's not going to be forced into anything she doesn't want to be in. Akan ain't in any danger. The least she could do is be a little like Kasumi or Nebiki, and take things more in stride. She doesn't have to be mad all the time. Scene. Ranma stares up at the rafters. Shan listens intently. Ranma, you know, I've only been here for about a few weeks, and already I feel a small attachment to the Tendu family. Mr. Tendu is okay, Kasumi is really nice, Nebiki's okay, and Akan is, Scene. He spends a moment trying to complete his thought. Ranma, Akan is, well, a strong-willed girl, who will often back her points with violence. Yeah, that's a. Scene. Ranma feels proud to have come up with a euphemism, then snorts. Ranma, okay, so maybe that wasn't a good description. But I've never really ever seen her happy. Probably be doing her a favor by leaving. I'd be doing everyone in Nerima a favor by going. All the insanity that seems to occur when I'm around would disappear, at least. And then maybe everyone would be able to continue their normal lives. Scene. Ranma yawns. Ranma, sometimes I wonder if I could ever have a normal life. Not being challenged by unusual fighters, never learning about Juzenkaiju, having friends I could rely on when I need help, and having a dad to teach me things. Mind you, Ryugen is a great friend, the same with Shanpu, and I remember Uken from a long time ago. But that's about it. If Mom had half the troubles I had. Scene. He rubs his eyes tiredly, then turns to sleepily smile at the cat. Ranma, thanks for listening to me. Shan scratches her under her chin. Not like you'd understand or anything, but it sure is nice to have someone who'll listen. Scene. Had Ranma stayed awake for a second longer, he would have noticed the look of guilt that passed across Shampoo Nako's face. Feeling a little sleepy herself, Shampoo Mako stretches and trots over to her makeshift bed. Minutes later, she is fast asleep. Half an hour later, Nebiki walks into the dojo, bucket and bath supplies in hand. Nebiki, Ranma, Kasumi fixed a hold scene. Nebiki notices Ranma fast asleep in the middle of the room. Pulling down the supplies by the door, she proceeds into the room to wake Ranma up. Nebiki, quietly Ranma ... scene. Just as Nebiki touches Ranma's arm, she immediately pulls back. It was as if 5 milliamperes of electrical current flowed through when she made contact with him. Nebiki, calm down girl. He's just a stupid jock who's only interested in martial arts. Right square bracket scene. Despite trying to convince herself of this, Nebiki couldn't help but giggle like a little schoolgirl. She is about to try again when Kasumi pokes her head through the doorway. Kasumi, Nebiki, there is someone on the phone asking for you. Nebiki, really? Glancing back at Ranma before walking out. Thanks, Kasumi. Scene. Once Nebiki leaves, Kasumi walks into the practice hall and shakes her head. Kasumi, why didn't Nebiki wake Ranma up? The bath will get cold soon. Scene. Kasumi crosses the dojo floor and gently shakes Ranma. Kasumi, Ranma-kun. Scene. Ranma doesn't respond. Kasumi notices this and tries again. Kasumi, Ranma-kun! Scene. When it is clear Ranma wouldn't wake up if the world was going to end, Kasumi kneels down further to yell in Ranma's ear. Before she can do that, Ranma rolls over in his sleep. His arm came up and wrapped around Kasumi's waist, bringing her closer to him. Still fast asleep, Ranma paid no heed to Kasumi's rising blush. Kasumi, realizing the impromptu of her position, oh my, struggling to get out of Ranma's grasp, but not too hard. Ranma-kun, this is improper. You should wait at least until we're scene. Kasumi has turned enough to gaze at Ranma's peacefully sleeping face. Still blissfully unaware of his surroundings, Ranma snuggles closer to the new heat source. This, of course, is too much for Kasumi to handle in one day. Who faints? Nebiki, hello ? Voice. Tendu Nebiki ? Nebiki, not recognizing the voice. Who are you ? Voice. My name is Kosankuji Hikaru. I am from your school Tendu Senpai, in room 1F. I called you because people said you were very good at finding things. Nebiki, suspiciously what sort of things ? Kosankuji, just some information senpai. Nebiki, I need specifics before I can quote prices. Kosankuji, well, I need information on someone's weakness. Things they're scared of. Can you do it? Nebiki, that depends. Kosankuji, how much? Tendu Senpai ? Nebiki, pretending to calculate 8,000 to 10,000 yen, with a 2,000 yen down payment for anyone I know. 14,000 to 16,000 yen with a 4,000 yen down payment otherwise. Down payment is not refundable. Goes Sunkuzi. That's a lot of money! Exclamation point! Nebiki, I'm not the one trying to exploit someone's weakness here. Besides, it's my flat rate. You don't know the amount of time I spend on research, and I usually charge by the hour. Goes Sunkuzi. But that's extortion! Exclamation point! Nebiki, not my problem. Feeling slightly generous. Tell you what, if you tell me who you're after, I'll let you know how easy or hard it's going to be, and I'll give you a specific price range. Goes Sunkuzi. Okay senpai. Nebiki, so? Who's the lucky person? Goes Sunkuzi. Sodom Ranma. Scene. There is a long pause. Goes Sunkuzi. Kendo senpai? Nebiki. Did you say Ranma? Goes Sunkuzi. Yes. Nebiki. Why do you want to know Ranma's weakness? Does he even have one? Right square bracket. Goes Sunkuzi. That's confidential senpai. Nebiki, debating for a moment if she should pry any further, and giving up very well. Goes Sunkuzi. Senpai? Nebiki, I'll give you a quote tomorrow. Meet me at my usual hangout before school. Goes Sunkuzi. Why yes, Kendo senpai. Nebiki, hanging up. He wants to know Ranma's weak spot. Why would he want Right square bracket scene? As much as Ranma might have affected her, Nebiki is not one to forget habits and situation angles. Nebiki, who? Probably. He's the only moron I know who would want to know what Ranma's afraid of and exploited. Right square bracket scene. Nebiki blinks, chasing after a fleeting thought. Nebiki, what is Ranma afraid of? Right square bracket Ryuga. Funny, this doesn't look like the dojo. Kunu. What are you doing in my house? Ryuga. Kodakai. Oh brother dear, I invited him! Ryuga. Shut. No. Kodakai. Ryuga sama! Ryuga. Ranma. Huh? A hot spring? Voice. Ranma. Ranma. Turning around. Who called? Voice. Seductively, it's me. Honey. Ranma. Who the heck are you? Scene. Across from him is a girl, about the same age. She looks like a copy of Ranma's cursed form, and is partially submerged in the warm waters. Girl. Outing. You don't recognize me? Ranma. Other than the fact you look like my female form. Girl. Giggling. Silly. I am your female form! Ranma. What? Girl. Embracing Ranma. Who else would I be? Lover boy? Ranma. Removing her arms from his body and closing his eyes. This is all just a dream. I can wake up any time I like. Girl. Moving away from him and laughing. Fa. You can't escape me. We were meant to be together, you and I after all. I was the one who called you to Juzenkaio exclamation point Ranma, opening his eyes to stare at her. You were what question mark percent and chapter 8 equals percent afterward. Sorry for the delay, but it's hard to concentrate when your parents just divorced and you have schoolwork piling up on your desk. A big thank you goes to Byrd for helping me with Ranma's mouth problem, especially with my current state of depression. Size Weijing is a natural set of Taoist exercises. Size Weijing literally translates from Chinese as marrow washing classic. Of course, what I described Ranma doing, the cloud hands, is only one part of the many movements involved in this set. The poem was taken from chapter 2 of the Tao Te Ching, a book that has contained the essence of Taoism for over 2,500 years, and it has influenced Chinese culture and folklore. I tried to spell perfume and conditioners' names in Romaji script, and the way the Japanese would pronounce their names. Of course, I don't know the actual Japanese words for these products, and it'd be a pain to use the Romaji script all the time, so I'll just leave the names in English, and in English form. I'm not too entirely sure if I used the script properly for any of the names either. Conditioner KONG Shime Perfume Pa Fu M shampoo shampoo Sa M Pui single quote am only part Japanese, among a lot of other things, and I just recently enrolled in some classes to relearn. If you're a person who is truly fluent in Japanese, please email me and let me know if I've used the proper Romaji text. Note, I deliberately left many kata as kata. Like all Oriental words, or the ones I know, at least, you do not add an s to indicate it is plural. There is no such single letter in the Japanese, or Chinese, language, and there is no point in westernizing Eastern words and phrases. And like all, or almost all, Oriental words, you don't change anything to pluralize it. You don't go around saying anangs, samurais or anything unusual like that. At least, I hope you don't single quote t.c single quote mon. Of course Ranma can learn a style or a martial art technique by simply watching it in practice. He figured the steps of the Hiri Shotenha when he only saw it once. Of course, he needed some more coaching from Cologne, but knowing Ranma, once you see it, you gotta learn it. In a previous chapter, I said I was basing Ranma's eating habits on the manga. Because the few volumes I own are rather random, the few panels that had Ranma eating show him doing so at a leisurely pace. Just to clear up any dispute over his dining habits. John single quote T worry if you think Ranma is too perfect just because he was raised by his mom. He was trained by Genma until he was 7, and a lot has happened in China. Hopefully, the next chapter won't take as long to write. Like my word means anything when it comes to scheduling. Author's notes Ranma and its characters and so forth are property of Rumiko Takahashi / Shogakukan Incorporated. This fan-fiction story is inspired by Celeste Byrd's A Little Motherly Love. This is the one-shot version. Left parenthesis Celeste Byrd gave me permission. Ranma, yes, is my second story since high school. My first story was called The Ring. It's not found on the International Network. To read the original versions, go to Wade's homepage. Prologue scene. A young man in a Chinese-style red silk shirt by the name of Ranma and his mother Nodoka Sodom, who was dressed in a blue kimono with a red serpent-like creature decorated on it, are walking through the streets of Nerima, a district in Tokyo, Japan. Each of them were carrying a big knapsack on their backs. Nodoka was also carrying a sheathed katana in her arms. Ranma also had a sheath-head-long sword tied to his knapsack. They had just got back from a training period in China and decided to pay a visit to an old friend of Ranma. So Mom, what do you know about this Tendo person ? Nodoka, I do know that soon Tendo is the head of the Tendo training hall. He was also a friend of your father's Ranma, I see. Any reason why we are dropping by his house ? Nodoka, your father, before he died, said to drop by the training hall sometime. Ranma, I guess. You know, now that I think of it, I only knew Dad for a few years. I never really knew him. Nodoka, he was a kind and righteous man, son. He may have realized bad points, but he was my husband and he was your father. He loved him. I loved him so much, and I honored his last wish. That wish was for me to teach you the martial arts and to raise you as a man amongst men. I just hope that my knowledge of the martial arts was good enough for you to run the Sodom school. Ranma, come on, Mom. If I can kick anybody's ass, you must be doing something right. Nodoka slaps Ranma on the back of the head. Your language, Ranma. Furthermore, I did not teach you to kick ass, as you put it. I taught you to defend yourself. Ranma, rubbing the back of his head. Did you have to hit me so hard? Nodoka, you're not supposed to use foul language in front of your mother. Ranma, sorry. Nodoka, you do that somewhere else. Ranma, right. Nodoka, tell you what. You go ahead and meet the Tendos while I go to the store to buy some groceries. Left parenthesis hands a piece of paper to Ranma. The address is on that paper. Ranma, got it. See you. Ranma runs off right parenthesis. Left square bracket. Ranma runs off to the Tendo training hall. Nodoka turns the opposite direction and goes to the grocery store right square bracket left square bracket. Meanwhile, an animal that looks like a cat watches Ranma from the trees. The cat decides to follow. Ranma 1/2 AS originally, A Little Motherly Love, by Sergei Raka. Original stories by Celeste. Byrd. Section 1, First Meeting Scene. Ranma keeps running to make it on time to the Tendo training hall. He rounds the corner at high speed. He doesn't notice the woman in front of him, who was carrying a grocery bag. Ranma runs into the woman, causing her to fall to the ground and spilling her grocery bags. Woman, oh! Ranma, oh God. I'm sorry! Woman, that's alright, young man. Just watch where you're going next time. Ranma, here. Let me help you up. Left parenthesis offers a hand to the woman right parenthesis. Woman, Thank you. Left parenthesis takes Ranma's hand and gets up. Right parenthesis left square bracket as Ranma helps the woman up. He can't help but be stunned by the woman's beauty. She had brown hair that was in a ponytail. She also had a pretty face that didn't need any makeup to bring out her body. She was dressed in a long dress. The top was a white blouse and the dress was green. The woman also had a slender figure which caught Ranma's eyes. Ranma kept holding the woman's soft arms even after she got up. Ranma's mind was in dreamland. Right square bracket woman, young man Ranma, woman, you can let go of my hand now. Ranma blushes and lets go of the woman's hand. Sorry. Woman, innocently. Where were you going in such a hurry? Ranma, the Tendo training hall. Woman, if so, you're going the wrong way. It's on the right corner, not the left. Ranma, how do you know that? Woman, I live there. Ranma, are you Mr. Tendo's wife? Woman, a little sad and hurt. Eldest daughter. Ranma, oops. Woman, it's okay. I am 19, but I admit, I do look a bit old. Ranma, trying hard to disagree. No way. I've never met a girl as young and cute as you! Woman, blushes lightly. Cute? Ranma, nervously. What I meant was beautiful. Yeah, that's it! Woman, blushes a bit red. Right parenthesis no. Cute is fine. Ranma smiles. Right parenthesis beautiful suits you more. Woman left parenthesis looking embarrassed. Stop it. That's enough! Ranma looks apologetic but tries to keep smiling. Right parenthesis sorry. I got a little carried away. You are beautiful, though. Woman, didn't I tell you to stop? Ranma, sorry again. By the way, my name's Nerima. Left parenthesis bows to the woman. Right parenthesis woman, my name is Tendo Kasumi. Ranma, so, were you heading home? Kasumi, I was, but now I have to get to the grocery store again. Ranma, you won't have to. Left parenthesis picks up the grocery bags. My mom went to the store, plus she told me to go ahead and meet her family. Kasumi, since we're both going there, we'll walk together. Ranma, blushing, sure! Kasumi, I'll lead the way. Left square bracket Kasumi and Ranma walk together to the Tendo training hall. In their way, Ranma talks about his martial arts training in the Menai parts of Japan and China. Kasumi talks about her life in general. She assumed the position as the caretaker of the Tendo family when her mother died. Right square bracket Kasumi, you have led an interesting life. Ranma, well, my mom decided to take me on a training trip because it was my dad's last wish. You could say that since then, I had some pretty interesting adventures. Kasumi, since my mother died, I've done all I can to take care of my family. My father would fallen apart if I just sat in the house doing nothing. Ranma, you mentioned you had to quit school. Kasumi, family comes first. Ranma, you should know that. Ranma, I see. Kasumi, I mentioned that I have two younger sisters. Ranma, raising an eyebrow and looking at Kasumi, What about it? Kasumi. I should warn you about them. Nabiki tends to making money off anything. I don't approve of this, but she does make a living. Ranma, so she's shady. Kasumi, just be wary. My youngest sister Rakan is a martial artist, but to me, she's just a very active athlete. Ranma, a tomboy. Kasumi, she'd have your head for that comment. Ranma gulps nervously. They can't be that bad. I mean, we all have our quirks. Kasumi, I guess. The two arrive at the Tendo home and head outside the gates. Kasumi, well, here we are. Ranma is impressed at the setup of the Tendo home. Behind the stone gates, there was a two-story home and on the side was the dojo. In the backyard, there was a koi pond with some beautiful colorful fish. Ranma runs around the yard to take in these surroundings. Indeed he is too impressed for words. Ranma, Kasumi, do you like it? Ranma, oh yeah. A big home, a dojo, and some space. Maybe staying here won't be so bad. Kasumi, are you planning to stay? Ranma, not too long. I mean if that's a problem. Kasumi, not at all. Ranma-sand. Ranma blushes. Must you be so formal? Kasumi, it's good manners. You know, you smell funny. Ranma, sorry about that. I haven't taken a bath in hours. Kasumi, you can use mine. Ranma, raising an eyebrow, you're offering your bathroom to a complete stranger? Kasumi smiles, I trust you. Ranma-san. Ranma, okay then. Setting down the grocery bags on the ground. Look, Kasumi. Before we go any further, I want to tell you something. Kasumi, teasing and smiling, you're not going to declare your love for me, are you? Ranma, teasing and smiling, not unless you want me to. Kasumi giggles. You single quote Ray flirt. Ranma, seriously though. What I'm about to show you might give you a panic attack. Kasumi, concerned, what might that be? Ranma, I mentioned quirks. I got a big one and it might scare you. Kasumi, Ranma, I'm a big girl. I'm as calm as can be. Ranma, taking out a bottle of water from his pocket, here goes. Ranma pours the water over his head. To Kasumi's surprise, Ranma turns into a girl with red hair, a little bit short in size, and a pretty figure. Kasumi : Ranma-chan. Relieved, oh good. You didn't panic. Because she hears the female's voice. Kasumi faints. Ranma-chan. Sarcastically, you just fainted. Ranma-chan picks up Kasumi and starts to the door. Ranma-chan. A bit sad, I guess I can't blame you. It's not every day you meet a guy who turns into a girl. Sighs, I guess you won't talk to me anymore. I was really beginning to like you. Scene. Ranma is now in Kasumi's room. He lays her on the bed and covers her up. Ranma smiles at Kasumi's still form. Ranma-chan, she'll be up soon. I guess it couldn't hurt to use the bathroom while your family is away. I'll meet them once they get back. Ranma starts to the bathroom, but briefly looks over his shoulder at Kasumi. Ranma-chan. Kasumi-chan. Scene. Meanwhile, in another part of town, two schoolgirls walk out of Furinkan High School side by side. One girl has short, brown hair, the other has long, black hair. The one in brown seems to be walking calmly. The one in black seems to be angry. They both walk down the street as they head for home. I swear, if Kuno shows up tomorrow, I'll break his back! Nebiki, really, Look, I know it's Kuno's fault for all those bullies challenging you every morning. But I don't think breaking his back is going to solve the problem. If you're so concerned about him, why don't you date him? Nebiki, I wouldn't date that loser even if he paid me. Getting very angry, whatever. Now there's the thing about our boy staying at our house! Nebiki, oh yeah. It seems Daddy had a friend who died about 10 years ago. He also said that the widow and her son are dropping by. I believe that the son's name is Sodom Ranma. Still angry, doesn't matter. If he tries anything, I'll break his neck! Nebiki, come on, Must you act with every guy this way? Serves them right for being so immature. Nebiki, teasing, not like your sweet tofu. Blushing and turning to Nebiki furiously, that's Dr. Tofu, Nebiki, and he's not like the other guys! Nebiki looks at Akan seriously. Listen, little sister. That guy foreign thing is too old for you. So? Love knows no bounds! Nebiki. Second, he only sees you as a little immature schoolgirl. Looking down sadly, Nebiki. The third one is really going to hurt you. The good doctor only has eyes, so to speak, for our big sister, Kasumi. Sadly, the way Dr. Tofu acts when she's around Nebiki, cutting Akan off, has got to be one of the most amusing acts I've ever seen. Angry, stop it, Nebiki. You wouldn't understand! Nebiki, raising an eyebrow. Understand what? Being in love! Nebiki, I got better things to do than moon over somebody all my life existence. I'm better than that. Like counting yen, you heartless Scrooge. Nebiki. Now, that's not very nice referring to your big sister Nebiki that way. Angry, fine. Whatever. Left square bracket. The two sisters arrive at the Tendo training hall. They first notice the gates are already opened. The two are surprised to see rockery bags on the ground. Right square bracket. Nebiki. Come, that's funny. Kasumi never leaves the groceries outside. Maybe she finally broke down after all these years. It's probably nothing. Listen, I'm going to take a bath. You go ahead and take the groceries in. Nebiki, sounding a bit hurt. Oh poop. Must I be condemned to manual labor? Sternly, very funny, Nebiki. Just carry them in. Nebiki: left parenthesis sarcastically. Woe is me. Left square bracket as Akan heads to the bathroom. Nabiki notices her father, Santendo, coming in through the gates with a middle-aged woman of his side. Soon seems to be sobbing for some reason, whilst the woman seems to be calm, yet ashamed at the man. Mostly because Ash was dragging him by the ear. Right square bracket Nabiki, say daddy, are you dating soon? Sobbing, no. Lady, act your age, Tendo-san. Innocently. Soon, sobbing happily, this is my departed friend's wife, Shodominato ka. Nabiki, Dostu Nodo ka. Good afternoon, Shodon-san. Nodo ka. Good afternoon, Nabiki-chan. Soon, still sobbing, oh happy day! Nodo ka. Is your father always like this? Nabiki, most of the time. Anyway, I thought you were bringing Jire-san over. Nodo ka. He went on ahead. I was going to buy some groceries. Booty bumped into your father. He was so happy to see me that he burst into tears and was babbling about a deal being held up. I swear, if he wasn't who I am, I'd have you father committed to the psychiatric ward. Of course I had to drag him home and I had to forget about the shopping. Nabiki, curious, you see your son went on ahead. But I haven't seen him yet. Nodo ka. That's funny. Ranma should be here by now. Left square bracket everyone hears a scream from upstairs, which brings attention to the people who are outside. It even brings Soon out of his sobbing state. Then Akan runs out of the house, screaming angrily as she picks up a nearby boulder. Right square bracket Akan, I'll kill the pervert. I swear I'll drown him in the tub! Nabiki, a bit concerned, hey Akan, what's up? Akan, there's a pervert in the bathroom! Nabiki, didn't think there was anyone brave enough to peek on Akan. Why didn't you just kill him with your bare hands? Akan, because I was afraid. Nodo ka. Put the rock down. Akan, is it? That won't be necessary. Akan, whirling to Nodo ka. I think it's very necessary! Left square bracket Ranma enters the yard with a sheepish grin and rubbing the back off his head with his left hand. Everyone takes notice, including a hopeful Soon. Right square bracket Nabiki, you're Ranma, right? Ranma, sheepishly, yeah. Sorry about this. Left square bracket Soon runs over to Ranma and hugs him tightly. Soon sobs in happiness while Ranma feels the tight embrace. Right square bracket Soon, oh happy day. Oh how I wait long for this! Ranma, this guy's really emotional. Will you stop that? You're going to break me half! Left square bracket Kasumi comes downstairs. She was feeling a little lightheaded after waking up. Right square bracket Kasumi. Yums, did I hear Akan scream? I could've sworn. Kasumi notices Ranma and quickly runs to him. She quickly pushes Soon, causing him to let go of the embrace. Kasumi quickly observes and examines Ranma from head to toe. Right square bracket Kasumi, curiously, I wasn't dreaming, was I? Ranma, nervously. No, Kasumi. Quickly hugging Ranma and sobbing a bit. I'm so glad you're here for real, Ranma-san. This confirms that I'm not crazy and I don't need therapy. Ranma, smiling at Kasumi, if anybody tells you that you need therapy, I'll kick their sorry behinds from here to America. Kasumi, looking up at Ranma and instantly kisses him on the cheek. Thank you, Ranma-san. But you don't have to resort to violence just to appease me. Ranma, blushing, I'll try. Left square bracket there single quote as a silence. There was also several faces looking at Ranma. Nebiki with a raised eyebrow of curiosity. Nodoka just looking calm, soon looking a bit confused, and Akan looking very shocked at the development. Right square bracket Nodoka, maybe we should address ourselves to the living room and get acquainted. Maybe calming down a little with some tea. Scene, Ranma, his mother, and the Tendo family are in the living room. They are all at the dinner table sitting down. Kasumi, and Nebiki, and Akan, who is really angry, are sitting together. Ranma sits along her mother and soon is standing over the Sodom single quote s. Soon, now serious-faced, I think proper introductions are in order. This is my departed friend's wife. Nodoka, Sodom Nodoka. This is my son. Ranma, Nodoka. As Kasumi already knows, my son has a certain condition. Ranma, Mom, it's a curse. Kasumi, looking sad, looking down, if you think being a girl is a curse. Ranma, desperately, I didn't mean it like that. Kasumi exclamation point. Kasumi left parenthesis relieved. Thank you. Ranma -san. Nodoka, hands Ranma squirt gun. Son. Ranma, rolling his eyes as he takes the squirt gun. Yeah. Mom. Left square bracket Ranma points the water gun to his temple as if he was going to kill himself. He pulls the trigger and cold water comes out of its muzzle. Ranma turns into a girl. Nebiki's eyes brighten in surprise while Akan jaw drops to the floor. Right square bracket Nebiki, a bit calm, interesting people you know, Daddy. Soon, even though I haven't met the boys, Ranma wasn't always like this. Not before he and his mother undertook that terrible training exercise. Flashback scene, Ranma and his mother are at Juzenkyo, China, a place where there is a cursed training ground. It is the afternoon. And Ranma, his mother, and the infamous Juzenkyo guide, final arrive at the site. Guide, here, Sir and Madam, is the legendary training ground of Juzenkyo. More than 100 springs here. Each one has own tragic legend. Ranma, Mom, are you sure this is where all the hot martial artists train? Nodoka, that's what my guidebook says, dear. Not impressed? Ranma, yawning, not much. Don't see what's so special about Thigh's place. Left square bracket both combatants jump onto a bamboo pole opposite of each other. Right square bracket guide, Sir, Madam, what you doing? Exclamation point. Nodoka, son, I know how much you love the martial arts, but haven't you thought of settling down? Taking a crane stance while balancing on the bamboo pole. Right parenthesis Ranma, Smiles challengingly right parenthesis I single quote lol settle down when I'm dead comma mom dot left parenthesis taking a defensive stance right parenthesis no cop, you should apply yourself with studying more, son. Indian, martial arts can't dominate everything in your life. Ranma, martial arts doesn't dominate my life. Jumps at Nodoko with a flying punch. Martial arts is my life, and nothing is going to change that exclamation point. Nodoko changes stance to a defensive one, then show me what I would have learned. Son and pupil of mine. Left square bracket Nodoko kicks Ranma in the midsection as he approached. Ranma is sent flying into the air, but safely lands on another bamboo pole. Right square bracket Nodoko, keeping her balance right parenthesis just because I'm your mother doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Ranma, I know. Believe it or not, Mom, that's the way I like it. Right curly bracket left square bracket both combatants leap into the air. When they meet, they start attacking at an amazing speed. As they descend, the two fighters leap off each other and land on their respective bamboo poles. They do this for an extensive period of time, attacking each other at full speed and anticipating each other's moves. Having enough, Nodoko whips out her katana. Ranma then whips out what seems to be a long sword. Right square bracket Nodoko, son, where did you get that ? Ranma, I found it somewhere. I figured I would give it to you as a present since you like swords so much. Nodoko, I prefer my katana. Ranma, besides, I think you should have it. Ranma, but I hate weapons, Mom. Besides, I'm better without them. Nodoko, sometimes I wonder about your confidence. Ranma, there's going to come a time when you face an unfair opponent, and you're going to have to resort to a weapon. It has a longer reach and it increases your defense. I'm glad you found that long sword. Ranma, aiming sword at his mom. Alright then. We'll fight with swords. But if I win, no more weapon lessons. Nodoko, your funeral, son of mine! Guide. From a safe distance, sir. Madam. Very bad if you fall and spring! Left square bracket both combatants resume the fight, blades clashing. At first Ranma was the upper hand, but Nodoko's weapon experience gets the better of the young martial artist. Ranma begins to tire and slow down and his concentration begins to weaken. Then Ranma notices a low thrust by Nodoko, which wasn't aimed at him. This confuses Ranma and that cost him. He doesn't notice the bamboo break under his feet and he begins to lose balance. Ranma falls into a spring, a shocked expression on his face. There's a loud splash. The sword lands somewhere near the spring. Right square bracket guide. Hiya. Not spring of ground girl! Left square bracket. The surface of the water is calm for a moment. Then Ranma erupts from the spring like a rocket and lands on an undamaged pole. Nodoko looks at his son closely. Her face is the expression of total shock. Right square bracket Nodoko, son ? Ranma, high-pitched voice, what's up, Mom? We done already? Nodoko, shocked, am I going mad? Guide, there's a tragic story of a girl that drowned in spring 1,500 years ago. Now whoever fall in spring Nodoko, Ranma, Look at yourself. You are my daughter now! ! Ranma, confused. What the ... Left square bracket. Ranma looks down at his body and notices that he was a she. Ranma couldn't bring him/herself to scream, for she was in too much of a shock. Guide, TKD body of girl. No cop, still in shock. Guide, please tell me that there's a cure! Guide, hot water will reverse the effect, but cold water will return her son to cursed body. No cop, calming down and sighing, oh that's good. We'll just have to find some hot water then. Ranma, muttering as she was looking down at herself, my life is going to be interesting from this point on. End of flashback scene. Back in the present, Kasumi is in a bit of surprise at the history. She feels sorry for poor Ranma, but at the same time she thinks that the boy shouldn't have gone to that horrible place. Yaljit, what you wish for, she thinks. Nabiki looks at Ranma with several degrees of shock. Akan loses her angry expressions. Soon, Juzenkyo, the legendary training grounds. Its location has always been shrouded in secrecy. But why would they make Ford Place a tourist attraction? Nabiki, answering matter-of-factly, people need to make money, right? Take me, for example. I can make money of anything. You just name it. Soon, pouring contents of a boiling kettle on Ranma. So, hot water changes you back into a boy. Ranma, a little miffed and gritting his teeth. Hot, not boiling. Soon, patting Ranma on the back. Well, your problem's not so bad now, is it? Ranma, wife's that? Soon, let me reintroduce you to my daughters. You've already met my eldest daughter, Kasumi. She's 19. The one in the short hair is Nabiki. She's 17. The youngest is my only martial arts pupil, Akan. She's 16. Pick one. Ranma, Soon, years before your father died, he and I agreed that you would marry one of my daughters. No cop, Ranma, remember when I mentioned that your father has bad points? Ranma, yeah? No cop, well, your father wasn't the brightest person in the world. This arrangement has got to be one of the stupidest ideas he severed. Plus, he never told me about this because he knew I wouldn't have approved of this. Ranma, turning to Soon, Tendo-san, let me be frank. Shouting right parenthesis, you expect me to be engaged to one of your daughters on the basis that I've only known them for an hour? No cop, I'm sorry, Soon. I raised my son to know that love isn't instant. Besides, this whole arrangement is too old-fashioned for him. Soon, bursting into tears, but it's for family honor! Ranma, whispering to his mom, Niagara Falls. No cop, or a reasonable facsimile thereof. Akan, standing up, enraged, why would we marry a pervert like him? Left square bracket. Silence engulfs the room. Akan is a little disturbed. Right square bracket. Kasumi, sternly, Akan, be nice! Ranma, hold up, Akan. What did you just call me? Question mark. How can a pervert? Pervert exclamation point Kasumi. How can exclamation point Ranma? Why am I pervert? How can? Because you were in my bathroom. Pervert exclamation point Ranma. Kasumi, let me use it. You walking on me, and I'm a pervert. Yeah, very nice conclusion. How can exclamation point Nebiki? He's got a point there. Little sister How can? Sure, take his side exclamation point Ranma. Impersonating Jack Nicholson. What's the matter? How can question mark can single quote T handle the truth question mark how can? I'll show you truth exclamation point left square bracket before Ranma could react. How can lifts up the table. Everybody but Ranma is wise enough to get out of the way. How can then smashes the table over Ranma's head. Needless to say, Ranma goes down semicolon his world becomes black top right square bracket how can. While we're on the subject of Crazy Jack, here's another run for you. Lifts up the table again, here's Johnny exclamation point Kasumi. Now standing between Ranma's still form and the angry can. She looks at her lotus sister sternly. How can? I think Tabi's quite enough exclamation point how can? Looking at her eldest sister in shock. Kasumi exclamation point Kasumi. If mother was still with us, she'd tell you to go to your room and think about what you just did exclamation point how can colon left parenthesis coming down but Kasumi, you don't treat guests like this, how can. Now I am taking Grandma upstairs and treat his head. Then I'm going to assure him that he is very welcome in this house exclamation point left square bracket how can falls silent as she lets go of the table. She falls to her knees and bows her head in shame. Right square bracket Kasumi scoops up Ranma in her arms, looking at him sadly. Poor boy. Turns her face to Akan with the same sadness. Maybe you can't handle the truth, little sister. Akan. Kasumi. Nebiki. Knives through the heart. Big sister. Left square bracket Kasumi takes Ranma upstairs right square bracket no cop. That was surely interesting. Nebiki. I'm sorry for my little sister. Sodom-san. She tends to be violent maniac. Akan. Sadly, no more knives. Nebiki. We were on the subject of this engagement. I may have an idea on how to handle this. But it's going to cost you. Akan. Nebiki. Now is not the time for yen. No cop. Raising an eyebrow, how much question mark Nebiki? 20,000 yen should cover it. Left square bracket no cop pulls out a bundle of money strapped to a rubber band. Since it's a lot of money, Nebiki starts to draw right square bracket no cop. I use this for travel expenses, dear. Looks at Nebiki, wipe at that drool off. You look disgusting. Nebiki. Embarrassed. Oh, sorry. Nodoka hands Nebiki 20,000 yen. Nebiki gladly takes it right square bracket Nebiki. Okay. The thing is, there won't be an engagement. Soon. Starts crying again. But why question mark exclamation point Nebiki? Because, Daddy, Ranma's right. Being engaged in less than a day is being unreasonable. Soon. But Nebiki, I'm not finished. Now here's what I propose. The Sodoms will stay here to see if Ranma is compatible with one Alphus. But if there is going to be an engagement, it will be between Ranma and one of us. You get me? Daddy ? Soon. Oh, my daughter is trying to ruin me! No cop, that seems pretty reasonable. Nebiki. Nebiki, thank you. Sodom -sand no cop, let's humor your father. Nebiki. Call me Auntie. Nebiki, if you insist. I can. Count me out. Nebiki. I'm not going to play a part in this. Gets up angrily and walks through the sliding screen. She slams it on the way out. Right parenthesis no cop. I fear for my son's safety. Nebiki. She'll cool off. Left square bracket. Meanwhile, outside the home, a little man watches the house from the shadows with binoculars. He dashes off before he's noticed. Right square bracket scene. After 4 hours, Ranma finally wakes. He finds himself in a room and he's on a bed. Ranma feels his head and feels a bandage in his head. He was about to fall asleep, but notices a girl in a nightgown, and wakes up fully, never minding the pain. Ranma, oh Kasumi, gasps right parenthesis oh, you're awake. Ranma, sheepishly, hey. Didn't mean to startle you. Kasumi, smiling, I know. By the way, sorry for my little sister. Behavior. Ranma, groaning and feeling his head. Thanks for bringing that up. Kasumi, I swear. She gets mad at the slightest things. I don't know why she acts this way. Ranma, look, her behavior is not your fault. Maybe it's just the way she is. Kasumi, but I tried so hard to calm her down. But her behavior towards the opposite sex is still the same. She hates boys. Ranma, I can see that. Man, my head hurts. Kasumi, just lie still. Ranma, by tomorrow, you won't feel any pain. Ranma, let me get this straight. Not only did you let me use your bathroom, but you're letting me crash into your room for the night. Kasumi, it looks that way. Ranma -sand Ranma, does mom know about this? Left square bracket knock on the door. Right square bracket Kasumi whispers, lie still and close your eyes. It might be Ken. Oh, look away. Ranma whispers, got it. Left square bracket Ranma does as Kasumi says and covers up in bed. Right square bracket left square bracket Kasumi opens her door. She sees no car. Right square bracket Kasumi, Sodom-san. Did your day at the mall go well? No cop. Yes, Kasumi. Is my son awake yet? Kasumi. No he isn't. No cop. I guess that blow to the head was pretty bad. Kasumi. Sodom-san. Can I ask you a favor? No cop. Raising her right eyebrow. Yes. Kasumi. Kasumi. Sweating a bit, her heart racing. Can Ranma stay here in me room for the night? No cop. If he's going to be like that for the rest of the night, then I guess there's no problem. Kasumi, thank you. Sodom-san. Kasumi watches Nodoka leave down the hallway. Nodoka stops about a few meters away and turns her head around. Right square bracket Nodoka. Kasumi question mark Kasumi. Yes. Shodon-san question mark Nodoka. Smiles. Try not to be too rough on my boy. He saw we have left. Kasumi. Blushing. Shodon-san exclamation point Nodoka. Laughs. Just kidding. Kasumi. I hope she doesn't try to talk advantages in. Right curly bracket Kasumi. Still sweating. Good night. Shodon-san. Left square bracket Kasumi closes her door. She turns around and sees and reviews Ranma in front of her. Kasumi smiles at this. Right square bracket Ranma. Nervously. Kasumi. Smiles. It's all for the best. Ranma-san. You are safe here. Ranma. Sweating and eyes glowing wide. I am question mark exclamation point Kasumi. Assuring. Very. Ranma. Look. Kasumi. You're very nice. But aren't you being a little bold question mark Kasumi. Approaching. Whatever do you mean? Ranma-san question mark Ranma. Gulps. Please don't single quote T. Kasumi. You know, Ranma-san, you are different. It's not because of your curse. Ranma. Then in what way? Pray tell question mark exclamation point Kasumi. You don't bore me. Ranma. Question mark Kasumi. Usually, young boys bore me to death. Not you. Leah's beside Ranma. Do you like me? Ranma question mark left parenthesis wraps her arms around Ranma's neck. Right parenthesis Ranma. Now nervous more than ever. What do I say? Man, this whole situation is nuts. I mean, I know a lot of girls went after me everywhere I went, but I always took it calmly. I usually either ignored them or turned them down as gently as possible. So what the hell is the matter with me question mark exclamation point question mark right curly bracket Kasumi. Ranma. You're tense. Ranma. Kasumi. Let's go. Ranma and giggles. Relax. Ranma. I'm only teasing. Ranma. Thank God exclamation point right curly bracket Kasumi. Can you turn off the lights? Ranma question mark Ranma. Relieved. Sure. Ranma reaches for the lamp and switches it off. Ranma lies down beside Kasumi. Right square bracket Kasumi. Kisses Ranma on his cheek. Ranma. I'm sure we will become good friends. Ranma. Good friends, she says. Right curly bracket left square bracket Kasumi sleeps peacefully while Ranma stays awake. Right square bracket Ranma. Still, she is very beautiful. I'm surprised she doesn't have a boyfriend. Scoots away from Kasumi. Kasumi-chan, why do we feel this way? Have I fallen in love with you question mark right curly bracket left square bracket Ranma looks at Kasumi's sleepy face right square bracket Ranma. Sighs, it could never work. She's 3 years older than me for crying out loud. The only thing I can think of her as a friend. That's all. Right curly bracket left square bracket unbeknownst to Ranma, Kasumi was also in thought. Right square bracket Kasumi. Oh, Ranma. I hope I do get to know you better. You have so much to tell. I know I'm a bit older than you, but as I remember it, love knows no bounds. Don't worry, I won't move fast on you. I'll go my own pace. I like you, but neither one of you's is ready for this. I guess being friends won't be so bad after all. Right curly bracket scene, interior of the Kuno Mansion's dojo. A man no older than 18 swings his book in for practice. He has a serious face-off determination as he practices man. Soon, Akan-chan, you will be mine. For I, Kumo Tatewaki, shall seek your love. Right curly bracket left square bracket. A small man in a ninja uniform and mask enters the dojo. Tech kneels down before Tatewaki. Right square bracket small man. My lord! Tatewaki, what is it? This had better be good, for you have interrupted my training! Small man, forgive me, my lord. But I had news. Tatewaki, news? Does this concern my beloved Tendo Hakan? Small man, very much so. It seems that a man has moved into their home. Tatewaki, furious. A man? Small man, yes, my lord. He goes by the name of Ranma. Apparently he has some sort of deal with the Tendo family. Tatewaki, a deal? Small man. It seems that his father and Akan's father made a pact. It looks like this Ranma fellow has the choice to choose a fiancé. Tatewaki, what? Small man. It looks like you've gained a rival, my lord. Tatewaki, no such thing to me as a rival. This Ranma person shall pay the price for interfering in my affairs. I, Kumo Tatewaki, shall make this insolent commoner pay. Small man, but he is not worthy of your punishment, Lord Kumo. He will be no match. Tatewaki, how do you presume that? Lowly servant? Small man, although he is the heir of a martial arts school, Ranma has been solely raised by his mother. Tatewaki, a man raised by a female parent. He is no man then. This Ranma may as just well be a scholar rather than a fighter. Booty have trained in the art of kendo for the most part of my life. I am the captain of Furinkan High School Kendo Club. My skill has no equal, save for the lovely Tendo Hakan. No man can beat me, nor thighs Sodomnet. He is like an insect to me. Even though he is underskilled, he will meet justice at my hands. Small man, but my lord, let me have the honor of disposing Saotom. Tatewaki, silence, servant. He will likely choose Akan-chan for his fiancé. Sodom will see that it is an error to choose such beauty, such strength, and such grace the likes of Tendo Hakan. Underskilled or not, Sodom will meet justice at the hands of Kuno Tatewaki. May the kami be with Sodom, because no oni on this earth will. Left parenthesis begins to laugh at the top of his lungs as he raises his book and right parenthesis left square bracket. A woman with black hair and in a kimono, a bit younger than Tatewaki, enters the room. Right square bracket woman, Yans, dear brother, you bore me with your constant warrior's act. Must you play with the peasants to gain your goals? Tatewaki, silence, insolent sister. I must prove to my love that no kimono is worthy of her. The only one worthy of Tendo Hakan is I! Woman, you could avoid all this barbarism if you only listened to me. Tatewaki, I'd slip that tongue if you weren't family. Kodakai. Kodakai smiles evilly. Oh no, brother dear. Akan can be yours if I would use one of my potions. It's as simple as that. Why? She could be yours forever. Tatewaki, the great Kuno Tatewaki will never stoop as low as Ta's sorcery to gain my love. Such acts are that of a coward, and might I add, UN-manly. Kodakai. Such acts are wiser to begin with. For example, the man in my life is very shy, so I must use persuasion to get his attention. But he can't admit his love to me because he is stunned by my modest beauty. He always turns away from me, so I must use misspells to get him. Tatewaki, he sees through your trickery, which, now leave me be. I must contemplate on my strategy. Twisted sister. What does she know of love? ? Right Kodakai. You are forever the idiot. Taichi. Tatewaki. Never call me that, you twisted, evil witch. Kodakai. I leave you to your boyish plans then. Kodakai bounces outside the dojo and cackles loudly. This sends shivers down Tatewaki's spine. Right Tatewaki. Such a sound shivers someone such as I kneels on both legs and begins to concentrate. No matter. I must plan for tomorrow. Servant. Leave me. I must meditate with no interruptions. Small man. Yes, my lord. Small man leaves. Right Tatewaki. In deep thought. Sodom Ranma. Scholar or no, I'll meet justice. Right Scene. It is now the next day in the morning. Akan comes downstairs from her bedroom in a blue dress and white blouse, ready for another school day. She notices only a few people in the living room. Her father and Nebiki are waiting for breakfast and Kasumi was in the kitchen. Akan walked into the kitchen. Akan, morning, Kasumi. Kasumi, turns around for a bit to look at her sister, then concentrates on the food again. Good morning, little sister. Akan, look, about last night. Kasumi, all is forgiven. Akan, despite your childish behavior, the Sodoms will indeed stay here for the time being. I expect you to treat them with respect. Akan, if you're saying I should respect that pervert, sad chance! Kasumi sighs. He's really a nice boy. That is if you don't push him. Akan, he didn't do anything while you were asleep, did he? Kasumi, Akan, you knocked him out cold. Besides, Ranma shouldn't do that. Akan, he looked at my body. Kasumi, how can you be so trusting with a guy like that? Kasumi, because I want to be his friend. Akan, he's really nice. In fact, it was nice of him to help me out with making breakfast. Ranma really knows his way around the kitchen. Akan, sarcastically, so where is Mr. Perfect anyway? Left from outside, there's a male scream, followed by a splash. Right Kasumi, at the moment, he's in the pond where his mother threw him. Left outside, Ranma rises from the pond in his girl form. Right Ranma-chan. Whoa! No fair, Mom! No cop. Sternly, son, I don't know what was distracting you. Beautiful way, you lost, and that means you go to school like weird. Honestly, when you set the stakes, you wind up falling on your face. Ranma-chan. Fine. Maybe I won't set the stakes next time. No cop. Go towel off, dear. Your school clothes are upstairs in the newest room. Ranma-chan. School clothes. Mom, I'll go to school. But don't make me look like a dork! No cop. Sternly, Ranma. Ranma-chan. Noticing the tone of his mother's voice, yes mom. Scene. Ranma, Akan, and Nebiki are on their way to school. Akan and Nebiki are occasionally glancing up at Ranma walking on the fence. Ranma is whistling an amicable tune and seems to be happy, despite his clothes, which was made up of a short-sleeved white collar shirt and grayish pants. Nebiki, so, Ranma, you enjoy yourself last night? Ranma stops whistling. Nebiki, I mean, did you like spending the night with my sister? Ranma gets a little unbalanced but regains his composure. He wouldn't know because I was out cold all night. Nebiki, sure, so dumb. You're just too shy to admit. Akan, look, Nebiki. Kasumi said that he didn't wake up until this morning. He wouldn't have let that jerk stay in his room if he woke up yesterday. You know that Kasumi always tells the truth. Nebiki, you're so naive, little sister. Why? I was eavesdropping on them last night. Akan, angry, what? Ranma, nervously, sure you were. Nebiki, impersonating Kasumi's voice. Oh, Ranma-san, please make me yours. Take this innocent body. Oh yes, right there. How he wanted you for so long. Ranma, shut. Stop that. That didn't happen and you know it! Akan, then what did happen? Ranma, you didn't obligate Kasumi to lie, did you? Ranma, trying to save himself, I was out cold. Honest, I was! Nebiki, still impersonating Kasumi, Ranma-san, you're so bold. Me like it when you kiss my Ranma. That's enough! Nebiki, using her normal voice, you're so touche, so dumb. But he was telling the truth about eavesdropping. You were awake, but Kasumi let you stay. Plus, she was teasing you. I would have paid half of anything to see your nervous face. Akan, you probably thought you were going to get some. Ranma? Will both of you shut up? Ranma doesn't notice the edge of the fence and falls on his face to the pavement. Nebiki, nice balancing skills. So dumb. Ranma, a bit miffed as he gets up. Shut up. Akan, okay. We're almost to the school. When we get there, we don't know you. Ranma, fine. I know when I'm not wanted. Scene. Back at the Tendo home, Kasumi was busy hanging clothes out to dry. She was humming a happy tune and was unaware of her surroundings. No cop, Kasumi? Kasumi gasps, Auntie. You startled me. No cop, I guess when you're in a world of your own, people can get a little scared when they snap out of it. Kasumi, I guess so. No cop, so tell me, Kasumi-san, why exactly did you want to spend the night with my son? Kasumi, sweating and blushing internally. Well, he was out cold and I didn't dare move him. Plus Akan might have killed him in high sleep. So I thought it was best to stay in my room. Don't worry about anything, Andy. It won't be a regular event, I promise. No cop, I hope not. I don't think my son is ready for that kind of relationship. Kasumi. I guess. Left curly bracket. Oh no! Exclamation point. Right curly bracket. No cop. You took advantage of my son, didn't you? Question mark. Kasumi. Sweating more. I was only teasing him. And the exclamation point. No cop. I never thought I'd see the day when my son would catch the eye of someone older than him. Kasumi. Blushing. It is not what you think, Andy. I just want told his friend. Exclamation point. No cop. You like him, don't you? Question mark. Kasumi. Sweating bullets. He's a friend, Andy. Nothing more. No cop. If you say so. But my son likes you too. Kasumi. Blushing. He does? Question mark. No cop. He hasn't said anything. But your friendly manner is one of fire attributes he's fond of. But since you say he's only a friend, please tell him. I don't want my son's heart broken later on. Takes out her katana. He's all I have left, Kasumi. I don't want my son hurt. Kasumi. Gasps. Oh my. No cop. I'm just kidding about the sword, dear. Kasumi. Relieved. Thank goodness. Right curly bracket. No cop. Really, Kasumi? You thought I was threatening you. Kasumi. No. I knew it was a joke all the time. No cop. Anyway, is there anything I should know about the school Ranma's attending? Question mark. Kasumi. I used to attend it myself. Furinkan High is not your normal everyday high school. In fact, over the years it's been pretty crazy there. No cop. Concerned. Oh. Kasumi. The student body isn't very normal, especially on individual. His name is Kuno Tatewaki. He's a martial artist, in the art of kendo. No cop. A sword user? Question mark. Kasumi. You could say that. I bet once he hears that Ranma-san is stopping here, this Kuno person is going to lash out at him. No cop. My son is skilled enough to handle someone with weapons. He should be okay. Kasumi. I hope so. It's Kuno's annoyance I'm worried about. Right curly bracket scene. Ranma, Akan, and Nebiki enter the school gates off Furinkan. There's a mob of boys waiting inside. Nebiki holds Ranma back while Akan moves forward. Ranma, what the heck are you doing? Question mark. Exclamation point. Nebiki, watch this. You're in for a show. Left square bracket. Ranma saw the mob of boys charge at Akan. Before Ranma's eyes, Akan beats the living daylights out of the boys with such brutish tactics that the boys looked to be hospitalized for about a week. Ranma saw a few of the boys fly into the sky thanks to Akan. Ranma had a face of surprise because Akan can hold her own ground against the numbers, but at the same time is disappointed at the lack of skill of the tomboy girl. After Akan finished, she looked bored. Right square bracket. Akan. Bored. Can't these boys give up? Question mark. Ranma, walking alongside Nebiki. Look, Nebiki. You go ahead. I'll be in soon. Nebiki. Your funeral. Showdown. Left square bracket. Nebiki dashes into the school while Ranma calmly approaches Akan. Right square bracket. Ranma, you do this every morning? Question mark. Akan. Yeah, and I'm getting sick of it! Exclamation point. Ranma, Ever try talking to them ? I can. No. Because it doesn't work on these guys. Ranma. I see. Voice. Truly such a poor slot. Left square bracket a man in his late teens appears in samurai garb and a book in hand. Right square bracket Ranma. Here comes another one. I can. Back off or you'll get hurt. Ranma. Thanks for the warning. But I don't need it. I can. HMPH. Man. Smelling a red rose. Tendo. I can. You are as beautiful as ever. Truly these eyes are blinded by this. I can. Gets in a defensive stance. Don't you ever quit? Kuno-senpai ? Tatewaki. Alas, I-can-chan. I'm not here to challenge you. This left parenthesis points booking at Ranma. I am here to release you from this curse clutches. Ranma frowns. You talking to me ? Tatewaki faces Ranma. Yes. I already know who you are. So is best that I give my noble name first. Ranma. Man. This guy is a regular Don Quixote. If you want. Tatewaki. I am Kuno Tatewaki. But you may refer to me as Kuno's senpai. Junior Group G. I hold the rank of captain of the high school kendo club. I am undefeated in the fencing world. But I also have the reputation of being called the Blue Thunder of Urinkan High. Double quote left square bracket lightning flashes right square bracket Ranma. Nice touch. Left curly bracket better getting soon. Right curly bracket left square bracket from every floor of the school. People see what transpires on the school's courtyard. They are chattering on what's going on between Tatewaki and the new school arrival. Right square bracket girl 1. Blue Thunder ? Nebiki. That's a new one. Boy 1. Hey. Who's the guy facing Kuno ? Girl 2. Doesn't matter. He looks cute. Boy 2. Whoever it is, he's in big trouble. He's facing Kuno ! Girl 3. Such a cute face. Only to be ruined by that jackass Kuno. Girl 2. If he survives, I get dibs on him. Girl 3. Says you. I'm getting him! Nebiki. I feel a fan club brewing. First day in Furinkan and Sodom's already popular amongst the girls. Right curly bracket boy 3. Girls. He's facing Kuno. This guy's not going to last very long. I mean, what chance does he have? Left square bracket back at the courtyard. Ranma ignores the students chattering. His focus is only on Tatewaki. Right square bracket Ranma. Look, pal. I really need to get going. Tatewaki. Silence, scholar. I shall bring you to justice for holding the Kanchan hostage! Ranma. I can. Get inside. This loser looking for trouble. I can. Don't you tell me what to do! Ranma. Sighs, just do it. I'll be in class in a second. Left square bracket I can angrily walks into the school building. Right square bracket Ranma. Look, Kuno. I don't have time for this. Since you're swan to chopping me in sushi, why don't we settle this later? Tatewaki. As much as I hate to preempt your demise, I will accept your offer. know this well, Sodom. You can't delay what is already destiny. Your fate is sealed. Insolent scholar. Ranma, I may be a scholar, but I am as much a martial artist as I can. Maybe even more. You're in for a fight, Kuno, and the guaranteed! Tatewaki. Then I shall meet you at yonder soccer field after school then. I advise you to be prepared. Do you wish to surrender? Sodom? Ranma, surrender? To a quixotic like you? As if! Left square bracket. Ranma walks past Kuno as he enters the school. Right square bracket. Tatewaki, yelling at Ranma, you can't stop destiny. Sodom! Ranma, watch me. Right curly bracket. Scene. About a few minutes later, Ranma enters his homeroom class. Teacher, students, I would like you all to meet a new student from China. Sodom! Ranma, say hello to the class. Ranma smiles as he bows to the class. Hello and good morning. Teacher, please take a seat. Sodom -sand. Ranma, hi. Left square bracket. Apparently, because of Ranma's smile, several girls from the class faint. Ranma's a bit confused by this but sees that these girls may have a crush on him. Ranma knows this because many times at for schools, girls simply adored him. He didn't know what was so special about himself, but he didn't mind the girls giving him attention. Ranma took his seat and quickly reminded himself to keep his head straight. The martial arts were only thing for him. Then Ranma notices a girl on the floor, apparently staring at him. Right square bracket. Ranma, can I help you? Girl, embarrassed. Sorry. I was looking for my pencil! Teacher, Sayuri-san, will you please stop staring up at Ranma's pants and pay attention? Left square bracket. The whole class starts to laugh and snicker, except for Ranma. Sayuri quickly takes her seat and bows her head in shame. Ranma, in the meantime, stares outside the window, wondering when the rain was going to stop. He snaps out of his trance when he notices a note on his desk. Right square bracket. Ranma, taking the note and opening it. Hello? What's this? Left square bracket. Ranma reads the note and his eyes widen at the contents. Right square bracket. Note, I want you in bed so badly. Sincerely, you could. Ranma, sweating a bead from his head. At la shuttle. Right curly bracket. Left square bracket. Ranma looks for the source of the note. He finds it a few seats behind him. A girl with long hair, seemingly looking away in shame because of what she wrote. Right square bracket. Ranma, turning his head around and trying to pay attention in class. Well, at least she didn't say it at the top of her lungs. Right curly bracket. Scene. About a few hours later, the school's lunch hour commences. Inside the cafeteria, the boys place their bets on the coming fight between Tatewaki and Ranma. The girls, on the upper hand, are sitting at the table where Ranma is sitting at. Ranma doesn't mind the company, but the fact that he was the only boy sitting at the table made him a bit nervous. Still, Ranma tries to keep his composure. Girl 1, Smiles nervously. So, you're the new guy. Ranma, so I am girl 2. Tells us about China. Ranma -! Girl 3. Ooh, China. Please tell us! Girl 4. Yeah. Tell us! Ranma. Maybe later. Girl 5. Then at least see you're available. Left parenthesis blushes right parenthesis. Ranma. Confused. Available for what? Girl 4. Silly. We want to know if you can tutor us. Girl 2. Me first. I asked him for home-room. Girl 1. Says you. I saw him first! Ranma. Size. It's the same thing everywhere I go. I go to school, and every girl on campus wants a piece of me. Any guy would die to have all this attention. Any normal guy? Anyway. Left parenthesis looking a bit sad, but I'm not normal. Not since China. Right curly bracket. Girl 2. Why do you look sad? Ranma Girl 3. It's probably the fight. Maybe he's having second thoughts. Ranma. Serious. Hey. When I get myself into a fight, I don't have second thoughts. Girl 3. Worried but you're facing Kuno. Ranma. Doesn't matter. I'll give Kuno the fight he wants. All girls. Oh, you're so brave. Ranma Sama! Left square bracket. Meanwhile at another table, Akan sits angrily as she stares at Ranma and the girls sitting next to him. Nebiki is too busy taking big money from the male students. Right square bracket. Akan. This guy is so enjoying this. Nebiki. Almost any guy would. Akan. He's a popular item with the ladies, just as you are with the boys. Akan. Don't compare me with that pervert. Nebiki. Nebiki. At least he's cordial with his fans. Akan. You could learn from him. Akan. Incredulously learn what? If you don't mind my asking! Nebiki. Well, you could act more sane towards your admirers. Voice. I bet 80,000 yen on Sodom. Akan. Hey, that voice sounds like voice. Long time no see. Akan -chan. Left square bracket. Akan noticed a boy with vagabond attire. He was rather tall and had messy black hair. He also sported a yellow and black bandana. Akan recognized him and smiled. Right square bracket. Akan. Ryoga! Nebiki. Hey, lost boys. How's globe-trotting? Ryoga. Very funny. Nebiki. Put me down for 80,000 yen on Saotom. Nebiki. Raising an eyebrow. You know I'm only favoring the odds for Ranma because I want to make some dough. Or is Teresa anything you're not telling us? Ryoga. When's the fight? Nebiki. After school at the soccer field. Ryoga. Well, I'm off then. I'll collect my winnings next time I come to the training hall. Hands Akan an envelope. Akan. Give these to Ranma once he's done thrashing that poetry spouting jerk off. Akan. Curiously. Ryoga. Do you know Ranma? Ryoga. Smirking. He was a rival of mine. Left square bracket. Ryoga left. leaving a shocked Akan and Nebiki behind. Both knew too well about Ryoga's incredible strength and unmatched skill in the martial arts. To hear that Ranma's arrival of his was incredible. They both sweated beads behind their heads. Right square bracket Akan, eyes wide. Did I hear right? Nebiki, eyebrows twitching. Ranma the rival to the monstrous light powerful Hibiki Ryoga. That's way past impossible! Akan, how could Ranma be that good at the art? If what Ryoga said is true. Right curly bracket Nebiki, Kuno is so dead. Scene, Furinkan High Soccer Field. Although the field has been dry for since the rain stopped, the bleachers weren't. This was reason enough for the students to bring towels to sit on so they won't get wet. Meanwhile, Nebiki was counting the money she was making. Her plan was working perfectly. By putting Kuno as the underdog, more of the students confidently bet on him. Of course the girls thought that Nebiki knew something about Ranma, so they bet on him instead. Anyway, Ranma and Kuno were at a distance from each other at the soccer field, facing each other's way. Kuno's Loffin assistant handed him his book and a microphone. Take walkie. Spouting on the microphone, I've heard a lot about you, Sodom. Ranma, yelling, not enough is my guess! Take walkie, silence. I've only heard what needed to be heard! Ranma, and that is ? Left curly bracket inquiring minds want to know. Right curly bracket take walkie, you reside with the Tendo girls! Left square bracket everyone gasps. Akan and Nebiki bow their heads in disgust. Right square bracket Ranma, what is this guy? A stalker? Right curly bracket take walkie, that is not all, you foul knave. You reside with them with the intention of making one of them your bride. Unforgivable! Left square bracket louder gasps are heard from the crowd. They began to chatter amongst themselves. Rumors are spread and so are comments. At the bleachers, the boys and girls were firing questions at Akani and Nebiki. Right square bracket student 1, is this an engagement? Student 2, Ranma's so lucky. He gets to do what we guys only dream of doing! Student 3, man. And I thought you hated boys. Akan! Akan, furiously wait. The engagement. It's not true! Student 4, how could you do this to me? Akan! Student 5, how much were you paid? Nebiki! Nebiki, it was my dad's idea. He Student 1, she probably wasn't paid anything! Student 4, wife's that? Student 5, because I saw Nebiki holding hands with Sodom when he came to school! Student 4, by the gods, you're right! Nebiki, Losing her composure and getting miffed left square bracket all the while. Ranma listens to the rumors and thinks about telling them what's really going on. But he thinks that it's useless, taking in account the density of some of the students. Right square bracket Ranma, yelling louder Kuno. I don't think all of Japan heard Tatewaki. I, Kuno Tatewaki, shall bring you, enemy of women, to justice. Then I shall show the students that you are indeed no man! Ranma, that tears it. Bring it on. Kuno left parenthesis gets in a defensive stance right parenthesis left square bracket Kuno throws the microphone aside. Then he rushes toward Ranma, book and aiming towards him. Kuno, as he got close to Ranma, slashes down with his book and with the intent of killing Ranma. Ranma is just too fast for Kuno as he steps aside to dodge the strike. Ranma is behind Kuno now and gets ready for make his own strike. Right square bracket Ranma, about face, Kuno Tatewaki, turns around to see Ranma. What manner of left square bracket Kuno doesn't get to finish his sentence as Ranma lands upon Shanbaken boy's face, sending him almost across the soccer field. Kuno lands a few meters away. Right square bracket Ranma, finished yet? Kuno Tatewaki, stands up and looks at Ranma angrily. Never, you foul fiend! Left square bracket Kuno charges towards Ranma again, this time with more speed. But the extra boost is wasted as Ranma dodges all the sword blows. Right square bracket Tatewaki, stand still so I can smite the Ranma, fat chance, Kuno-senpai left square bracket Ranma is able to stop Kuno's motion by putting a well-placed fist into Kuno's stomach. Kuno backs off momentarily, catching his brief. Right square bracket Tatewaki, this mere underclassman is skilled. I may have been wrong about him. Nevertheless, he will suffer for his villainy. Right curly bracket left square bracket Kuno lashes out at Ranma again, but Ranma kept dodging fist strikes with some ease. He even got in some well-placed hits. This causes Kuno to look staggered. He backs off to catch his breath again. Right square bracket Tatewaki, such skill for a scholar. You have proven yourself well, Sodom. But I'm afraid I will have to conclude this game. Feel the wrath of my best attack! Left square bracket Kuno starts to attack with a barrage of book and strikes. Ranma frantically dodges the strikes, but notices his clothes being ripped to shreds despite his dodging. Ranma quickly backs off, but Kuno is still coming in for the kill. Noticing Kuno's speed of his strikes increasing, Ranma begins to dodge again. At the same time he tries to find a way to break the rhythm of Kuno's attack. Ranma jumps from place to place to find a weak spot, but Kuno's constant attack keeps him from his goal. Ranma also notices as he dodges that a lone tree was already ripped to shreds. Right square bracket Ranma, no doubt about it. That is his best attack. He even managed to Swiss cheese my clothes. Mom's going to kill me! Exclamation point right curly bracket left square bracket. From the sidelines, Akan and Nebiki watch the fight in amazement. Right square bracket Nebiki, nice tactics, showed him. Maybe Ryoga was right about you. Right curly bracket Akan, Kuno's never this all out against me. Nebiki, that's because he takes it easy on you, sister. Female voice, did I miss anything? Little sisters question mark left square bracket Akan and Nebiki look up and notices Kasumi. Right square bracket Akan, surprised Kasumi. What are you doing here? Question mark Kasumi. I was coming by to ask Ranma if he could go shopping with me, but I see he has other matters at hand. Left square bracket Kasumi sits by her sisters and watches the fight with some interest. She is also amazed by Ranma's skills. His mother taught him well, Kasumi thinks as she sighs. Kasumi also smiles as she put her right hand on her cheek, sighing some more, watching only Ranma. Right square bracket Nebiki, want to get Sodom in bed again, sis? Question mark Kasumi. Nebiki, I'm shocked. How could you even think that? Question mark Nebiki, get a grip, big sister. Left square bracket the three sisters notice Ranma roll towards them in a ball. Stops his motion in front of Akan. Right square bracket Akan, looking down at Ranma. I think you should know that whenever Kuno's senpai fights a male opponent, he is very skilled. Ranma, annoyed while still on his head with his arms crossed. Right parenthesis doesn't single quote T take a rocket scientist to figure that one out. Notice as Kasumi. Hey, Kasumi. Kasumi, good afternoon. Ranma. Akan, oh. Pulls Ranma towards Kuno. Go ahead and get yourself killed! Exclamation point Kasumi, sternly. Akan! Exclamation point left square bracket Ranma arcs his body to perform several somersaults. Kuno ready as she's booking for another strike as Ranma comes closer. Right square bracket Tatewaki, the game ends. Sodom. Left square bracket Kuno jumps towards Ranma and is about to swing his booking. He notices Ranma ready to block the strike, so he changes the direct ion off the sword and slashes Ranma on the side of his ribs, drawing blood. Right square bracket Ranma, feeling the pain. Right parenthesis exclamation point left square bracket on the sidelines. Kasumi notices this and is now fully concerned about Ranma's safety. Right square bracket Kasumi, Ranma! Exclamation point left square bracket back on the battlefield. Both combatants land at opposite direct ions. Kuno stands resolute and Ranma, after his landing, curls up in a ball of pain, feeling the cut on his side. Right square bracket Ranma, gritting his teeth. Lucky shot, you pompous ass! Hold. Right curly bracket Tatewaki, noticing Ranma's predicament and feels great joy. Right parenthesis ha 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 ha. Now you see what happens to foul villains like yourself, Sodom. Approaching Ranma, no one crosses the Gret Kuno take walkie. Ranma, yeah, you jerk. Come a little closer. I got a surprise for you. Right curly bracket left square bracket. Kuno finally reaches Ranma and looks down at him in disdain. He raises his book and for an overhead strike. Right square bracket take walkie. Your time is at an end, foul being. Slashes his book and downward. Die! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Exclamation point! Left square bracket. Ranma then pulls a wooden sword out of nowhere and blocks Kuno's strike. Right square bracket. Ranma smiles confidently. Made you look. Left square bracket. Ranma, with his weapon, disarms Kuno from his weapon. It lands at the far end of the field. Ranma stakes his own sword on the ground and points a finger at Kuno. Kuno's confused by this tactic. So confused that he doesn't notice Ranma land an uppercut to the skin. The uppercut sent Kuno flying into the horizon. A few seconds later, Kuno crashes down to earth,